Interested in futures trading on Coinstore but not sure where to start? Don't worry, we've got you covered. In this video, we'll walk you through the process step by step so you can start trading futures with confidence. First, if you haven't already, sign up for an account on the Coinstore platform and finish KYC. Then log into your account to access the trading features. Before you can start trading futures contracts, you'll need to deposit funds into your Coinstore account. Navigate to the deposit section and choose your preferred cryptocurrency or fiat currency to deposit. Now it's time to choose which futures contract you'd like to trade. Coinstore offers a range of futures contracts for various cryptocurrencies. Select the contract you're interested in and proceed to the trading interface. In the trading interface, you'll see options to place different types of trades, including market orders, limit orders, and stop orders. Decide on your desired trade strategy and enter the necessary details. Quantity. Choose long or short orders to complete the trade. After placing your trade, it's important to monitor it closely. Keep an eye on market movements and any relevant news or events that could impact your position. You can track your open positions and account balance from the Coinstore platform. Finally, when you're ready to close your trade, navigate back to the trading interface and follow the steps to close your position. You can choose to either take your profits or cut your losses, depending on your trading strategy. By following these simple steps, you can start futures trading on Coinstore like a pro. Remember to always trade responsibly and do your own research before making any trading decisions.
For 6 years ago, because we want to create a blockchain-based program in Asia, emphasizing economic empowerment through the implementation of the Humanity Protocol, opportunities, more inclusive, teledons, and everybody knows, everybody does do this. Everybody knows your humanity helping hand, right? What does this humanity helping hand mean?
In a world of constant change, Maxim Group is driving innovation across industries. We're not just talking about technology, we're talking about transformation. Maxim Group's approach is built on 5 key pillars: education, technology, sustainability, partnerships, and Web3 and gamification. At the heart of this transformation is the Maxim token, a revolutionary force empowering access and driving progress. Join us on this journey of innovation, progress, and empowerment. Maxim Group, transforming industries, one innovation at a time.
Welcome to the Coinstore Telegram bot tutorial, your gateway to seamless cryptocurrency trading and investment, all within Telegram. Let's dive right in. First, open your Telegram app and search for Coinstore bot. Initiate a conversation to begin your trading journey. Upon starting, find the Open Coinstore button in the bottom left corner. Explore various cryptocurrency markets and trading pairs. Select your preferred trading pairs to proceed. Navigate to Profile to bind your existing Coinstore account. New user? Click on Login and Register banner on the homepage. Navigate to the Deposit section of the platform and choose your preferred cryptocurrency, like USDT, to deposit. In the trading interface, you can place buy orders to buy BTC. Choose market or limit orders to buy BTC. Click on the Launchpad icon to explore project launches and IEOs. Engage in new cryptocurrency ventures directly through the bot. Discover investment products and opportunities in the Earn section. Deposit capital to start earning potential returns. Click on the Community icon to join and interact with the Coinstore community. Stay updated on market trends and participate in discussions. By following these steps, you're all set to leverage the Coinstore bot on Telegram for cryptocurrency trading, participate in IEOs, explore investment opportunities, and engage with a vibrant community. Enjoy your journey into the world of digital assets with Coinstore bot. Interested in futures trading on Coinstore but not sure where to start? Don't worry, we've got you covered. In this video, we'll walk you through the process step by step so you can start trading futures with confidence. First, if you haven't already, sign up for an account on the Coinstore platform and finish KYC. Then log into your account to access the trading features. Before you can start trading futures contracts, you'll need to deposit funds into your Coinstore account. Navigate to the deposit section and choose your preferred cryptocurrency or fiat currency to deposit. Now it's time to choose which futures contract you'd like to trade. Coinstore offers a range of futures contracts for various cryptocurrencies. Select the contract you're interested in and proceed to the trading interface. In the trading interface, you'll see options to place different types of trades, including market orders, limit orders, and stop orders. Decide on your desired trade strategy and enter the necessary details, such as quantity, price, and leverage. Choose long or short orders to complete the trade. After placing your trade, it's important to monitor it closely. Keep an eye on market movements and any relevant news or events that could impact your position. You can track your open positions and account balance from the Coinstore platform. Finally, when you're ready to close your trade, navigate back to the trading interface and follow the steps to close your position. You can choose to either take your profits or cut your losses, depending on your trading strategy. By following these simple steps, you can start futures trading on Coinstore like a pro. Remember to always trade responsibly and do your own research before making any trading decisions.
For 6 years ago, because the money created blockchain-based program in Asia, emphasizing economic empowerment through the implementation of the Humanity Protocol, opportunities, more inclusive teledons. And everybody knows, everybody does do this. Everybody knows your Humanity Helping Hand, right? What does this Humanity Helping Hand mean?
In a world of constant change, Maxim Group is driving innovation across industries. We're not just talking about technology, we're talking about transformation. Maxim Group's approach is built on 5 key pillars: education, technology, sustainability, partnerships, and Web3 and gamification. At the heart of this transformation is the Maxim token, a revolutionary force empowering access and driving progress. Join us on this journey of innovation, progress, and empowerment. Maxim Group, transforming industries, one innovation at a time.
Welcome to the Coinstore Telegram bot tutorial, your gateway to seamless cryptocurrency trading and investment, all within Telegram. Let's dive right in. First, open your Telegram app and search for Coinstore bot. Initiate a conversation to begin your trading journey. Upon starting, find the Open Coinstore button in the bottom left corner. Explore various cryptocurrency markets and trading pairs. Select your preferred trading pairs to proceed. Navigate to Profile to bind your existing Coinstore account. New user? Click on Login and Register banner on the homepage. Navigate to the Deposit section of the platform and choose your preferred cryptocurrency, like USDT, to deposit. In the trading interface, you can place buy orders to buy BTC. Choose market or limit orders to buy BTC. Click on the Launchpad icon to explore project launches and IEOs. Engage in new cryptocurrency ventures directly through the bot. Discover investment products and opportunities in the Earn section. Deposit capital to start earning potential returns. Click on the Community icon to join and interact with the Coinstore community. stay updated on market trends, and participate in discussions. By following these steps, you're all set to leverage the Coinstore bot on Telegram for cryptocurrency trading, participate in IEOs, explore investment opportunities, and engage with a vibrant community. Enjoy your journey into the world of digital assets with Coinstore bot. Interested in futures trading on Coinstore but not sure where to start? Don't worry, we've got you covered. In this video, we'll walk you through the process step by step so you can start trading futures with confidence. First, if you haven't already, sign up for an account on the Coinstore platform and finish KYC. Then log into your account to access the trading features. Before you can start trading futures contracts, you'll need to deposit funds into your Coinstore account. Navigate to the deposit section and choose your preferred cryptocurrency or fiat currency to deposit. Now it's time to choose which futures contract you'd like to trade. Coinstore offers a range of futures contracts for various cryptocurrencies. Select the contract you're interested in and proceed to the trading interface. In the trading interface, you'll see options to place different types of trades, including market orders, limit orders, and stop orders. Decide on your desired trade strategy and enter the necessary details, such as quantity, price, and leverage. Choose long or short orders to complete the trade. After placing your trade, it's important to monitor it closely. Keep an eye on market movements and any relevant news or events that could impact your position. You can track your open positions and account balance from the Coinstore platform. Finally, when you're ready to close your trade, navigate back to the trading interface and follow the steps to close your position. You can choose to either take your profits or cut your losses, depending on your trading strategy. By following these simple steps, you can start futures trading on Coinstore like a pro. Remember to always trade responsibly and do your own research before making any trading decisions.
Good morning, good morning. Selamat pagi, 早安. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to FEMON in Singapore. Okay, my name is Clement. I'll be your MC and host today. On behalf of Coinstore, I express my gratitude to everyone here for joining us in this morning. Okay, so it's glad, once in a year, everyone gathered in Singapore for this token 2049 week. Okay, it's a reunion sessions, and it's always refreshing to meet new connections, new friends, as well as seeing our old friends from other parts of the world gathering in Singapore. So today in Fairmont Hotel, Coinstore, we are proud to bring you our annual conference, which we did once last year. Okay, and this year, our topic is Shaping the Future of Web3 Conference. And the event today is proudly brought to you by a lineup of our sponsors. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you, to thank our sponsor, namely DaffiOne, DICT, Maxim, Gamer Arena, Prime Number Labs, Humanity Protocol, SolX, Linux, Dacia, and F1 Meme. Okay, so in today's conference, we'll be talking and discussing about the evolution of blockchain technologies, the growth of decentralized economies, investments in the crypto industry, as well as how Web3 is redefining our futures. All right? So Web3 itself is not just a revolutionary technology. It's also a key steps towards the transitioning from traditional models to the digital world of the futures. Okay? And I'd like to remind everyone, this is not just an ordinary conference. Feel free to mingle, to exchange ideas, as well as thoughts with our industry leaders. This is a platform as an opportunity of direct interactions with our panel guests, ecosystem partners, as well as the industry's OGs and leaders to exchange ideas and to discuss. Okay? So, without further ado, I'd like to welcome our very first keynote speaker. Sorry, not keynote, our opening guest for today. Okay? So, may I borrow your hands? A round of applause for our opening speaker, James Stowe. He's the Global Head of BDs in Coinstore. So, James Stowe, please welcome.
Hello, good morning. Yeah, morning. Thanks for coming. I know everyone has a very havoc night yesterday. For these 2 days, it's not easy. Okay, I think I have a lot of Coinstore employees, or rather the BDs that actually network until 3 a.m., 4 a.m. yesterday. But of course, in Coinstore, we never sleep, okay, because Web3 never sleep, okay. Okay, so I just keep it short. Okay, I expect today to have maybe like the crowd will come in a bit later. Usually it's like this on a very heavy networking night. Okay, after that. Okay, so I'll just give a short introduction about Coinstore because we have a lot of friends here, new faces. About Coinstore. Okay, we are set up in 2020 as a exchange headquarter from Singapore. Our office is here. Of course, we have a couple of offices in different countries right now, Malaysia, Dubai. When we started off Coinstore, we were thinking about our USP, unique selling point. So because back then in 2020, there's already a lot of big boys in the market. It is pretty saturated. Okay, so we were thinking about how to be different. And of course, the first thing that came into our mind is the market is filled with a lot of people are serving the mature market, like the US, the UK, Hong Kong, China. But how about those developing countries, like emerging markets? My background is a banker. Okay, I always believe in the power of the new markets, emerging markets. So together with the founder, we actually think of connecting. Web3 is all about connection, okay, connecting. So we want to be the bridge, okay, to connect quality people to the emerging markets and also quality projects from the emerging markets to the mature market. So this is our stand. Okay, so that's why when we launched in 2020, we are very active in Southeast Asia, in India area, like Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Southeast Asia, Middle East, and things like that. Okay, so now we also have Africa market with us as well. We try a lot actually. Okay, but however, to do this requires a lot of heavy lifting. Okay, because we are thinking that if we want to actually do the connection part, okay, we need to have a lot of people. Okay, we need to do a lot of events. Okay, and it is not easy. If you look at many exchanges, I don't quote the names lah. Tell me when is the last time you attend a conference or maybe like some offline events besides those that happen during the blockchain week or expo. Okay, those regular ones that you see. So there's not many. So in 2022, we launched Cryptalk. Okay, in the name of Cryptalk, we allow our projects that list on Coinstore to be able to actually touch the Web3 communities in many emerging markets that we are based in. Example, Southeast Asia. We did our first Cryptalk in Jakarta, okay, which is actually graced by some of the government official people from, I mean, the ministers as well come down. If you look at our Twitter, you can see, but it's actually quite long way back. And we also do in Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, then Singapore as well, of course. Then we also do Cryptalks in India, okay, and Dubai, UK. So these are regions that we do. So what is different about Cryptalk is that we understand that it's very important to connect to Web3 people because Web3 people are able to influence other people for adoption. But however, our projects, be it from US, UK, or any part of the world, might not be there in the events. So we do live streaming, okay, for them to explain their technology, and also for the local communities, like for example from Southeast Asia or India, to be able to know them as well. So if they want to connect, they can connect, which is something that we dedicatedly we feel that is a requirement in this market. You can't wait for token 2049 every time. It's just once a year or twice a year, right? So we do this heavy lifting, but after that we find that it's not enough, okay? Because CS, because we find that a lot of times it's about the speaker talking, like keynote, like giving lectures, which we feel that people wants to talk more intimate. Okay, so we come up with CS Connect, Coinstore Connect in short. So basically what we do during CS Connect is we'll still do in the same place, same countries, but it's a smaller scale, whereby crypto projects and even anyone can be KOL, can be custody people, anybody in the space, or people that want to learn about the space to come to a restaurant or a pub. Okay, it's meant to target a smaller scale. Cryptalk aims to have 100 people all the time. CS Connect is like 20 people or 30 people per time for you all to connect and talk and to make friends. Okay, so there's no keynote or anything like that. It's just a gathering. Coinstore pays, of course, we sponsor everything as well. So these are things that we do. We have a mandate to do about 2 to 3 every month. Countries, we even do as far as Russia, but not recently lah. I mean, Russia is last year lah. Okay, so a lot of things has been done. I hope you all see our effort. Of course, we didn't really like shout about this all the time, but you can see from our updates in Twitter. In 2023, okay, we launched IEO. Okay, initial exchange offering, okay, in the name of startup and prime, for different reasons, okay, because a lot of projects, when they list, they want to have a good performance, but they don't know how to do, especially for Coinstore. Many of the projects that list on us, they are from Web 2 to Web 3. Okay, so we find that we want to be that bridge once again, that we want to bring more adoption, okay, and quality projects to the exchange. Okay, so this is what we do in 2023, okay, and we also launched our first conference last year during this time, Token 2049, our first conference in Singapore. However, this year, 2024, we really did 2 more conferences. This is the 3rd one. The 2nd one is in Dubai as well, during the flood, okay, in Token 2049, whereby I fold out my jeans, brave the storm and the flood, and we managed to do a very successful one. We did 2 conferences total during that 1 week. One is Find the Alpha, the other one is Brand Conference. I think we are exchanged, okay, like an event organizer, okay, if you want to look at us this way. Okay, so we always believe in being innovative, because we want to fill the gaps, okay, fill the gaps. Be a combination of everything. Exchange is not only about listing, only about trading. We feel that in order to fulfill our role in this market, we have to do more, okay? That's why we have to do more to value add the contribution of the space. That's why we also launched a hackathon this year, okay? We have already, just as we speak, we have already done 2 hackathons, okay, online. First one is Ubit, India founded blockchain. The second one, which is still ongoing, by ICP, okay? So I think in terms of hackathon, also exchange that does hackathon, there isn't much as well, okay? If you can think of any, can let me know. And we are also ongoing to launch our incubation program for new projects. Okay, incubation program for blockchain, layer 1, layer 2, because I think these are the fundamentals and the backbone, okay, of the industry. Okay, the better speed blockchain, blockchains or mainnet that actually connects and be more relevant. So these are important. So as you know, we are always working hard. Okay, 3-4 years down the road, I mean already, and we are also innovating ourselves. Okay, we are also very happy to welcome our valued co-hosts, BitLayer and Cardano. I think they will be here soon, okay? And also many other partners and sponsors. They are evolving and adapting to Web3 to make Web3 more inclusive and also relevant. Okay, so I'm going to use today, is just an opening. So later on, we have a long way, okay? As we are speaking, the pitching is also going on. We concurrently have a pitching of new project session with the VCs, 15 VCs that we invite. All are at least 50 million AUM invested and above. So these are innovations that last year, brand conference, we don't have. Okay, so we keep evolving, and but I want to use the word, a new word, that a new narrative that Fed Chairman Jay Powell actually mentioned 9 times during this his address in the rate cuts earlier this morning. Is about recalibrating. Okay, we are always recalibrating, and today we are at 8 million registered users, but mostly from the emerging markets. And can I take this opportunity to announce that we're also moving into a more mature market now, after 4 years, and also want to launch into the future trading market. So let's recalibrate constantly, and together we can make this industry better. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Okay, I hope you have better understanding on what Coinstore has been doing all this while. Okay, but follow up next. I'd like to invite Manfred, the director from Sales Management Office, to actually share more in depth and give you some illustration of how Coinstore is running our business and how Coinstore is empower the growth of our ecosystem partner. So ladies and gentlemen, Manfred Chu.
Hi guys, morning. I think James shared quite comprehensively on the products, the services, and some of the stats. I mean, I'm here to just give you more visual aids. Okay, I think the reason why we are called the first choice for the initial launch is because we do really have a very strong featured product called the Launchpad. Down the slides, I will actually show you guys more of the data, the stats, the numbers, and those are actual numbers. As James mentioned, right, we have about 200 over professional employees, I would say, right? We hire them, we groom them, we train them, we educate them. So we actually send them out to be actually our network of resources also. So as James mentioned, right, we are established in 2020 December. Right now, we have about 8 million registered users, 700 projects globally that we have actually listed. And actually our largest user base, right, are for Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, India. So those are the emerging markets. As we are embarking to a new transition of our company, we are actually looking towards more of the developed market. These are some of our stats. 8 million registered users, 150,000 daily active users at the peak, 175 countries, right? Launchpad, our IEOs, we have initiated 44 projects on the average oversubscription rate of 3,600%. Right? I think these numbers actually shows our accomplishment for Launchpad. In total, about 45 million USDT fund raised, 100K to 5 million subscription amount. So our hard cap ranges from 100,000 all the way to 5 million. Some of our global expansion plans, our demographic. Okay, so this strategy is a little bit more unique compared to other exchanges, right? Coinstore, we do have about 100 plus business development all over the world for one main reason. Because we want to have the local flavor. We don't want to be like, for Singapore, talking to someone from probably India. We do have our own India team, our own Philippine teams, our Southeast Asia teams, right? We also want to immerse ourselves in the local market. We want to get the right resources, right network, and the speed of information that's being passed up for us to identify trend. Data are very important for us to best position projects like yourself or any other projects that we will be working with. What's the best way for us to actually enter the market? What are the current trends of the local market? All this we cannot find online, right? We need the people on the ground to share the information with us. On top of it, we also want to position ourselves as like intimate as possible, having the human touch. That's why we are organizing a lot of offline events like brand conference. So all this information, how does it equate to enhancing projects party? How does it equate to like benefiting the users? Right? It's really for us to have the speed of information. We can react to the information and understanding that the information, how can we market it? Right? FOMO lah. Okay. FOMO, enhancing global partnership. Sorry, a bit warm. Enhancing global partnership. Why do we actually believe working with enhancing this global partnership is important as an exchange? Because it takes an army to move an exchange. And we have our own employee, but we also need partners out there to sail together in this journey. We identified that the market is way too big, right? We cannot be specialized in everything. We need to work together. We understand the spirit of collaboration. We understand that two is stronger than one. So that's why we always encourage a lot of partnership, collaboration, right? We have a lot of MOU signing. You see, even to a point that we actually recognizes the different countries' regulations body, the regulator, we work with them to understand the law of the land, meaning to say the crypto regulations. For us to actually abide by them, we also play as a very important role as a global or international exchange as an advisor to the local crypto regulations. So we will share with them information and data. What about incubation? Incubation is something that we actually, our founding team actually have identified as an exchange. We have all the resources, right? We have marketing tools, we have platform to trade. We can actually, there's a lot of tools at our disposal, but how can we better use it? How can we offer these tools or the resources we have to benefit more people? That the growing project party, that they require all these resources, but it's not easily available for them. So in this exchange, we actually, the founding team, the founders, the upper management actually sat down together and brainstorm. How can we best fully utilize these resources? And then they come up with this. How about we incubate? What does incubation mean? How about we work together with projects? Right? How about we provide more resources for them to grow their project, for them to be more sustainable, for them to have a longer survivability, right? How can we enhance their performance of their chart or their pricing of their token, right? So on and so forth. All this has been taken into consideration, and all these are something that we will put it out for the benefits of everyone. So we do have some selection of, we have 5 steps process, right? So first, we select quality projects. Second, we identify core products. Third, we build an effective content production and distribution channel. Fourth is creating a global effective community alliance and community, and achieve user adoption through our refined operation strategies. All these are the 5 steps that we actually have in place, right, for us, for the whole process for incubation. Feel free to speak to us more about it. I think it's going to be quite interesting at this present market. Coinstore Global Impact. I believe you guys heard about the Crypto, right? CS Connect. Just now you guys heard. You might wonder, hey, what is it? Crypto and CS Connect is our own in-house brand. Likewise, for this is our brand conference, where you can hear a lot of products, a lot of keynotes. Crypto and CS Connect is Coinstore proud brand, offline brand, right? So Crypto and CS Connect happens all over the world. The last we did was actually in India. We do have in Philippines. We help in Thailand, Philippines, a lot in the Southeast Asia, Dubai also. Conferences are like settings like that, right? So most of the time conferences we coincide with the big event. For example, like Token 2049, where everyone all over the world come down together to one single country where we can hold a conference like that, right? For us to share more of our expertise and stuff. Expo is like the booth, right? We do have a booth. The reason why we have expos, right? Because we really want to be different. How can we be different, right? We don't simply just showcase Coinstore. We bring our ecosystem. Meaning to say, the last expo we had was CoinFest Bali. So CoinFest Bali, we had about 6 partners together with us exhibiting in an expo. Why is it important? Because strength. One person do together with an exchange, right? Iron sharpen iron. That's the philosophy and the mindset we have. Right? Bring the project party along, bring the ecosystem along. It's not me progress, you stay behind. It's we progress together. Crypto, some of our crypto. India, Philippines. So crypto is relatively smaller scale. We normally hold in restaurants, pub, restaurant, a higher end restaurant. CS Connect, slightly smaller scale. Coinstore Brand Conference. A bit different now. Yeah. The first brand conference held was last year at Fullerton. Then we held one in Dubai, early, I think during May. And this is our 3rd conference. Then we have this, Coinstore Funding the Future Alpha. So you see, we always have like a brand conference, or like a Coinstore finding a future. So there's a topic behind. Whenever we have a topic behind, right, there's always a focus point that we want to drive the message across on. So this time around, it's like shaping the future of Web3. How does we think about it? What is required to shape the future of Web3? Right? So all these are the things that the thought process behind. We have a lot of VCs here today. Like James mentioned, right, we have a VC pitching behind. So projects party are actually pitching their projects to VC. Platforms like this is something that we create for them to actually enjoy, for them to participate. You know, they themselves reaching out to a VC could be quite difficult. But we offer this opportunity for them to actually present their projects in front of a VC. Next one is the KOL strategies. Let me share more about this with you guys. I think it's a bit boring, but a bit dry, but bear with me, okay? I think it's quite important for project parties or for traders, right? Coinstore, we have 3 types of KOL: Ambassador Program, Teamster, and CSL. Each serves its purpose. Everyone has a different function. Every KOL has a different function. How do we categorize them? So Ambassador Program, right, is to increase user adoption. There's a specific content, specific method, specific strategy for these KOLs to perform. Right, Teamster is to really enhance brand visibility, which is like campaigns, promotion of campaigns, certain campaigns. CSL is to create professional and customized content for the project party. So all these are 3 different categories of KOLs that we work with. Like, you might ask me, Manfred, you know, KOLs are KOLs, right? They on YouTube, they shout. They're on Twitter, they shout. Isn't it the same? On a layman terms, yes. But the usage and how we best position them to maximize the full potential of the exposure is important. And that's what we do. We have a dedicated team, marketing team, content team, branding team to work closely, and a project delivery team to work closely with KOLs right, to deliver the maximum results. Okay, so these are some of we have 1,500 international KOLs that we are working with. I think the numbers actually increasing, but this is really a ballpark figure, right? 3,000 Teamster and 300 CSL. But ultimately, they all serve one big purpose, which is marketing. Okay, this is really, okay, now we come to numbers, a lot of numbers. Our launchpad. Since August 2020, we actually started our launchpad, right? In total, we have about 44 plus IEO done, right? 45 million total fundraise, and about 3,623% over subscription. This is the strength of a platform launchpad. What does this equates to? How, I don't understand, like, what's this number mean? Meaning you say, right, in total there's 44 projects that come to Coinstore and say, hey, I want to launch my project in an exchange, right? Can you launch for me? Say, sure, we do that. So it's like IPO, right? Initial public offering, right? Initial public offering, right? If you understand the concept, then you more or less understand the concept of IEO. So we craft out a narrative, we package it in a way where we can attract the 8 million users to early purchase the token, to early commit to the token. All these are very important because new project, no one got confident, right? New project, no one knows you. But for Coinstore, we back with the Coinstore branding, right? People have the confidence. People trust, users trust that they are willing to put their money down. That's why we can total over fundraise 45 million and the oversubscription rate. All this is probably our champion, or something that we are proud to say that we achieved it, right? To position 44 new projects in front of 44 new projects to a seasoned traders, right? Or Coinstore users, for them to believe in it, to put their money down. So our commitment for IEO, right, is Ambassador, Teamster are basically the one that drive our IEO. That's why I say we have different KOLs for different use. We use IEO, we use them to push our IEO also. Okay, now comes to IEO 2.0. So after understanding some of the issues or the problems that we face during IEO 1.0, we have derived for IEO 2.0. What does IEO 2.0? IEO 2.0 definitely has a higher requirement, I think way higher requirement. Why? Because we are looking not simply just a launch. We want to be in that collaboration with a project to ensure that the project can grow in the next 6 months. So it's very important for us to actually set high standards, high requirements, right? And not simply we set requirements, then we give them we set requirement, then you do, right? No, we actually work together with them and giving them the right resources to ensure that they hit the milestones. So IEO 2.0 requires our robust network of BD also, right? To tap into different market resources. Coinstore Labs. Coinstore Labs is something new, right? Accelerator program, blockchain development, so on and so forth. Okay, establishment of Coinstore Labs, we're actually here to establish, to find out more, to find high quality projects, work with relevant project incubation team, incubation team, everything. Feel free to reach out to me, speak to me more about how can we collaborate together. Okay, incubate your project at Coinstore. So we have like I said, resources, right? Tap into each other's resources. Tap into our resources. How can we help your project? How can we incubate your project? How can we grow your project? Right? Those are questions I will ask, that I will want to know. Right? Speak to us, find out more what can we offer. Last but not least, hackathon. So we have been working with 2 mainnet now. I think now the latest one is Dfinity. So how does this, you might ask, why is this important? Hackathon is actually building ecosystem for us to actually put it out there, promote a mainnet or layer 2. We can see tangible results. We will see builders build on the chain, right? Because this, in order for us to grow, work together with a mainnet or a layer 2, is how to grow your ecosystem. By growing your ecosystem is having more people to transact, having more people to build on it. By doing a hackathon, right, we can get the word out far and fast. And we have the expertise to do it. We have a dedicated team, marketing team, project delivery team, execution team to actually assist in that. You don't have to do it yourself, right? So picture this, it's like you come to me and say, we need 5 projects to build on this. Right? We do what we do, we pass it back to you and say, 5 projects that is building on you guys. Right? So it's a lot of saving the hassle, saving the, we do what we do best, you do what you do best by building. The better you build, the more developed it is, the more people who build. Let us bring the people in. Let us do the heavy lifting in the marketing side. Let us do the heavy lifting in terms of all your other areas. So you focus on building. So that's the goal that we want in Coinstore. Anyway, thanks for hearing me. That's my end of my speech, my keynote. And yeah, feel free to reach out to anyone who's wearing Coinstore t-shirt, the business development, if you would love to know more. If not, thank you so much, guys, and have a great day.
Thank you, Manfred. Thank you, Manfred. What an insightful sharing about Coinstore. So we heard of how Coinstore actually do our offline events, having online presence, and we also heard about Coinstore Labs. So through Coinstore Labs, Coinstore hope to empower and encourage more new projects and more new entrepreneurs within the Web3 industry. So speak about projects and ecosystem partners. Next on, I would like to welcome our keynote as well as our sponsor, Mr. Mark Bernier. He's the founder of DaffiOne, flying all the way from St. Martin. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to Once again, borrow your hands. Give a round of warm applause to Mr. Mark Bernier. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Start by saying that I'm feeling a bit like a zombie today. I've landed 24 hours ago, 36 hours of flight, so I'll ad-lib this. There's no way I can remember what the text was. I can barely remember my name right now. Well, we're from blockchain crypto, right? So we're used to challenging conditions and operating in a fog, so that's shouldn't be a problem. Just hope that I'm gonna get a 20-minute bull run before my token totally crashed. All right, DAFI stands for Decentralized Autonomous Frictionless Finance. We come from a fintech, TradFi originally, then fintech background. For those of you who may remember, like in the early 2010, up to 20% of the population, even in rich developed countries, were considered unbanked. Even higher number than that were considered underserved. And fintech was created to reduce the fees and to allow those unbanked to operate in the normal banking system. The premises under which all this was created is they became buzzword, unbanked, inclusion, and fintech achieved a lot of results. I think it's clear that today, for example, in the UK, less than 2% of the population don't have bank accounts compared to higher in the 2 digits just 15 years ago. The US success are a bit less, more limited, but still much more people have bank accounts than they used to. We ourselves, the team behind DAFI, we come from TradFi originally, bond issuance, debt card services. We adopted the fintech model in the early 2010. We created 2 e-banks, fintech style. One of which had a lot of success. We also operate a payment system, so we kind of know what we're talking about. We've had years of experience. And when blockchain came around, we started 4 years ago looking at blockchain. We realized that's the way of the future. That's how you change the world. And this thing can deliver on where fintech failed. Fintech, when you look at fintech today, it looks like a success, but it's a success in rich countries. It has had very little impact on emerging market, and that's where the everyone, everywhere that we're promoting comes from. In our opinion, sorry. Like I said, I'm not all there, so just. I'll go this way. All right. So that's where everyone, everywhere comes from. In our view, a blockchain can do more than just build on where fintech left off. Blockchain can actually seriously improve the situation. Our view is that it shouldn't be to continue on the inclusion and then lower fees. We believe that blockchain's mandate should be everyone, everywhere, equal financial opportunities. I'll explain later what we mean by that, but it's a much wider mandate than purely inclusion. I'm lost here. Okay. A tangible example of this is if a merchant, for example, in an emerging market, he normally pays his employee once a month. What if that merchant, in the meantime, could place his money on a daily market in order to gain interest during that period, DeFi style? If the payments are all based on digital currencies and it's all handled digitally, those things are absolutely feasible. And it's what big companies in developed world and rich countries are doing. So why shouldn't small merchant and emerging market have the same opportunities? And that's where our equal opportunity come from. Similarly, when you're making payroll in emerging market, you end up with a bunch of fees. A lot of the employees, especially if they're migrant or unbanked, have to show up at the bank to cash in a check. The bank is charging them a fee to cash the check. We believe that those things can be addressed by blockchain, and we can solve a lot of those using blockchain technology. Those employees can then just use their wallet that contains a self-custodial account, so they're not dependent on the bank, giving them permission to have a bank account, and they can go to the store and actually purchase goods, pay for services, even send their kids to school and pay internationally using those self-custodial accounts. That's what we're setting out to do. That's what Daffy is about. What we've built is we've built the DaffiOne wallet and DaffiOne Pay at this point. The DaffiOne Pay is a at-counter payment system. We believe that as the world needs blockchain and crypto, but crypto needs the world. We need to bring, in order to achieve mass adoption, we need to bring blockchain and crypto to the street corners everywhere, not just online, but in the actual street of our cities, in the hands of the general population, not just for crypto trading usage. Blockchain can easily achieve that. So the system we've built, the DaffiOne Pay, can easily compete against a card system. It actually goes further than most card systems. Through the dashboard, a company can own and manage multiple properties. At each one of those properties can have a different service area. For each one of those service areas, she then creates point-of-sale terminals that can be installed on simple devices like phones or tablets. For each one of those point-of-sale, she can appoint managers, she can appoint operators, and the company manager can manage all of this real easily. All this is done through non-custodial account on the ends of the merchant. And similarly, the customers can just show up and pay using their wallet, using non-custodial account again, and make payments at the merchant. It has the advantage of very low fees. It all relies on open pools, normal LP pools. So even if you're converting at the real market price. There's no increase in the price that you're converting at. We're not touching that. We're just providing the system here, just the technology. We've started this, and our focus is on the travel industry because it's our opinion that the easiest place to prove that the system has value and the system can solve a lot of problems. The travel industry is an easy one. People, let's say you go from London and you're going to St. Lucia, because we're mostly focusing Caribbean at first. You go to St. Lucia, well, the first thing you're going to do in St. Lucia when you arrive is go to an ATM, because the taxi doesn't have card terminals. Then the bank will charge you $6 for the use of their terminal, and your bank will charge you a cut on the exchange rate in order to get the local currency so you can go pay the taxi. You've just lost about an hour or 30 minutes to an hour of your time right on landing just so you can pay your taxi. With a blockchain system, the person in the UK could have acquired whatever stablecoin they want, or the digital currency if that country has a digital currency, or even use any one of the main cryptocurrency, Matic or any one of them, and make the payment directly at the taxi without going to the ATM. The same thing when it goes to a small restaurant or a small shop. In emerging markets, terminals are not that easy to come across. The banks are really difficult to provide terminals to small merchants. They prefer to force people to go to the bank. It's better for them, for their business model. So the travel industry, like I said, is an easy place to go prove our system. It's got benefit for the customers, which are the tourists traveling. It's got serious benefit to the merchant, much lower cost. And in addition to that, it's got benefit for the government, because a lot of those governments for years have been trying to move away from cash economy, but the bank and the bank lobbying are kind of forcing them into that position where they keep relying on cash. It's better for their system. It's very obvious, like I said, in payroll situation where the cost of making payroll, giving time off to your employee to go cash a check, as astronomic costs, the bank again preferred that system. So we've built all of this. We've built the terminals, we've built the wallet. The wallet takes a everyday approach. It's a bit different than a MetaMask or the rest. It looks more like online banking. It's very easy to use. You can download it, started September 30th, or it's available on beta on Android if you're on Android right now, but the official version comes out on the 30th. The DaffiOne pay system starts rolling out in the Caribbean on October 15th. We've been at this for 4 years. Like I say, we've got extensive experience in TradFi, FinTech, and the rest, so we kind of know what we're doing here. And we're strong believers that crypto is the solution for the future. FinTech and the TradFi can try to build, like they're doing right now, instant payment or faster payments. They remain regional solutions. They work within the country or certain regions. They don't really work across borders. Additionally, there's limitation to what they can do. It's basically putting patches to existing solution and infrastructure, but those infrastructure are not designed and have limitation. Blockchain can bring us to the next version of the financial system, which is not just a building on what FinTech left off, but really let's remake the entire thing. Let's change the way it is so everyone, everywhere has the same financial opportunities and the same services. As part of the Daffy terminal, the DaffiOne Pay system, we've also built a reward system that's based on a token DeFi style, where every time you make a purchase at a merchant, you get a 1% reward paid in Daffir in your wallet. The 1% can be used at future purchases as cash, or you can just trade them on centralized exchange or on decentralized exchange, turn them to stable coins or other cryptocurrencies, or you can accumulate and stake them in order to pay for your next vacation. Like I said, we're very much focused on the tourism sector at first. First of all, it also makes us less threatening for the banks and the rest. Like it's a sector that nobody has really paid much attention to. So it's a sector that's fairly easy to disrupt, travel payments. We have large hotel groups interested to participate because they're all interested to take crypto. They do not want to take the exposure of crypto, and we resolve that by turning everything as the transaction is done to stable coins. Again, we believe our system will help advance blockchain by proving to the world that it can provide tangible day-to-day applications that can benefit everybody, and that brings about a new way of looking at things and achieving things that were previously done using the banking system with the failure that it currently has. That's pretty much a conclusion here. Again, I'm sorry, I'm not in the best shape this morning, so that's pretty much it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. All right, very casual, very easy morning by Mark. Everyone, everywhere. It's basically Web3, decentralized, community, right? That's the key elements that build up Web3 up till today. So, without further ado, next up, I'd like to welcome our next keynote speaker, Professor Shinya Yamamoto. He's the founder and community owner of DICT. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Yamamoto.
Thank you very much, everyone. My name is Shinya Yamamoto. I'm just arrived at the Singapore Changi Airport yesterday from Tokyo, Japan. Probably only Japanese people today here. So I am actually a professor at the 3 medical school and the 2 business school in Japan. And also a social entrepreneur, angel investor, and also closely working with the central government and the local government, how to optimize our society with cutting-edge technologies. Then how to move forward to the new era with the blockchain technology and the NFT. Then DICT, we call DICT, stands for Design Innovation Co-Creation Technology. Originally started from Shibuya City, Tokyo, Japan. I actually started this community as a project prototyping platform in March 2022, just after COVID-19 pandemic. Then this is my LinkedIn profile, but please connect me anytime. But I am currently planning a Web3 community to collaborate with the Coinstore. Then this is my research question and hypothesis as a research, as academic research, how we can create a valuable project or startup company from the scratch. Then my hypothesis is a DAO, decentralized autonomous organization, is the most effective approach in the current era. Then 2 years, 6 months ago, I started only by myself from the scratch. No one supported. I didn't invite my friend or industry client or partner, just started by myself. But I have been repeatedly posting like LinkedIn or social media. Then now we have a lot of projects, mainly in Japan, but are now expanding to the global. So I will tell you about the more details about our current project, but not only just a small project, but we have already science and the technology-driven tech startup company too. And then have been closely working with the central government and also local government in Japan for the regional revitalization project. So my community's purpose is how we can bring real asset, real project, real startup companies, business to Web3 world. And then how we can connect such real asset and the project, business, to the technology as a blockchain. Probably no one couldn't do this because we have a huge gap between Web 2 and the Web3 world. This is one of my purpose. Then another one, this is a DICT farm trip tour to collaborate with one of local government, and then he's actually mayor of this city. So we have a lot of contracts from the government and the local government too. Then this is like a photograph related events, but I will show you later. Then this is the results after 2 years, 6 months later. We have actually created 12 companies registered in Shibuya City, Tokyo. After I started this community, 12. And then all of those companies, the revenue and the profit were positive as a first year financial statement. Because we don't hire anyone. We just work with a community member as a DAO. And then one of the largest business from this community, last year revenue was more than 1 million USD. And then we had received the government grant from central government in Japan and also Tokyo metropolitan government to create such platform. So Japanese government currently is really keen to collaborate and support to such type of Web3 business and also community-driven, incubation and the network space. Then this one is music. Can you start? Oh, music. Couldn't start? Okay, so this one, history of a Toji. We call master of sake. Since long time ago, we have such culture. Master of sake create Japanese sake, of course. But this team is totally DAO since 100 years ago. No one belongs to the company. No one belongs to the team or government. But sake, Toji DAO has been working as one team for, during the winter season. And then probably you have experience to have some sake before, but this is a really good example. Japanese people are really familiar with the DAO actually approach. So then we have been working with our community member from phase 1, and this is actually dictatorship phase by myself as an owner. But we are now on the phase 2. This is the oligarchy phase with some, core community members right now. And I have been delegating a lot of, things and the projects to them. Then now we are towered into the phase 3 as a management 3.0 to be discussed in 2024. But I'm now planning to have ICO and listing in Coinstore. Then this is a totally democracy phase as a Web3 with a DAO. Then formulation of the economic circle with DICT token we already created, and a variety of digital assets as an NFT. So the Coinstore is one of big partner of DICT currently. We are closely working between Singapore and Japan, Tokyo. Then ongoing project from here. So this is a DICT-based Fuji. Probably you know Mount Fuji is one of the most beautiful mountain in the world, but we have started the hotel accommodation business here by using a trailer house, including such type of hotel room and then beautiful foods and the drinks with a sauna, Finland sauna, with of course much nature, beautiful nature. So please let me know if you come to Tokyo, I can invite you here to stay one night. Beautiful, beautiful place. And then this one is a DICT-based Miyako. Miyako is part of island of Okinawa Prefecture, probably you know, close to Taiwan. Then we have also another hotel accommodation here. A beautiful sea. And then much nature here. So we can work here. We have a boot camp here with our team. And then of course customers from outside of Japan are staying in Fuji or Miyako currently to have a discussion with me and with our community. Then this one, DICT-based Toyooka. Toyooka City is one of local government we have been collaborating with. So this is a very traditional Japanese style old house. And then we renovated this old house for our community space. So you can stay here. We have a hot spring spa too. And then we have a lot of events here. And then we can co-create with the local people too. And he's my partner here, but this is really nice. And actually, after Singapore, I'm visiting Toyooka to have a music event with the community member. Then this one, Cafe.DICT, we created a cafe business from here with school kids. And then Higashi town is a small town, part of Japanese, one of prefecture. And then we are currently collaborating with a local farmer to create more like vegetable, fruits, blah, blah, blah. Then we bring such products from Higashi's town to Tokyo, Shibuya City, then to sell people in Tokyo. So this is a good project with them, for them. And then the government, local government is really happy to work with us. Then another topic, I'm professor at Tohoku University, Smart Aging Research Center, and also Hosei University Business School in Tokyo. So those two medical institute and the business school has already been our official partner of DICT. So we have already registered 2 startup companies from Tohoku University Smart Aging Research Center. One of them is Alzheimer's disease-related preventive medication business and technology. And at Hosei University Business School, they are my students, but they have already registered their own startup company too. So collaboration with National University, Medical Institute, Business School in Japan, I can say this is only one community in Japan to collaborate with such type of academia. Then map of DICT locations. So including location of a university and also my hotel accommodation as our base. Then another topic, ISPIM, is one of the largest and the oldest academic society for innovation management. Stands for the International Society for Professional Innovation Management, originally from Stockholm. Then I am actually one of the scientific panel of this international society, and then brought their coming conference in Osaka, Japan, coming early December. This is the first time to be held in Japan, but please join this international conference for innovation management. Lots of Web3 people are also joining. Then also expanding our collaboration worldwide. So Talking Health is from Australia, originally started from Sydney. They are health tech focusing on the community by using a podcasting. And then the Overview Society from Los Angeles. I am also one of their community member, but we have already started to collaborate between Tokyo and Los Angeles and Australia. And then probably some of you may know the, it's not Overview Society, but the Founder Institute, green one, from Palo Alto, California. Accelerator, incubation, and venture capital. Then Venture Brick is from Singapore, same medtech focused incubation accelerator program and the venture capital. Then Coral One is from San Francisco, same community like by using DAO. So we are expanding to the global collaboration, not only in Japan or Tokyo, then I really would like to make academic evidence how we can make more value, then more business or company by using a community-driven approach. Then DICT agency is a DAO type of talent agency. So we have such type of company too in Tokyo. So they are professional photographer, musician, composer, blah, blah, blah. Then this one is one of our project, Studio DICT, photo session by top photographer. The central guy is a very famous photographer in Japan. And then this one, DICT Publishing. We have already registered a publishing company too in Tokyo. We have, of course, ISBN code. And then this is, of course, Japanese languages, but we can also publish an English one. Then this is a DICT podcast. So you can show the video here. Video? Yes. Then we started the DICT podcast as our one of project and the business too. Then this one, DICT Records, DICT Music DAO. We have been creating a new music, new sounds with a famous composer and music producers. And then one of them, that one is actually music of the Japanese local movie, film. And then this one, Sonatine, famous composer who created the music of Japanese famous manga, animation. You know, Attack of Titan, Pokemon, Precure. He's a composer of that. So we actually share the right, music business right between composer and our community by using an NFT. So actually, we don't pay to him for the music creation, but he's also involved in our community member. He's enjoying. Then this is a Miura Peninsula in Japan. The sounds, please. It's a field recording. So the field recording in the Miura Peninsula. Miura is one of our DICT base Miura. Then we recorded, professional producer recorded actually. And then we are now, how can I say? We are now onboarding those platforms right now. And then getting monetization from here. Of course, all rights within DICT community. Then everything done. Final video, please. So thank you so much for your kind attention. But this will be a final video. All our community member, CEO, investor, musician, artist, creator, scientist, technology engineer, professor, governor, mayor, kids, teacher, educator too. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Yamamoto. Very interesting sharing from Professor Yamamoto. Right, a lot of videos, visuals. That's how education has been should be done. That's how sharing can be done better as well. Feel free to mingle with Prof. Yamamoto also. He's flying all the way from Japan yesterday, reaching in Singapore. So catch him while you can. Next up, our next session will be a panel discussions. So today's first panel discussions, we'll be talking about Layer 1 and Layer 2 synergy, fueling the growth of Web3 ecosystem. As you can see behind me, the sofas are setting up, it's getting ready. Okay, so today's panel session, the first one, is going to be moderated by Mr. James To, Head of BDs from Coinstore. And we are glad to also welcome our panelists, Daniel, the head of DeFi from Polygon Labs, Kevin, co-founder of BitLayer, Justin, contributor at Injective Labs, as well as Maud, the CEO of Alephium. Okay, so a round of applause. It's a cold morning. Let's clap your hand to warm up a bit. We have the moderator and the guests on the stage.
Okay. Hi everybody, it's me again. Okay, we're going to start our first panel. Okay, this panel is a little bit more technical because the rest of the panels will be more on VC based, while this is very much on layer 1, layer 2. But of course, for information, I'm not from the tech side of things. I'm an ex-banker, and I'm sure many of our audience are trying to learn. So let's keep this a little bit more simple for those people for us to understand. Okay, I think we'll just start off with introduction. Okay, we'll do an introduction and also what your technology is about, and also is there anything latest that you want to share with our audience here? Okay, thank you. We start with Daniel.
Hi everyone, I'm Daniel, the head of DeFi at Polygon Labs. So Polygon has three general products and one general goods. The three products we are kind of like pushing is Polygon POS chain, Polygon ZK VM chain, and also Polygon CDK, which is our chain development kit. And then we also kind of like work together with a lot of other builders to advocate what we call the aggregation layer that you might have heard on Twitter, which is called the short form for egg layer essentially, where we try to unify multiple chains. So my role as the head of DeFi is to kind of like grow across the three products and one general goods and support the ecosystem growth across all of them essentially. Very happy to be here to share with you guys about Polygon. Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah. So next we have Kevin, co-founder of BitLayer. Yeah.
My name is Kevin from BitLayer Projects. First of all, thanks for the invitation. I joined the industry in 2017. I have built several blockchains, several load-ups, and MPC platforms. And generally speaking, I'm a technical guy. And we start, and previously I worked for Huobi for several years, and responsible for the blockchain team and security team. And we start BitLayer last year, Q3, when I was helping ABCD Capital to do the DC meeting and CC meeting. And our mission is to build a verification ability on Bitcoin, which is a missing part of Bitcoin. With this technology, we can build a two-way pack trustless bridge between Bitcoin and other blockchains. And also, we have got Franklin Templeton supported us, and we have built a very good ecosystem, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. BitLayer is also our host for today. We really appreciate. Okay. And next we have Ms. Maud Benwood, COO of Alephium.
Alephium, yes.
Alephium. Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. So Alephium is a proof of work layer 1 that is fully smart contract enabled and scalable. So what really drive the creation of Alephium was seeing that when it comes to decentralized application, the majority of the industry was kind of building onto the same technical foundation, the account model, EVM compatible, and proof of stake, which are great and valid choices, but for us, it felt like it was really important to also offer alternative and something, and continue to innovate into other areas, because we felt like, decentralization is what initially brought a lot of people to Bitcoin and to blockchain in general, and we really wanted to, keep that really foundational value while we were scaling security as well as bringing programmability. So we exist within kind of the big family of UTXO and proof of work, but we are fully smart contract enabled with our own virtual machine and smart contract language. We have the second largest TVL of all proof of work chain after Bitcoin. And we have a young but very booming ecosystem. And recently, if any one of you is familiar with proof of work, we had some of the leading manufacturer of ASICs, which is specialized mining hardware, release Alephium-specific miners, which was a really strong show of faith from the proof of work industry into our project. And we have really a lot of more things to come. So excited to be talking about this today with you guys.
Thank you, welcome. And lastly, we have Justin, who is a contributor for Injective Foundation. Yeah.
Hi guys, my name is Justin. I'm from the Injective Labs team. I'm on the business side of things, so mainly I oversee anything to do with our ecosystem or any form of externals. Well, I'm going to give off a couple buzzwords just so I get people's attention. So Injective Labs is a project that was actually coming out of the Binance Launchpad project. We've been funded by Pantera, Jump back in the day. We've been around for about 3 years, I think. At the end of this year, we'll have 3 years on the mainnet. So we've been around for some time now. And frankly speaking, it's been both a really rewarding time and a challenging time to be building. But if you guys are interested, hopefully, are a blockchain built for finance. So specifically, we have our tech stack really geared towards bringing financial primitives and infrastructure on chain. We can get into this a little bit more, but all you need to know is we run, instead of using AMMs as the pricing formula for a chain, we run our own on-chain order book, and that serves as the liquidity layer for anyone that intends to build on Injective. And that order book itself, while difficult to maintain, has been really rewarding, like I said, and is supported by a lot of institutions and market makers. So just a little context about Injective. I'm sure James will bring us more questions that I can provide more context on.
Okay, thank you. So without further ado, we will just start with the first question, okay? Question number one, in the context of Web3, what do you consider is the most important innovation in layer 1 projects? And what sets your respective projects apart in this area? We can start with Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like important, I think securing like users and developers' attention, that's like really, really key. I think at least from the point of Polygon, that's one thing that we've been really, really pushing. So we essentially launched our first chain, Polygon POS, like nearly 4 or 5 years ago, actually. And after that launch, I think a lot of people probably spent some time on the Polygon network, which is a POS chain. You might have heard of like Goose Finance and a lot of things from the DeFi summer, essentially. So essentially Polygon right now actually has like 8 co-founders. And the general idea is that we would always push the frontier forward in terms of enabling users and developers. So that's why you also see us leading the charge in building like the aggregated layer, for example, where we could aggregate and unify liquidity across different chains. And the general idea is that, hey, you know, like we believe that the industry is always moving forward. And as our co-founder Sandeep will always say is that, hey, you know, like if AI is also relevant within the space, we will also bring it in, and we also unify it in the crypto context. And in terms of supporting developers, we want them to have the best technology. So I think like Polygon's like multifaceted, and we essentially try to enable both users and developers. At the end of the day, like crypto is it's kind of like a gathering of like community, right? A lot of people gather around like different nucleuses, and we are here to enable that. Yeah, so that's the quick sharing of what Polygon's view is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Kevin?
Yeah, about me, I have been in several cycles in this industry, and I think the most important thing is to create the environments and infrastructure for the so-called mass adoption. Actually, we have talked so much about it, but I think previously, actually, there's a lot of technical issues. But during the last cycle from 2020, and we have a lot of innovations and already can build for mass adoptions, such as the MPC wallets, AA accounts, and gasless consumption, gasless experience that's already implemented, and we can use that for the daily life for users. That's the user part. And also, based on the layer 2 model, and we can build a lot of blockchains with high performance executions that can maybe we can build an on-chain exchange, like on-chain perp and something like that. So I think the mass adoption infra is already. So let's build the user case applications.
Nice. Next, Ms. Maud.
Yeah. So I think obviously for any layer one or any chain building, obviously scalability is a given. Like this is no longer like kind of a question. For us, it was really important to maintain decentralization and really bring together an infrastructure that was robust for decentralized application. I do agree with a lot of what you said. I do feel like people still underestimate how complex it is to navigate the space, even for experienced users and developers. Like it remains a challenge to write secure smart contract. It remains something that is not accessible to everyone, every kind of developers. And again, even experienced developer still encounter a lot of challenges. So for us, it was really important to, in addition to obviously tackling the blockchain trilemma, right? It was also to focus on developer and user experience, and on the developer side, making it easy for developers to write secure smart contract so they can really focus on innovating and building and kind of also having a little bit of fun, right? Because I think this is where some of the most lasting innovation also comes from, when people have a little bit of freedom. And right now, security still remains a great, great challenge. So this is something that was really important for us to bring, and making it, again, faster, easier to build and deploy application, while having a strong foundation that was high throughput, scalable, and secure.
I think for this I have to mention, as a user, speed is important. So scalability and speed is quite important. Okay, next we have Justin.
Yeah, I'm actually going to take the contrarian approach over here. I think we focus too much on the technology in this industry, not enough about how you simplify the technology. So to answer your question, James, I think every advancement has been very important, from the original AMM pricing formula, XY equals to K, up to now you've got complexities to chain abstraction, account abstraction, fee abstractions. But the end goal should always not just be user experience or developer experience. I actually think the reader experience is very important. What I mean by reader experience is, can people down at the stage right now read something that Polygon is publishing, Injective is publishing, Lithium is publishing, or Bitlayer is publishing, and understand exactly what we are doing, right? Because we have these complex terms, solvent networks, we have chain abstractions. I don't know, like, I don't even think people in this industry knows what they're talking about half the time. So how can we expect people who reads them to know what this means? I think the biggest end goal, before you even get to user experience, should be publish content that can enable people to understand, hey, this is the end-to-end user journey. This is what I'm actually empowering the smart contracts to do. This is what I'm actually empowering myself to do. So instead of focusing so much on technology, I think that's been a huge push, at least from the Injective side, to simplify things down to the fact that, we keep saying this, like, we don't need to know, we shouldn't know which chain that we're on. If I'm on Polygon right now, if I'm on Polymarket, I shouldn't need to know that I'm on Polygon. I should just be able to use it. And I think they've done an incredible job, right? Things like that is what's more important for us.
Yeah, exactly. Coming from Web2 industry, I think sometimes the barriers to entry is actually the very high level of technological level that people need to understand. Sometimes it just pushes lay people away, because they find that they are putting money into things that they don't understand. So actually being able to be more layman and let them know what it means to them actually is very important for a person like me. Yeah. Okay, second question. How can layer 1 projects strike the right balance between security, speed, and decentralization as they continue to evolve? Once again, we come back to Daniel.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. At least from my point of view, so just now I said, hey, Polygon has 3 products, and advocating for one public good, right? So on our front, we are pushing for the aggregation layer, and that's where we are kind of contributing, I would say, towards decentralization. The general idea is that, hey, there's gonna be a a general decentralized liquidity platform where a lot of different chains can actually tap into and then connect into. So we kind of have right now, for example, like XLayer from OKX. We also have ImmutableX that's tapped into it. And we currently have around 29 different chains that's tapping into the aggregated layer. And the general idea is that, hey, like Polygon's not charging any fees at all. So we are kind of advocating for it, but we don't charge any fees. It's a complete public loop where essentially if you build your own chain and you are tapped into it, you can actually draw the liquidity. Hey, if you have a great product and you have a great application that's on your chain, then the access to the liquidity can actually help you a lot. You can kind of like bring the TVA over to your own chain. And this public good is something that I think Polygon has like really stood for so many years, right? We've been pushing EVM together with EF, and that's what we want to continue to push essentially. So the aggregation layer is like something that we advocate for very strongly. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Kevin?
Actually, I have built several layer ones, and some of them fails, some of them get very good results. And for me, technically, actually, there's no mystery things, just trading, just trade-off between the decentralization level and the scalability, and people have to make a trade-off between this. And such as like Solana make trade-off by the high performance, and we think the most important is if you're building a layer one, you should make your own alignment. Like Ethereum, like make the DeFi a high level of decentralization, and Bitcoin is a payment, and then also it's a huge liquidity. And Solana they're facing the retail users. So if you're building a new layer one, you have to think about what are the purpose and what are the alignments you make. That is very important. And some new layer ones just focus on the consumer part. That will be wise. And some people like Monad focus on high performance that provide a new environment for the high frequency trading program, something like that. So this is the things we need to think about.
Maud?
Yeah, I think obviously we talked about it's always like a balance and trade-offs. I think it's always important to remember that there's always trade-off in everything. What we try to, I feel like what is important is to, again, another kind of trade-off between kind of being principled, so kind of following like the red line of your vision, but also being a bit pragmatic into how you follow this red line. We try to go a little bit step by step and to also grow and evolve as the ecosystem grow and evolve, because you can't figure out, I mean, okay, maybe some people can, I shouldn't speak for everyone, but it's difficult to figure out from the get-go exactly how are people going to use your chain, how things are going to pan out. So it's important to remain also flexible and, and open to iteration and evolving. And, keeping your core principles strong and iterate on this. And I think being resilient to change is something that is very critical, because we've seen that through the cycle, things change in ways sometimes we can't expect, and building resilience as kind of the principal foundation of what you're building as a layer one is crucial.
Justin?
It's a loaded question because I kind of want to say it's a trilemma, but it's not a trilemma. I think I actually feel like a chain should have the resources to address all three pain points, because decentralization is the entire ethos of us as an industry. So that's a given. You cannot sacrifice that at all. You can't just operate under a single validator, right? So that's a given. That must happen. Speed and security. Security, obviously, for good reason. If I don't have security on a chain, why would I trust them myself to put money into the smart contracts that's operating on this chain? Speed is the one that I'm a bit iffy about. Not because I don't think speed is important, but because speed right now, in the traditional sense, I'm assuming most people here are thinking it in TPS, right? Like, hey, I can hit 5,000 TPS, 10,000 TPS, whatever people want to say. But the truth of the matter is you're not hitting that. You're not ever really hitting that upper rate limit. In fact, if you do, I think the entire industry would have done 10 or 20-fold by now. So, so my actual answer is you should be trying to solve for this trilemma. You actually can solve for these trilemma, but also understand that there are I think to what Mont, Kevin, and Daniel was saying, there are trade-offs to things, and I feel like right now where we're standing, you can trade off speed to a certain extent because you're not just really going to have that much demand at this point.
All right. Okay. Third question. As the multi-chain ecosystem expands, cross-chain interoperability, I always struggle with this word, is becoming crucial. How is your project tackling this challenge, and how do you promote collaboration across different blockchains? Yeah, Daniel?
I'm going to talk about the aggregation layer again. So the general idea is that the aggregation layer allows users, right, coming from different networks to be able to collaborate and essentially work together. I think at least from the Polygon's public goods point of view, it's like, so this is something that we are advocating. Right now, we have quite a lot of builders that's using Polygon CDK to launch their own chains, and then they tap into the aggregation layer. But the 2B future is that, hey, you know, like we want a lot of more and other chains that might not even have these specifications to also tap into the aggregation layer, where it's like a public good. We essentially allow people to end users to move from one chain to another chain easily, and the best projects can actually access the liquidity. So the one thing that I haven't mentioned is that, hey, you know, when you have a spot, right, where people can kind of like come together, then essentially we kind of reduce the fragmentation that's within DeFi actually. And this is kind of important because DeFi is right now like a base layer within the ecosystem. It enables, for example, if you are tackling gaming, trading of gaming assets, if you are tackling maybe SocialFi, then that's the SocialFi aspect. And then maybe a newer trend like DPIN-Fi, decentralized infrastructure, then, you know, there is always that financial aspect. So enabling that is going to be very, very critical when we talk about interop. There are obviously other solutions when it comes to interop. So I actually came from Algorand, and I actually joined Polygon like 6 weeks ago. But the general idea is that when it comes to interop, there's also this bridging infrastructure layer, right? And we are seeing a lot of effort being put in by developers and users across intents, actually. So intents, which is essentially solvers networks, is something that I'm very bullish about, but it actually pushes the industry in a different direction. It pushes it towards slightly more centralized manner, but that's also another way where interoperability can increase, and then there's a trade-off where decentralization kind of like decreases. So it's a balancing act actually, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for teaching me interop. It's much easier. Okay, Kevin.
Yeah, I will start the answer from old Chinese saying that 分久必合，合久必分. That means that if it will be from fragmentation to unified, and then from unified to fragmentation, and we can, because I actually old builder in this space. Why Ethereum build load-ups? Because they met technical issues when they building the sharding. Building cross-sharding executions, they met issues in about 2018, and they cannot solve it. Then they decided, let's go separate, let's go fragment it, and then the low-up-centric roadmap happened, arise, and we got multiple, maybe dozens of hundreds of layer 2s there. Yeah. Loadup is a good model, and actually it have done the things that Polkadot and Cosmos want to do, and now, but we also get a lot of trouble for the users. Like if I own USDC, actually I have a lot of USDC exposures in many blockchains. That actually is a disaster. So this is why people are going to think, how can we unify again? This is why the chain abstractions and the share execution and share the base rollups that happens. This is why people are creating new ideas and new projects and new items and new words about these things. And for me, I think we should back to the user perspective. What user needs? Actually, user maybe just need some some kind of wallets. I don't mind if which blockchain I'm using. Actually, this is something like I don't care which bank actually I access to. I just like to have a wallet that aggregates all this wallet balance and wallet asset. I mean, that's all. And if I want to do some transfer and just use the one interface, that's all. And this, do you need some kind of new innovation to do the interoperability? That is not, I think, maybe for now we do have a lot of research work to do, because if you want to unify the liquidity in different blockchains, there you have to lock something and you have to release things. So it cannot be synchronized, it should be asynchronized. Based on these new paradigms of programming on chain, we do have a lot of research work to do. For now, doing the transferring is just only one step. We need to build a unified experience for the users. Yeah, this is my idea.
Okay, more.
Thank you. I think on our end, we really believe in a multi-chain future. It's important to recognize that different people will have different needs and to celebrate the fact that those needs are answered in different ways. And this is really something that is actually beautiful, and fully agree about the need for unification. It's very challenging, and it taps into other things we'll be talking, because always you do. In those cases, decentralization is often kind of the first thing to go out, to be sacrificed. And it will be interesting to look at how research and actually innovation will try to solve this. And yeah, on our end, really, we try to be as interoperable as we can at our level. So obviously Bridge, Oracles, but we're very young, and this is kind of a little bit of a benefit because we have a lot of things to focus on, and we can really observe what the industry is doing and really look at kind of the best practice, what have been tested. Obviously, you mentioned this, like roll-ups are really kind of the most advanced implementation right now. Obviously, again, with the sequencer, decentralization is still a big question, but it will be very interesting to see how we can bring back a unified experience.
Thank you. Justin?
Yeah, I think my answer is you can only solve it one step at a time, because 2 years ago, the answer probably would have been, and much like for us, very lucky to be one of the first partners of Wormhole and be like, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, the answer would have been, let's go Wormhole, let's go layer 0, let's just set up a bridge. And then you move forward and you start realizing roll-up starts happening, EVM starts popping off, SVM starts popping off, Cosmos has had its time, and you start realizing there are different variations of a single token itself. So now there's ERC20 versions of the USDT, there's CW20 for the Cosmos side of things for USDT, but these two are not equivalent to each other. So I can't use ERC20 assets on most Cosmos chains, right? So, but that's conversations that was happening 2-3 years back. So the answer to you, James, is you can only deal with what's ahead, because really chain abstraction started taking off this year. So unified experience, like what Kevin was referencing to, about even being able to export your wallets, your EOAs, into a single unified wallet itself, and take away all these free abstraction modules and be able to just use assets from another chain on a different chain. These are all things that we're just starting to explore in the past 9 months. So what we can do from our side, and what we are trying to do is, yes, enable that as soon as we can, but also understand you gotta stay light on your feet, because you buy into just one, like, hypothetical situation. If a chain really bought into just bridging as the main solution from 3 years back to now, I promise you the next year or two, they're gonna realize this is insufficient, because now bridging takes time. Now I have to worry about a wrapped version of an asset arriving on the destination chain. So in my opinion, my answer is just to stay light on the feet, see where it goes, and obviously to enable the toolings that comes with each of our advancements.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, technology is always evolving, and sometimes we cannot, we have so much things on our wish list, but we have to go step by step. Anyway, we're doing people's money, so we can't afford to be like hasty about this. Okay, question number 4, very quickly. Layer 2 solutions offer significant advantages in terms of scalability. What do you think is the best way to integrate L1, L2 solutions to maximize their potential, Daniel?
I mean, I would say right now, at least from the Polygon ecosystem, we're kind of looking at like app-specific chains. I think this thing is like discussed quite a lot on CT. Like some people are challenging the whole notion of app-specific chains. Historically, if you kind of like look back, right, for example, like Ronin, Immutable X, etc., like having a specific domain where these ecosystems can kind of like have their own chain, they can kind of like customize a couple of things and to feed their own users and parameters. I think that's kind of important. In general, I would say like that's the slant that we are still looking at Polygon. And in like the space is going to keep evolving, right? That's one thing that I just want to point out. That is that I think AVS is also pretty exciting. Like you see what Eigen is kind of like doing on that front, and I think in the future you can kind of like look at a general front where an AVS provider can kind of like redirect transactions onto different chains at any one point of time, and they can kind of like optimize for that. So that is like, it could possibly lead to like a post-blockchain world in the future, like the AVS providers themselves become a behemoth in their own right, and that can kind of like actually tackle some parts of this issue actually. Yeah, so that's what I'll say.
Okay, Kevin.
Yeah, we all know, all the people in this industry hear about the trilemmas that between the security, decentralization, and the scalability. And so this is why I think load-up model is a very good model, because we can rely on Ethereum or rely on some kind of or Bitcoin, as I said, L1 to solve the decentralized problem. So we can focus on execution scalability on layer 2. This is why I believe load-up model is a very good model. And the key to load-up model is the verification ability on Bitcoin and on L1. That means you need to verify things happen on L2 that on you have verified that state change on L1 using flow proof or validity proof, using OP or ZK something like that. So this is the key part, and also this is why we build Big Layer from the very scratch, because this is the verification part ability is missing on Bitcoin. Bitcoin for now cannot verify things, only do the trade payments. So we are adding a new ability, capability on Bitcoin using ZK proof that we can writing the ZK verifier using Bitcoin script that can trigger on chain, that can verify the L2's execution environment, execution state change. So this is very important. And about layer 2, we think every founder of Big Layer 2 should focus on its own business scope. What kind of problem are you going to solve? What kind of users are going to meet their demands? That's very important. For the Bitcoin layer 2, we have a very, very clear definition that we want to solve the problem of Bitcoin holders to provide yield or stable yield or high risk yield or other kind of yields for the Bitcoin holders and derivatives asset holders like ERC20 and BRC20 and Runes or something like that. So, but we are in a trustless environment. Because we are not Binance, we are not Coinbase, we want to build on-chain trustless environments for the Bitcoin holders and its derivative asset holders that can provide yield for them. This is a target we insist on and we are building on.
Okay, Maud?
Yeah, I mean, we touched on kind of the advantage, disadvantage of layer 2s, about the potential they have specifically on the scalability side. But obviously, we talked also about fragmentation of liquidity and everything. I think one important part is that you touched on, Kevin, is that for layer 2 to really thrive, you need a strong foundation. Like, it only goes hand in hand, otherwise you're building a house of cards. So you need a strong foundation as a layer 1, so that you can really leverage the full potential of layer 2s. And I also follow what you said, Daniel, about having kind of application-specific layer 2s, whether it can be what you said about providing yield, it can be about bringing privacy, adding a privacy layer maybe to layer 1 that might not have it natively. So, yeah.
Okay, Justin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's I actually don't think there's a competitive nature between L1s and L2s. I think they operate under pretty different, I almost want to say business model. And I've been trying to shy away for this panel to talk heavily about injective because I'm really not here to sell anything. But I'll share a little bit about what we internally think, how we think about L2s as an L1 ourselves. And it kind of goes back to something that we call the electro chain thesis, where it really means we understand that us being a layer 1 in Cosmos really means that we're not in contact with builders such as for Polygon that they're able to touch on the Ethereum side of things, right? Or even from the Solana side of things. And both of those greater environments has done an amazing job in terms of cultivating builders, cultivating almost like a culture of developing, I guess one would say, demand for it, right? And so we always knew that, hey, we can't touch that. So how can we then use this L2 narrative to our benefit in some sense, where can we launch L2s from EVM side of things and L2s on the SVM side of things that's connected to the base layer by just really doing something simple. It's even a bridging service that's connecting all three together. And that's what we have done over the past year, right? Before we really truly become a multi-VM chain, that's sort of like a stopgap solution that we can implement, right? So now, from a builder perspective, you can now build on Injective's chain while having a sort of bridging facility from the layer 2 itself to the layer 1. And so earlier on in this March, we launched something called an EVM, which we were very fortunate to have partnered with Caldera to build out. So, and obviously now we have internal plans that will come out, announcements in hopefully the next couple months in terms of what we built. But yeah, that's my answer. I think it's a complementary good. It doesn't have to be competitive at all. You can use it to your own demand.
Sure, good. Question 5, by combining layer 1 and 2 technologies, what potential advancement do we foresee in the Web 3.0 ecosystem in terms of application, use cases, and user experience? Daniel?
Yeah, I think to the point of user experience, I think we are kind of covering it, so I'll skip over. I think at least from the perspective of layer 1s and layer 2s, there's been quite a lot of bloat actually. I think there has been a topic of discussion, I think, for the past couple of weeks actually within the space. There are actually, for the moment, way too many chains and way too many solutions, and the amount of demand, that's something that we are not seeing. So I think it's kind of like a seesaw thing, right? If let's say you have a lot of chains launching and you have a lot of developers building, but then there isn't a demand driver to kind of pull the users in, then I think that could get pretty tricky. But in general, the way I'm looking at it is app-specific chains essentially, because you have different verticals, different industries that's in Web 2 that right now, at least from the Web 3 point of view, we probably have only disrupted, or not even disrupted, probably the correct word is challenged, maybe 5% of whatever's out there. And there are a lot of assets that, for example, at least from the DeFi point of view, we could tackle, and then for a lot of other things that's much bigger industries that haven't really been truly solved. So a good example is real world assets, right? Probably 5 to 6 years ago, we were doing tokenization of real world assets. It's not even called real world assets back then, it's just tokenization. And then over time, it became looking at just, hey, how can I mimic the ledger into the transactions? And then now it's actually become real world assets. So you have applications like Centrifuge, for example, Maple Finance, and then even Maple from a very institutional point of view is moving towards Syrup, which is merging back into DeFi. So I think even on that front, that will take a couple of years, and that's just one kind of genre of applications we're talking about. So app-specific chains is where I think a lot of growth is going to come between the L1s and the L2s, actually.
Yeah, talking about too many things, yesterday got someone told me there's an L3, so I don't know whether is it true or not, but enough. Okay, so Kevin.
As a founder of Layer 2, we actually have been thinking about this. What's the future? What the things can make us, the developer can bring new innovation apps for us, and we actually can get to conditions for the innovation projects. First of all, we need a specific new application scenarios, like the Bitcoin ecosystem. You can access to the huge liquidity of Bitcoin, like one trillion, something like that. And if 10% of them are into the DeFi, into the trustless environment, that will be a huge space. So you need new application scenarios for the builders. And this is why the staking protocol like Babylon and the restaking protocol like Lombard and others and have a thriving these days. And second, the infra needs to provide environments for the builders to build new things. This is why I like Monad and MegaEase their way, because they provide nearly instant confirmation for the transactions that can really different from the traditional blockchain. You can do the on-chain order book and do the high frequency trading things on-chain. That just never happened before. So this is why I think our next move for Big Layer will be the high performance things, and to combining these two, I think we also need some patience to sometimes to wait for the developers to create the new things, because there's just a very short time just after the last cycle crash, just a very short time. It's not enough for the new products and the new innovation that come up. But the thing is really good for these days. People are rethinking about what it is most important. That's the mass adoption for the retail users and the day-to-day life use case. That's important. And back to the basic business logic, that less narrative, more business logic. That can be very much helpful for this rethinking about these days. That can help this industry a lot, I think.
Yeah, keep it simple. Okay, Mark, yeah.
Yeah, I think, you can see, I think the synergy between layer 2 and layer 1 that allows you to create like kind of huge ecosystem, like, again, we discussed like application-specific chain. It allows you to build like, whether it's privacy, whether it is low latency, but you also can have like multi-level of scalability and compliance as well. And it kind of allows you to build a system that is kind of like, you have a highway, you have side roads, you have cycling path, you have an ice rink, so you can really build a lot of different things. And it's very interesting. Like, for example, I think Base is an interesting example about, doing cheap, fast, and really onboarding people, but it is centered around a centralized actor. So when it comes to decentralization and freedom, it doesn't add much value there. So it's very interesting, and again, I think we're in an industry where everything goes so fast, and sometimes it's important to remind ourselves, like Kevin mentioned, that it takes time to innovate. It's important also to take a step back and look at what people really want, what is truly important, and that it is what guides our next step.
Okay, Justin.
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, can. By combining L1 and L2 technologies, what potential advancement do you foresee in the Web3 ecosystem in terms of application use case and user experience?
Yeah, I think hopefully my last answer kind of touched on this as well, right? How you can use L2s that's interconnected to L1s. And by the way, to your point, yeah, there are such things as L3s. Technically speaking, I even think Base can be considered an L3 because they were built on top of the OP stack. Optimism themselves being already an L2, that means they're an L3. So I think my last answer really touched on what I think can encompass between combining the two layer environments together. Really not much else I would go into, because at the end of the day, you still have to think about an L2 and L1s not sharing, from our perspective at least, you're not really sharing the same gas token per se, right? Like L2s, for most L2s is going to be ETH denominating gas. For L1 such as ourselves, it's going to be our native token itself. So, I mean, if you're able to solve that, I'm pretty sure, and combine that with my last answer, I think you pretty much have a blueprint towards how both of them can work together. So.
Okay. We are running short of time, so I think we'll just, in respect of the time of some of the guests, they have to travel to other place. I think we'll call off this panel discussion. Thank you so much for partners. We really, are very happy with the things that we learned today. Okay, and we hope to see you again in our future conference. And yeah, for those that want to actually say hi to our partners, please do. It's not easy to get their time here. Thank you so much. Let's have a photo together. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, James. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you to the panelists. So it's a very insightful sharings and discussions. If you like to have some recaps, feel free to approach our panelists anytime after the sessions. So before we go to lunch, we have one more keynote to deliver. All right, so I would like to take this chance to welcome Mr. J.T. Low. He's the partner at IVC. And for the next 20 minutes, I'll hand the stage over for Mr. Low. All right, Mr. Low, the stage is yours. Welcome.
Hello. Well, good afternoon. I guess giving a speech during lunch is not a good time, but nevertheless, I have a pretty interesting presentation for you guys. I'm a partner with IVC. IVC is a Web3 VC. We've made about 220 investments. Half our portfolio is on the gaming side, gaming and entertainment, and the rest is all the other aspects of Web3, although we are a little bit light on the infrastructure side. So today I'm going to focus a bit more on consumer applications, adoption and usage. So there was a lot of interesting content on the previous talk on infrastructure, and yes, it's a necessary base layer. And I think if you look at the development of any industry or economy, you do need to have the infrastructure there first. I think the people doing infrastructure are doing a very good job. There's plenty of it. And the next stage is where will the platforms be, where there's applications and users. A lot of the examples I'm going to give are examples from our own fund investments because we know them, these companies and projects the best, and we have a lot of more insight into their data and usage. But these are some examples of what people are looking for when there's a big question to the industry, which is where are the users and where's the usage, and here's some of the examples. It's what we pay a lot of attention to. It's how we invest, and we think that is how the market will look at things going forward. None of the stuff I say today is investment advice. It's just informational. So obviously, do your own homework, do your own research. So we do agree that Web3 is the next iteration of the internet. That's why we're all here. We're looking for new opportunities from how the Web2 world is going to turn into the Web3 world. And we already see many examples of how that's happening. First, we see what's going on with stablecoin balance. Stablecoin balances are a very good lead indicator of how people onboard onto Web3. So if we see more of that happening, that's a positive indicator of funds going on, especially from institutions. It's easier for individuals to onboard without onboarding through stable coins, but for institutions, that's almost the only way that they onboard. And you see that for the first half of this year, an additional 30 billion of stablecoin volume has increased, bringing the total to about 161 billion as of June 30th. Secondly, this has been a really hot topic. RWA, you've seen it everywhere. This happens to be the year that it's really taking off. And you see RWA being talked about, and it's happening in many ways, probably a little bit less obvious to a more consumer retail audience, but there's different numbers of how big the RWA marketplace is. The last one I heard is 12 billion. So 1 billion in commodities. I think most of that is in gold. About 2 billion in tokenized treasuries, and about 10 billion, 9-10 billion in private credit. Private credit is also, it's also a big change from what's been happening in how people invest in PE, VC, alternative assets over probably the last 4 or 5 years. And the total value of real world assets in the world is $250 trillion. So there is a large potential that some or a lot of this could be tokenized. Third, this is quite obvious, ETFs, especially in the United States, have attracted a lot of not only institutional inflows, but also consumer retail inflows. So as of August 8th, it's about 7 billion. I think it's a little bit higher now. I think it's going to go higher just as the asset price increases, more people get interested and attracted. On the consumer finance and finance side, I think the most obvious example is Grab. If everyone probably got here this morning using Grab, but now in Grab there's an option to pay using crypto. And this option is getting extended to all sorts of consumer apps like PayPal, Visa, and, all around the world. So this is also, more options are opened up, raises the awareness as well as the availability of payment options. Lastly, on this slide, or actually, sorry, not lastly, but globally there's about 580 million crypto users. A lot of them are captured on a platform like Telegram, right, with 900 million users. The Telegram onboarding experience is probably one of the easiest, and they address a very huge pain point in crypto. That's why you see large platforms like Cardano with about 18 million MAU, and Hamster Combat with even more MAU, almost 90 million, really take off. And not only are they large platforms, I won't talk about the product much, but it's platforms with users, and users are actually transacting. So Cardano is actually, I think it's almost 1 million people doing microtransactions. And we'll see what happens at the end of this month when they actually launch a token. And also, one of the largest trends that's happened in probably the last 12 months has been meme coins. Maybe this has overtaken the altcoin rally that we saw before. Everyone has their own little view on meme coins. I personally, am not big on meme coins, but I cannot argue that, there's probably as many meme coins. There's probably more meme coins now than listed tokens. And one platform, Pump.Fund, has collected $340 million as of June 30th. They've collected a lot more since then. But it's an example of how things actually do work out. And this could just be a social, cultural, or generational reflection. I used to be an investment banker, so some of the things that we used to look for are now very relevant for our industry. As one of the speakers said in the previous panel, that this market and this cycle is less about narrative, it's more about business. Well, in finance, a lot of those business things come down to metrics like price of sales, price of revenues, price of earnings, cash flow, etc. So I drew up some examples. I'm sorry, it's going to be a little bit fuzzy, but in the smaller picture are basically the protocols that have collected fees in the last 30 days and fees in the last year. So on there are a lot of the protocols that you know about. I'll read a few out just because the print is a little bit too small, like Ethereum, Bitcoin, Lido, Uniswap, Tron, Solana, PancakeSwap, Aave, Tether, Maker, etc. In the larger chart, it's just a screenshot I took from Token Terminal a few days ago, and it shows the price per sale ratio for a couple of the top projects we know. Some of the names on there you see are Lido Finance, Tron, Thena, et cetera, et cetera. So there are protocols where you can actually calculate the price of sales. And I think increasingly that is how the industry is going to be evaluated and judged. Number of total crypto users is growing. From last year to this year, it grew about 31%. We're lucky to be in Asia. Asia has about 59% of the total crypto users in the world. I think a lot of that is obviously in countries we're already in Southeast Asia. One geography that I think is up and coming in a very big way is South Asia, driven by India. So it's a market where regulatory clarity isn't there yet, but I think they're making progress. I think in a year or two, it will be a pretty big market, and right now it's a pretty untapped market. I think once they get their taxation and how they're going to treat this sorted out, the government will open up. We're lucky to be in Asia. Many countries have very favorable, regulations for crypto, and those countries are Japan, Thailand, Philippines, Hong Kong, and Singapore. I think for most of these markets, the government is generally a proponent for Web3 as a new growth driver in the economy. As long as people are not doing anything illegal, they actually want to promote and foster innovation. When we look at monthly active users, once again, a real metric, that data looks pretty good, right? The data from as of September 14th showed a 43% growth from August. And these are some of the platforms where those users are coming from. Number one on here, Solana. So I think a lot of that may be related to the meme coins. There always needs to be a driver, right? And at different times in the cycle, it'll be different things. I think meme coins have been doing very well in terms of attracting attention and eyeballs. Telegram apps have been doing very, very well. And maybe for Telegram apps, that data is actually not properly captured by this data source. But there will also be other drivers, gaming, transacting, DeFi, et cetera, et cetera. One of those sectors that we focus on a lot is gaming. It's about half of our portfolio. And the reason why we do that is, well, a lot of us were geeks and we played games growing up. So that's why we still play games. And it's fun because now we get involved in the making and the selling of games. But if you look at what's going on decentralized app activity, gaming is about 20% of all activity. And gaming is an activity where people play for minutes or hours or many hours. If you're doing a DeFi transaction, usually you do it and you finish in a matter of hopefully a few minutes. So we look at, in terms of active wallets and activity, what is driving this? And gaming has more activity than social, DeFi, or NFTs. I expect this trend to change, and then the question becomes something on the Telegram. Is it a game or is it social? I actually think it's more social because the game quality is low. So when we talk about gaming, we actually focus on games which are of a higher quality. And when we look at Web2 data, so if you look at the mobile app revenues on the App Store or the Google Play Store, about half of those revenues are attributed to gaming. So it's something that captures mind share. It's something where users actually go on to play and pay, not just try to get airdrops and sell them for profit. One of the issues in the industry has been people's perception of gaming are really lousy play-to-earn games. That era has pretty much ended with the last cycle back in 22. The games which in our portfolio have launched 24 are actually pretty real games. And as a result, they have real users and they have real revenues. A game like Heroes of Mavia, which is like a Web3 version of Clash of Clans, had 4 million downloads. These are some other examples of different genres of games, but where they basically have over 100,000 daily active users, or they have over 1 million users, and people are actually paying, and transacting. We're very optimistic about what's happening. These are games which are launching in the next 12 months. The one that's actually the most interesting to us is Indus. This is a game that's launching in India end of this month, and they already have 12.5 million registered users. So that for us is very interesting because if we look at a lot of platforms and protocols, very few of them actually have 10 million active wallets. We look across other spaces as well, so I don't want to just talk about gaming. And I won't read the data, because I think you can read the data out here. Some of the most interesting ones that we're proud of are companies like Aether, which are providing AI compute power on a decentralized basis. They actually have real revenues, right? So their revenue is about, at this point in time, is about $36 million annually. $36 million, that means about $3 million a month. Their cut is 20%. So it's real usage, real revenues, and real platform and protocol fees. Other things which are happening are things like ETHSign, right? Everyone's probably used DocuSign at some point in their life. They take this and turn it into a Web3 version that's decentralized. Once again, reach 1 million users, paying users, and they've rolled out other projects and products which make this actually a profitable company. And last, companies in the bottom row, like Aspecta and Carve, so decentralized identification, right? So you think about your Google login, your Apple login, the same thing is also happening in the Web3 world, where you are in more control of your data, and actually as your profile and data is shared and money is realized, they actually share that profit with you. So Carve has 560,000 DAUs, very focused on the gaming industry, but this number is actually higher. So their MAUs is closer to about 2.5 million now as of August. So real applications, real users, I think that's what's really going to drive what happens in this industry. And the other areas we look at are DeFi, actually what I start to call on-chain finance. Some people say it's centralized DeFi, CDeFi. It's getting complicated, so I say it's all finance online. Odos, they're rounding about $4 billion of monthly trading revenue, and they're profitable. Streamflow, distributing value through token management, and some of the other infrastructure ones. So yes, we do have some infrastructure that are leaders in gaming space, building on base, and as well as some for the gaming space. So with that, I'll keep it short. I hope you guys got some more insight as to, right, this industry is not just about theoretical, hypothetical, let's do more transactions faster, safer, cheaper, but the adoption has really started. And the adoption, I think, is what's needed and required to drive the industry forward. Thank you for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, JT. Before we dismiss for lunch, let's have a group photos. Let's have a photo with JT. I'm sorry, gentlemen, another shot, please. Thanks, Mr. Low. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Low. So now, thanks for bearing with us for the last keynote in the morning session. Now, please feel free to proceed to the hall for lunch, and I'll see you back in 30 minutes. We'll start our afternoon sessions. Thank you.
Interested in futures trading on Coinstore but not sure where to start? Don't worry, we've got you covered. In this video, we'll walk you through the process step by step so you can start trading futures with confidence. First, if you haven't already, sign up for an account on the Coinstore platform and finish KYC. Then log into your account to access the trading features. Before you can start trading futures contracts, you'll need to deposit funds into your Coinstore account. Navigate to the deposit section and choose your preferred cryptocurrency or fiat currency to deposit. Now it's time to choose which futures contract you'd like to trade. Coinstore offers a range of futures contracts for various cryptocurrencies. Select the contract you're interested in and proceed to the trading interface. In the trading interface, you'll see options to place different types of trades, including market orders, limit orders, and stop orders. Decide on your desired trade strategy and enter the necessary details, such as quantity, price, and leverage. Choose long or short orders to complete the trade. After placing your trade, it's important to monitor it closely. Keep an eye on market movements and any relevant news or events that could impact your position. You can track your open positions and account balance from the Coinstore platform. Finally, when you're ready to close your trade, navigate back to the trading interface and follow the steps to close your position. You can choose to either take your profits or cut your losses, depending on your trading strategy. By following these simple steps, you can start futures trading on Coinstore like a pro. Remember to always trade responsibly and do your own research before making any trading decisions.
For 6 years ago, because the money created blockchain-based program in Asia, emphasizing economic empowerment through the implementation of the Humanity Protocol, opportunities, more inclusive, teledons, and everybody knows, everybody does do this. Everybody knows your Humanity Helping Hand, right? What does this Humanity Helping Hand mean?
In a world of constant change, Maxim Group is driving innovation across industries. We're not just talking about technology, we're talking about transformation. Maxim Group's approach is built on 5 key pillars: education, technology, sustainability, partnerships, and Web3 and gamification. At the heart of this transformation is the Maxim token, a revolutionary force empowering access and driving progress. Join us on this journey of innovation, progress, and empowerment. Maxim Group, transforming industries, one innovation at a time.
Welcome to the Coinstore Telegram bot tutorial, your gateway to seamless cryptocurrency trading and investment, all within Telegram. Let's dive right in. First, open your Telegram app and search for Coinstore bot. Initiate a conversation to begin your trading journey. Upon starting, find the Open Coinstore button in the bottom left corner. Explore various cryptocurrency markets and trading pairs. Select your preferred trading pairs to proceed. Navigate to Profile to bind your existing Coinstore account. New user? Click on Login and Register banner on the homepage. Navigate to the Deposit section of the platform and choose your preferred cryptocurrency, like USDT, to deposit. In the trading interface, you can place buy orders to buy BTC. Choose market or limit orders to buy BTC. Click on the Launchpad icon to explore project launches and IEOs. Engage in new cryptocurrency ventures directly through the bot. Discover investment products and opportunities in the Earn section. Deposit capital to start earning potential returns. Click on the Community icon to join and interact with the Coinstore community. Stay updated on market trends and participate in discussions. By following these steps, you're all set to leverage the Coinstore bot on Telegram for cryptocurrency trading, participate in IEOs, explore investment opportunities, and engage with a vibrant community. Enjoy your journey into the world of digital assets with Coinstore bot. Interested in futures trading on Coinstore but not sure where to start? Don't worry, we've got you covered. In this video, we'll walk you through the process step by step so you can start trading futures with confidence. First, if you haven't already, sign up for an account on the Coinstore platform and finish KYC. Then log into your account to access the trading features. Before you can start trading futures contracts, you'll need to deposit funds into your Coinstore account. Navigate to the deposit section and choose your preferred cryptocurrency or fiat currency to deposit. Now it's time to choose which futures contract you'd like to trade. Coinstore offers a range of futures contracts for various cryptocurrencies. Select the contract you're interested in and proceed to the trading interface. In the trading interface, you'll see options to place different types of trades, including market orders, limit orders, and stop orders. Decide on your desired trade strategy and enter the necessary details, such as quantity, price, and leverage. Choose long or short orders to complete the trade. After placing your trade, it's important to monitor it closely. Keep an eye on market movements and any relevant news or events that could impact your position. You can track your open positions and account balance from the Coinstore platform. Finally, when you're ready to close your trade, navigate back to the trading interface and follow the steps to close your position. You can choose to either take your profits or cut your losses, depending on your trading strategy. By following these simple steps, you can start futures trading on Coinstore like a pro. Remember to always trade responsibly and do your own research before making any trading decisions.
For 6 years ago, because we want to create a blockchain-based program in Asia, emphasizing economic empowerment through the implementation of the Humanity Protocol, opportunities, more inclusive, teledons, and everybody knows, everybody does do this. Everybody knows your humanity helping hand, right? What does this humanity helping hand mean?
In a world of constant change, Maxim Group is driving innovation across industries. We're not just talking about technology, we're talking about transformation. Maxim Group's approach is built on 5 key pillars: education, technology, sustainability, partnerships, and Web3 and gamification. At the heart of this transformation is the Maxim token, a revolutionary force empowering access and driving progress. Join us on this journey of innovation, progress, and empowerment. Maxim Group, transforming industries, one innovation at a time.
Welcome to the Coinstore Telegram bot tutorial, your gateway to seamless cryptocurrency trading and investment, all within Telegram. Let's dive right in. First, open your Telegram app and search for Coinstore bot. Initiate a conversation to begin your trading journey. Upon starting, find the Open Coinstore button in the bottom left corner. Explore various cryptocurrency markets and trading pairs. Select your preferred trading pairs to proceed. Navigate to Profile to bind your existing Coinstore account. New user? Click on Login and Register banner on the homepage. Navigate to the Deposit section of the platform and choose your preferred cryptocurrency, like USDT, to deposit. In the trading interface, you can place buy orders to buy BTC. Choose market or limit orders to buy BTC. Click on the Launchpad icon to explore project launches and IEOs. Engage in new cryptocurrency ventures directly through the bot. Discover investment products and opportunities in the Earn section. Deposit capital to start earning potential returns. Click on the Community icon to join and interact with the Coinstore community. stay updated on market trends, and participate in discussions. By following these steps, you're all set to leverage the Coinstore bot on Telegram for cryptocurrency trading, participate in IEOs, explore investment opportunities, and engage with a vibrant community. Enjoy your journey into the world of digital assets with Coinstore bot. Interested in futures trading on Coinstore but not sure where to start? Don't worry, we've got you covered. In this video, we'll walk you through the process step by step so you can start trading futures with confidence. First, if you haven't already, sign up for an account on the Coinstore platform and finish KYC. Then log into your account to access the trading features. Before you can start trading futures contracts, you'll need to deposit funds into your Coinstore account. Navigate to the deposit section and choose your preferred cryptocurrency or fiat currency to deposit. Now it's time to choose which futures contract you'd like to trade. Coinstore offers a range of futures contracts for various cryptocurrencies. Select the contract you're interested in and proceed to the trading interface. In the trading interface, you'll see options to place different types of trades, including market orders, limit orders, and stop orders. Decide on your desired trade strategy and enter the necessary details, such as quantity, price, and leverage. Choose long or short orders to complete the trade. After placing your trade, it's important to monitor it closely. Keep an eye on market movements and any relevant news or events that could impact your position. You can track your open positions and account balance from the Coinstore platform. Finally, when you're ready to close your trade, navigate back to the trading interface and follow the steps to close your position. You can choose to either take your profits or cut your losses, depending on your trading strategy. By following these simple steps, you can start futures trading on Coinstore like a pro. Remember to always trade responsibly and do your own research before making any trading decisions.
blockchain-based program in Asia, emphasizing economic empowerment through the implementation of the Humanity Protocol, opportunities, more inclusive teledons. And everybody knows, everybody does do this. Everybody knows your humanity helping hand, right? What does this humanity helping hand mean?
In a world of constant change, Maxim Group is driving innovation across industries. We're not just talking about technology, we're talking about transformation. Maxim Group's approach is built on 5 key pillars: education, technology, sustainability, partnerships, and Web3 and gamification. At the heart of this transformation is the Maxim token, a revolutionary force empowering access and driving progress. Join us on this journey of innovation, progress, and empowerment. Maxim Group, transforming industries, one innovation at a time.
Welcome to the Coinstore Telegram bot tutorial, your gateway to seamless cryptocurrency trading and investment, all within Telegram. Let's dive right in. First, open your Telegram app and search for Coinstore bot. Initiate a conversation to begin your trading journey. Upon starting, find the Open Coinstore button in the bottom left corner. Explore various cryptocurrency markets and trading pairs. Select your preferred trading pairs to proceed. Navigate to Profile to bind your existing Coinstore account. New user? Click on Login and Register banner on the homepage. Navigate to the Deposit section of the platform and choose your preferred cryptocurrency, like USDT, to deposit. In the trading interface, you can place buy orders to buy BTC. Choose market or limit orders to buy BTC. Click on the Launchpad icon to explore project launches and IEOs. Engage in new cryptocurrency ventures directly through the bot. Discover investment products and opportunities in the Earn section. Deposit capital to start earning potential returns. Click on the Community icon to join and interact with the Coinstore community. Stay updated on market trends and participate in discussions. By following these steps, you're all set to leverage the Coinstore bot on Telegram for cryptocurrency trading, participate in IEOs, explore investment opportunities, and engage with a vibrant community. Enjoy your journey into the world of digital assets with Coinstore bot. Interested in futures trading on Coinstore but not sure where to start? Don't worry, we've got you covered. In this video, we'll walk you through the process step by step so you can start trading futures with confidence. First, if you haven't already, sign up for an account on the Coinstore platform and finish KYC. Then log into your account to access the trading features. Before you can start trading futures contracts, you'll need to deposit funds into your Coinstore account. Navigate to the deposit section and choose your preferred cryptocurrency or fiat currency to deposit. Now it's time to choose which futures contract you'd like to trade. Coinstore offers a range of futures contracts for various cryptocurrencies. Select the contract you're interested in and proceed to the trading interface. In the trading interface, you'll see options to place different types of trades, including market orders, limit orders, and stop orders. Decide on your desired trade strategy and enter the necessary details, such as quantity, price, and leverage. Choose long or short orders to complete the trade. After placing your trade, it's important to monitor it closely. Keep an eye on market movements and any relevant news or events that could impact your position. You can track your open positions and account balance from the Coinstore platform. Finally, when you're ready to close your trade, navigate back to the trading interface and follow the steps to close your position. You can choose to either take your profits or cut your losses, depending on your trading strategy. By following these simple steps, you can start futures trading on Coinstore like a pro. Remember to always trade responsibly and do your own research before making any trading decisions.
For 6 years ago, because the money created blockchain-based program in Asia, emphasizing economic empowerment through the implementation of the Humanity Protocol, opportunities, more inclusive teledons. And everybody knows, everybody does do this. Everybody knows your Humanity Helping Hand, right? What is this Humanity Helping Hand movement?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a good session. Hope you had a good time. Okay, so for the afternoon sessions, we still have quite a bit of lineup. Couple more of panel discussions, around a few more keynotes till we end near late afternoon. So to begin the afternoon session, I'd like to welcome our panelists and moderator to the stage. So the panel discussions will be focused on the investment and innovation in Web3, moderated by Mr. Manfred Chew, Director from Sales and Management Office in Coinstore. And also we have the panelists, which is Mr. Mark from DaffiOne, John, Head of Growth from Elastos, as well as Kantal from MT Capital. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Let's welcome the guests to the stage.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope you guys had your lunch. Had your lunch? Okay, with me we have like a specialists, like they're top class, right? So before that, let me self-introduce myself. Hi everyone, I'm Manfred from Coinstore. I believe you guys see me in the morning. Now I'm moderating this panel, Investment and Innovation of Web3. Okay, without further ado, could I get you guys to self-introduce yourself? Right.
Yeah, hi guys, I'm Kuntal. Friends and Web3 people know me by the name of KT. I'm managing partner for MT Capital. We are a crypto native fund, and we nearly manage $85 million of AUM and actively deploying funds to the Web3 industry and helping them grow in terms of volume, in terms of strategies, in terms of partnerships, and making them the sooner unicorn. So that's thank you for hosting me, sir. Yeah, over to you, sir.
Hi, I'm John Hargreaves. I'm head of growth at Elastos. Elastos is a full-stack Web3 solution that's been running actually since 2017. And in that period of time, we've built a ton of technology. And we really feel that today is the absolute right time for decentralization. And I'm really delighted to be asked to talk about this. I should add, I'm also a board director of a DAO called the Cyber Republic that invests specifically in decentralization. So that's me.
Hi, I'm Mark Bernier. I'm a founder of DaffiOne. Our focus is everyday crypto, how to bring crypto and blockchain to the streets, how to give it a purpose for every day and everyone.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Okay, let's dive straight to the question, shall we? In the current crypto market, especially in the complexity of the global geopolitics, what are the major challenges facing Web3 projects? So basically, in a geopolitical condition, what do Web3 projects normally face? KT?
So Web3 is all about decentralizations, okay? So certainly there are some regulatory factors that would be taken into the account to certain applications or DApps which are dependent upon, getting government authorities licenses, and the user bases or the TVLs are which are based on, for an example, the centralized exchanges which you guys have. So certainly when it comes to the compliances matter, and all different countries might have a different role to play. But certainly when it comes to the decentralizations factors which are not dependent upon a certain geolocations or something where there are a lot of DIDs and decentralized wallet, decentralized exchanges, distributed applications, they might face less resistance in terms of that's the concern of geopolitical agendas altogether. But somewhere like which we have been seeing recent moment of time that the US elections are on our head, and there are a lot of discussions around the Web3, around making Bitcoin payments on the go and all those stuffs which are the party leaders have been promoting all those stuff. So that's one of the focus which is bringing just a how to say, it's a speculative perspective altogether in terms of the market liquidity has been based on those grounds. But from the project's outlook, I could see that there is not going to be a major impact. Fortunate enough, there are a lot of regulations which the growing countries and developed countries are started already adopting into the picture. So it's a mixed way. So it all depends upon what you guys are developing, what you guys are coming from, and do your business really need any kind of involvement of the authorities of this licenses or something like that. So this is how the the Web3 future is shaping up. Right. Major impact, but of course sometimes the speculations factors which would come into the picture.
Agreed. What about you, John?
Well, so challenges of Web3. I don't want to be a pessimist, but there are a lot, right? And if I get too down, just drag me off the stage. I kind of see three groups of these challenges. The first one is around complexity and scaling. Obviously, this is your mission as well, but if I talk about Web3, I would say that we're at the innovator stage, which is probably about 1%, 2% of a global audience. The challenge with innovators is we love our technology. So we fall in love with the technology, and we make it very complex and quite difficult to use. And we're at that stage with Web3 now where we need to move into that next tier, the 10% of early adopters that will kind of drive these great solutions to market. And so the challenge is how do we engage with that simplification process of using the technology so that we get into an early adopter? And I'm talking here specifically different from crypto, which is probably already at that stage. These are real models that use decentralization. So that's the first group. The second group is, and it kind of stems from this, it's actually the challenge of defining a business model and the issues you face with Web3 and the technologies are so new. And how do you work out what the market fit is? How do you create something that's going to delight the consumer? So first of all, make it easy, convenient, and then make our users really happy. And that's difficult with Web3 at the moment because it's new. There are many amazing opportunities, but the big problem that makes it harder maybe than if I look at previous generations of technology is the fear, uncertainty, and doubt that really surrounds quite a lot of the crypto industry, which does have an impact on Web3. So that's the second area of challenges that we need to basically just get much better at telling our story about why Web3 is truly exciting. The idea of owning your own data, being able to monetize your own content, all of those really brilliant arguments around privacy. And then the third group of challenges are around regulation. And I think this is the geopolitical global issue. You know, if you want to scale a product, there are three big markets, China, India, and America. And currently, all of those markets are at a different stage of regulation, from outright not using it to being confused. So regulation, I think, is the third area.
Right.
Yeah, I think John is right. I think the biggest problem is that they're all at different stages. They're all looking at it with very different eyes. I think one of the aspects here is that emerging market or small countries have shown a lot more openness to adopt Web3 than rich countries. Maybe the solution is there. If you get enough users in those emerging markets, if you prove your point in those emerging markets, it would force the rich countries to take a formal stand on this rather than keep the ball in the air and just keep everybody in limbo like what is happening in the US, for example.
Right. Back to the question of like the three big countries, right? India, America, China. Three countries have their own different stance on cryptocurrency in terms of the regulation purposes, right? So India apparently adopt the very more centralized hand-holding, whereas the US currently, right, depending on who's the next elected president, right? So that, for the US election purposes, let's wildly talk about it, right? Both presidential candidates have different perspective on crypto. Let's say if President Trump would win, right, crypto would boom. Do you think there's a significance in it? Do you think that we will see the market shift drastically just because of one elected president? Katie?
Very controversial, you know. So it all depends. There are two steps before you know I speak. First is do you do your own research, and there is no financial advisors associated with it. Again, back to the sayings, it's all about speculation. So if you see for longer durations of time, there are technical aspects why Bitcoin price is going up, right? It's not about only the political agendas. Maybe currently, you know, Web3 or specific to Bitcoin is in a stage where these political leaders are making it as an agenda to win the elections. So there are, earlier it was like opposite, but currently it's like the Web3 or the Bitcoins are having a positive edge all over here. So of course, you know, I'll not term on the parties. I will not term about any you know, Democratic Party or something. Yeah. But suppose if a party A announces that, you know, would probably bring Bitcoin into the mainstream and I'm going to be supportive to the cryptos and all those stuff. So there is a sentiment which is playing into this market. That the party A wins, it's already going to be reflected over the prices of the Bitcoin. But for the longer duration of time, we have seen in an historical nature that the market is quite cyclic in nature. So generally what happens, the phenomenon algorithm of Bitcoin is halving. So post halving a year, we generally see a lot of inflow of liquidity into the BTC ecosystem and BTC itself. So there is a spike in the prices altogether. Right. But if you see from the genesis, that is 2009-10, the BTC has been growing in continuous and giving you great ROI irrespective of the cycles. So political agenda is one factor, of course, going to affect for the shorter durations of time. But over the prolonged duration of time, this is one of the asset classes. I will not call it as a cryptocurrency, because currency is a gray factor which the centralized authorities do not want to term it as, but take it as an asset class, a digital asset class that holds some value based on utility associated with it. And for the longer duration time, things are going to be positive. Shorter turbulence might affect the market.
Right.
So that's it.
Yeah, I'm coming to the question of America. Obviously, I'm not an expert, but clearly Trump has his NFT now token as well, right? So, and actually RFK is a bigger supporter of crypto than Trump, actually, and he's made it very clear. It's interesting, actually, that Pulov, who's advising Kamala Harris, is a very big and very, very smart guy on crypto as well. So I do think that in the US you will see a change in the stance under Biden, which was pretty hard for crypto companies, because there wasn't any clarity on the rules. So I think that's going to improve in the US. Exactly how, I'm not sure, depending on who gets elected. Right. And I think in China, I think there's a growing awareness that China needs to be a part of a Web3 environment. How that plays out, again, there's a lot of politics to be thought through. And for me, India it's truly exciting. South Asia as an opportunity. South Asia and Southeast Asia, there's an appetite for innovation with Bitcoin in particular that you see uniquely in this region. So, I'm not sure when India will clarify, but I think the opportunity is there.
Definitely we're going towards to. What about you? Perspective.
Well, I'm not too keen on taking anything said during a political campaign too seriously. I hope these guys are right. I hope Trump wins and that we hope enough the floods of crypto adoption. But let's see what happens after the election. On that one, I think demand is the best bet here. It's like if people starts adopting, the politicians will start passing rules that makes it legal just because people are demanding it and they want to be voted in. It just
right. I think sooner or later the Web3 space actually will evolve and be more mature. So the geopolitical issues slowly but surely wouldn't affect it too drastically. For example, if one party would win over the other. Okay, back to technologies. As Web3 rapidly evolve, what emerging technology or business model do you think have the most potential to disrupt the traditional industry? Katie?
So, okay, which industry or what business models will disrupt the industry? So, getting it a little bit behind, the financial sector, when there was a notion from the fictitious person, Satoshi Nakamoto, he challenged CBS. So I think everybody is aware about centralized banking systems all over here. So he said that, boss, if you want to carry a transaction between part A to part B, which we call node A to node B, there is no need of a centralized authority to authenticate. We will be deploying DLT over there, which stands for distributed ledger technology altogether. So there is an algorithm, and through that there are a lot of different consensus mechanism. So in short, he was the one who shows a way of blockchain technology, and then this the overall segment has been growing pretty good. So post that, there were a lot of layer ones into the pictures. The blockchain as in a DLT technology is holding quite good. Let's deploy some smart contracts. Smart contracts, nothing but a sort of legal agreement bounding through the algorithms and some codings. post smart contract deployment, then there were a lot of applications, those who decided to, hey, let's decentralize the factor. So then there comes an opportunity for distributed applications, which we known as DApps. So now when we are talking about DApps, all those infrastructure and layer 1 in place, so post that, it is going to disrupt each and every segment where the decentralization factors comes into the accountability.
Right.
Whether it's a banking sector, whether it's a non-banking financial sectors, whether it's a supply chain management, whether it is an innovative technology sectors. People were talking about cloud systems. A decade ago, cloud was pretty famous. Hey, you know what? You should go for the virtualizations. We are talking about thin provisionings and all those stuff. Now even the clouds are getting distributed. People are talking about distributed computation, distributed storage. So all those factors were decentralization factors, and all those stakeholders who are involved in any application or services where these stakeholders should be rewarded are going to see a massive shift from Web 2 to Web 3. So it's not only about particular sector. Now coming to the hottest narratives which we have been looking from the funds perspective right moment of time is that recently there is a lot of development which is happening across the BTC ecosystem.
Right.
So we remember those phases where Ethereum was been scaling massively. Lots of deployment of layer 2 solutions were coming to Ethereum. Then there was a lot of DApps deployment in the Ethereum chain. The DeFi projects were rallying massively on the layer 1, and then there was the flow of other layer 1s like ICP, Near, Solana, Polkadot, and also. Now Bitcoin is getting smarter, right? There are a lot of side chains. There are a lot of L2s who are going to be deployed on the Bitcoin layer post taproot upgrades and all those stuffs. So we believe that Bitcoin ecosystem is going to scale this season going forward as the lot of innovative ideas which have been coming to this chain.
Right.
So that is one of the areas. Apart from that, the narratives which from the funds perspective we guys are looking is DeepIn is one of the area. AI is one of the hottest narratives. So
RWA also, right?
Yeah.
DeepIn, RWA, lovely. It's very insightful. But I think most importantly, right, is like what do you think, right, the most disruptive from a Web3 perspective? Right, John?
Yeah, I mean, DeepIn sounds like a horrible word, decentralized physical infrastructure, but actually it's an area I've been thinking about a lot, and it really is, powerful because it's the infrastructure that will decentralize everything.
Right.
So really it's the gateway, and I see 3 different levels of this. The first level is kind of the products and services. So you've got businesses like Arweave that allow you to use this decentralized physical infrastructure to get much more cost-effective and business models from storage, for example. So that's what Arweave do. There's another business, Node AI, which uses that decentralized infrastructure to create AI solutions, and that's a big deal because of the privacy attached with these decentral. It means that AI can have sort of privacy rules written around it. So that's the kind of products and services level. But there's a second level, which is really exciting, which is the kind of creation of whole ecosystems. As you touched on, this explosion in Bitcoin, potentially as an economy. This is, and I'll use an example from one of our companies, a company called Bell2, which actually creates an interconnector for essentially different layer 2s within Bitcoin. And what this enables you to do is pull together the liquidity of Bitcoin and make that available to the market. And actually, this particular business, Bell2, has just today announced a partnership with Harvard Labs at Harvard University to actually apply this ability to create liquidity to a innovation project that it's calling the New Bretton Woods. So Bretton Woods was the program that was at the end of the Second World War brought together to provide liquidity to the global markets to rebuild the world, basically. And they feel that this decentralized technology, building new ecosystems, around decentralization can help do the same thing using primarily Bitcoin. So that's incredibly exciting, and as you said, financial services being the opportunity, and then the third layer is this dApps area, and there I think what's really important is the industries that are going to get transformed by that are where decentralization helps make that business more efficient, the industry. So finance is an obvious one, but and not most talked about, decentralized finance. But actually, an industry I'm really interested in is the travel industry and travel and tourism. There's a huge ability, companies like Traveller, to be able to kind of break down some of the transparency or lack of transparency around travel and offer much more cost-effective pricing using decentralization. So really keep an eye on the travel industry. And then entertainment. So that's not just the games, but actually music and film as well. We're actually launching a first ever inscription on Bitcoin, a token later today. So those are the key industries. And I think the last one actually, which is really interesting, and if you take El Salvador, which adopted Bitcoin as an official currency, actually only 10% of people actually use Bitcoin there. But the area that's really taken off is small businesses, and it's famously Bitcoin Beach, and actually using the travel and tourism to actually transform their economy. And it's small businesses that seem to, that actually are adopting in that situation. So I do think small and medium-sized businesses will be a driver too.
Insightful. What about you, Mark?
I strongly believe in digital ID as being full of potential, first of all. And second, it's also central, I think, for adoption of crypto and blockchain. DeFi as an appearance of anonymity, which kind of give governments, banks, and the rest the weapons they need to slow us down. I think if you manage to build and get decentralized ID adopted and properly implemented, they would solve a lot of our problem. And by itself, I think the ID shows enormous financial potential, like as revenue generating.
So we all agree that actually Web3 will ultimately has the biggest potential to disrupt traditional businesses, right? Okay, moving on to the next question. As Web3 continues to develop, how can capital and technological innovation work together more efficiently, more effectively? What unique insight does your institution bring to this approach? Let's just reverse the order, right? Let's start with Mark.
Okay. I don't know. I think DeFi and the rest provides the tools in order to make capital more efficient. Like I'm not on the investment side, but even for a merchant, he can make his liquidities more efficient through DeFi. I think there's a lot of potential there. You may need less raising of capital if you can actually access capital, better use your capital, or tokenize shares to go access capital. There might be a different way to look at this. We're in decentralized finance. I think tokenizing shares for startup would be a good way to approach this. It addresses a bunch of other things at the same time. It's got benefit for everybody.
Right, agreed. John, how about you?
Well, I'm a bit biased in that I think that DAOs are a very powerful way of developing Web3. And the reason for that is that DAOs orientate very well to communities, and communities are a critical way of bringing Web3 products to market. So that's kind of my advert for DAOs, which are not as fashionable this year as they were, but it's still a powerful tool of bringing investors and capital together with technologists. Now, I would say that I think on DAOs, the technologists maybe have overrepresented, and that's again part of this complexity issue, because they love the technology. And what would be great within the world of DAOs is more investor engagement from a venture capital point of view, where they have that very clear-eyed view of how do you build market fit, how do you accelerate, and how do you take scalable products to market. So I would say that that's really important. And one key area there is the tokenomics of the product. So the tokenomics, to be fully successful, have to match the benefit that comes from the decentralization. So if the token is kind of rewarding that behavior that you want to change using Web3, then the business model becomes really powerful. And in that instance, I think within our world of DAOs, we need actually more economists and people that understand behavioral science and how do you build those incentive engineered mechanisms so that people are able to benefit from new behaviors that come from decentralization. And that's the key to, I think, bringing the capital and the technology together.
Right. What about you, Kitty?
So if I got the question correct, it's like what factors would be contributing towards the mass adoptions of Web3, right? So cool. So we have to understand that migration of businesses and technology from Web 2 to Web 3 is a decade gap altogether. So the terms which have been coming in recent times is we are a Web 2.5 company. Okay, so that means that they are bridging Web 2 company to Web 3. So there are a lot of challenges. Liquidity management is one of the challenges from the funding's perspective, but there are other factors. Like to start with, you said that there are political factors also. So imagine if there is a centralized governance application which a country is using, and what would be the probability factors that would be coming for acceptance of the Web 3. So there is a bridging mechanism which has been required. I'm not talking from the funds perspective, I'm not talking from the liquidity perspective or users perspective, but the technical challenges, the compliances challenges and the adoption challenges which are in the places. So we would probably require a lot of more bridging companies which lies for in between the domain of Web 2 and Web 3, that is Web 2.5 companies who can come in the places and help the bridge the technologies, the challenges which these have been facing, the migrations of those applications from Web 2 to Web 3. So if that factors can be mitigated, which is lacking somewhere, because everybody in this FOMO generations is going to work around the Web 3. Hey boss, we are building the Web 3, but we have to see actual businesses who can migrate their users, who can migrate their technology, who can migrate their real business stakeholders to the Web 3. So that is one of the important factor which I do look forward for. And apart from that, there are various factors that would be adding as a catalyst. As John has rightly said that the community is quite important when it comes to Web 3. So each and every stakeholder should be rewarded, for which the tokenomics is quite vital. So the tokenomics has to be defined in certain manners that the communities, the stakeholders, the promoters, everybody has to be equally rewarded based on the contributions of their time, efforts, or funds into the Web3 segments. So yeah, so bridging the gap is also one of the important factors, according to me. Thanks.
Right. Thank you.
Can I share a thought on this idea of Web 2.5? Because it does worry me a little bit, and you're quite right, for practical reasons, it solves a lot of problems. But I worry that we lose the benefits of Web 3 to compromises in Web 2.5. So, that's something that as we kind of develop these systems, we should be aware of. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to happen. I see it as a scale, right? If you've got Web 2 there and Web 3 there, there are different points on that scale where you can build your market fit. But that's just one thing that concerns me.
I agree to that point as well. But certainly, certain applications or certain businesses do rely. So how to explain? Like there's certain factors of those or the domains or boundaries of those businesses lies where the Web 3 is needed. Right. But certainly they have some kind of legacies which have been there continuing from the Web 2 industries as well. So there would be a mechanism which has to be deployed so that they can bridge those Web 2 to Web 3. Because giants, bigger enterprises, bigger giants are still figuring out. They want to get into the Web 3, but there is a lot of challenges which have been hindering them. So that's the viewpoint from
Completely agree. I think we need more bridging companies that does Web 2.5 to Web 3. I mean, like this. Okay, probably this is my final question for you guys. What's the one piece of advice that you can give the audiences here today in terms of how do they approach this whole Web 3.0 concept?
Okay, so for the advice, so people who are generally into the Web3 or just trying to enter into the Web3, first thing which my advice is that it's not a get quick rich concept. So many people I meet, they just want to, hey, you know, if I buy a Bitcoin today, when I will be the next millionaire. So it's nothing like that. You have to understand before you invest your money, you invest your time or any commitments into any businesses, you have to understand why this business will work. So my advice to them is that first understand what is Web3, why it is crucial to the industry's transformation, and how the technology is going to disrupt the next generations. Okay, so it's a very dynamic in nature. So investors, please understand that diversification is one of the important factor.
Right.
You should have a different set of asset classes that can be allocated for the diversifications purposes. For the technology sector guys, you know, this is the next generation where you guys can hone your skills upon, and there are going to be a lot of opportunities. For businesses, they have to understand that centralization is something that has to be taken on a back seat right moment of time, because it's an everybody's game. Every stakeholders has to be rewarded. So for them, the business owners have to, you know, think about how you can or how they can implement the Web3 technologies into your businesses so that they can be future ready altogether. So these are the three important factors. And yeah, over to you, sir.
Yeah, well, I would say community. So understand, build, and continually grow and evolve a community, and really importantly, connect that to the tokenomics. So what rewards are you going to give back to that community? The closer you can match that to what the community culture is, the more powerful your Web3 model will be. And that doesn't have to be money or crypto. It can be, and people love money and crypto, right? But it could be a carbon credit. It could be any kind of loyalty and other form of incentive that meets the needs of your community as it grows. So that's the critical mechanism that differentiates Web3 for me.
Right, agreed. What about you, Hujo?
Well, I agree with both of them. Like, approach it from a point where it's something that is important to you. There's a learning curve. You'll need to put in some time. So if it's something that you believe in, that you feel important, you will take the time to learn. If you just jump in it to get rich, chance of failures are fairly high here. It's
Right. Thank you so much for your advice to the audience. Anyway, I think we come to the end of our panel. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time and answering the questions. Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you for hosting, sir.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, that basically wrap up our first panel discussions of the afternoon session. Okay, insightful thoughts. How development and the future directions of Web3 gonna be, especially in the coming quarter. Last night we just have the Feds announcing the cuts in rates. So the upcoming days and weeks are gonna be something or some trend that is very looking forward, especially for whether crypto traders or even Web3 developers, expecting a change in landscape, or even new game plans coming out in the market. But nonetheless, as we stand here today, when we talk about shaping the future of Web3, we look ahead to what's going to happen next. And of course, the opportunity that's underlying in front of us. So, okay, back to our agenda of the day. We're going to proceed to the second panel discussions with our afternoon sessions. I'd like to welcome Clement on. My colleagues share the same name as I do, Clement. He's the regional manager in Coinstore as our moderator of these sessions. And also, I'd like to welcome Mr. Tines, the CTO from Maxim Group, as well as Chin Seng, principal at AppWorks Ventures. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Please welcome the guests.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I can hear the enthusiasm clapping for TJ and Ching. And of course, myself. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. With all jokes aside, today I'll be moderating with these two esteemed guests on some of the topics which I think are important, especially in our industry, which is on how we think Web3, investment, technology, and what the future trends are going to be, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So, without further ado, I would just like to ask the first question, perhaps to my two esteemed guests, which would be, you know, I know that the market picked up yesterday, but the market has been a bit slow and a bit tardy, and basically we are not seeing much volatility. But amidst this whole, season, what have you guys seen that has really caught your eye? Because in my opinion, I haven't really seen something outstanding in the past perhaps 3 months. So just wanted to get your expert thoughts on what you guys have seen and what you guys feel are like some of the opportunities that we can give some alpha to, especially to the listeners here. Perhaps Ching could start.
Depending on what you're asking. If you're asking for the specific ticket name, I cannot give you anything you want. But if you are asking the development of the industry, I think the governance part should have some progress. Because originally token back in 2017, people were trying to avoid being categorized as a security, right? So we placed a lot of utility on top of it. But meanwhile, you also see in the past 7 years, a lot of startups raised with token, which essentially the token is their equity, the stock of the share of their company. But the governance part of the token is still pretty early stage, right? Which is lack of governance, like you don't basically compare to the corporate governance is pretty a little bit behind it. But I think in the past, let's say 1 year, we see some of the startups working on it on the voting side, on how to manage the treasury side to become a more proper and more closer toward the real, not the real, the link toward more how the business and the company is running right now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What about TJ? You got any thoughts?
Yeah, if looking into what's happening for past 3 months, I believe it's right, because people getting panic. Okay, if you're looking at the chart at the moment, sometimes few days before you'll be happy. After that, you might be not so happy. So if you're looking into that, the first thing is about market acceptance, okay? How they look at this technology, especially crypto, in terms of transformation in a digital finance, okay? Some people, I would say, looking into crypto, there's a lot of speculation, okay? There's a two-sided of story. If looking at coins, okay, there's a two-side, right? Same thing for cryptocurrency. When there's a good news, people are happy. When there's bad news, people get panic. Okay, so the most important thing is the empowerment. Okay, since people still lacking in terms of education for cryptocurrency, especially at this current state, people are talking about bull run. Everybody wants bull run, right? Okay, but when is going to happen? When is going to happen? This is something is striking our head until now, and some people couldn't wait, they sell. they sell because lack of knowledge. It's all about the fundamentals of understanding on this industry. Okay, so normally if we can empower the community about this blockchain technology, which I believe cryptocurrency is growing, the tokenization is growing, I believe a lot of people, I would say, they will be able to gain if they learn to hold. Okay, because at this point, no panics, guys. So it's more into, for me, is empowerment and also market acceptance.
Okay, thanks, TJ. So, two train of thoughts. I think one from Ching would be on how corporate governance matters, and how some of the startups are issuing tokens as a form of a separate share. Whereas for TJ, basically mentioning about how empowering the community and allowing them to learn more, and we can get better understanding of how new technologies would work. So, thanks for the answers. Second question would be, how do you think some of the recent advances in some of the new protocols that we are seeing, such as some of the new layer ones, like, I don't know, the new upcoming ones, like I think I saw a lot of ZK stuff. I saw quite a bit of things on Aptos recently. I saw a little bit on Sui recently, and even some of the new layer 2s upcoming, even layer 3s that I saw recently. So to be honest, I'm not too professional in a technical part of blockchain, but I just wanted to get your opinion. Have you guys seen anything interesting that really caught your eye and really you think that would shape the future of the whole industry in the upcoming months?
Okay, talking about layer 1, layer 2. It's all about, first of all, solution. See, layer 1 is more into the foundation of blockchain. Especially for me, I'm a good fan of Ethereum. Okay, it's one of the most stable, I would say, layer 1 blockchain at the moment. Okay, most of smart contract, most of decentralized things are done in Ethereum. Okay, but looking into that, also the scalability issue. That's why layer 2 is coming out. Like you see, one of the, I would say, I'm a fan of optimism, all right, and also Arbitrum. They have solution on the layer 1. Okay, when talking about layer to layer, actually they are actually correlated to solve each other. All right. So you're talking about Arbitrum, what it does. Okay, what actually is solved. It's very simple, guys. It's about speed. How fast you want it. So what scaling issues Ethereum having, Arbitrum can do. So that's why it actually correlate together. And talking about optimism, okay, I would say security. Okay, you're talking about how fast it can transact. But security is important, so that's why optimism is coming in. So this is how we look at layer 1 and layer 2, and now layer 3 is growing. Even more functions and more innovations. That's insight from my side.
All right, thank you, TJ. How about Ching? Any thoughts on what you've seen lately that could really shape the future?
This one is a good question. I feel like during in the previous cycle, right? Especially 2023, a lot of new infrastructure I would say during the tech side, infrastructure side have been developed. But I think right now it's how people use this, no matter layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, or what kinds of encryption technology to really build up a use case. I think the institution side, there's some adoptions we see, and on the consumer retail side, right, yet to valid, but I think Ton somehow have some Telegram, not necessarily Ton or Telegram, depends on how you want to say that, also have some traction, because it's a little bit like Facebook and Zynga back then, right? When they just started, you have fan page, you have a social game, then it will attract the first batch of users want to do the engagement, interaction with their friends. It can be a good start, but how to sustain that with more attractive interaction or application, that will be crucial on the retail side. And I think Telegram is interesting. Yeah.
Great answers. So both what I heard is Ethereum and Ton. So Ethereum founder Vitalik yesterday was singing on stage at Token 2049, interesting one. Whereas Ton founder, as we all know, is in some issues with the law of power in France, right? So seems as though if you want to build something, you need to be a little bit crazy.
I think if you want to build something, you should consider where's your users, where's your clients. Now, then pick the technology, not the vice versa. Pick the technology and try to fit into that. So I mean, to be honest, the infrastructure, L1, L2, L3, which one you pick, doesn't matter that much. More importantly, like where's your clients, where's your user, what's the easiest way to onboard them? Yeah. So
Totally agree. Totally agree. Thanks for the answer. Well, my third question for you guys would be, because we see a lot of ESG coming up. You know, people are trying to move towards more economic, social governance, and I don't know. This seems like a very foreign thought process in Web3, but it's actually very upcoming in like the traditional space. So I just wanted to get a little bit of understanding from you guys. How could something like this, being more, you know, environmental friendly, having more social governance, things like this, how can they affect business models or like even projects upcomingly? Maybe I can get some of your thoughts.
Well, to be honest, Web3 or blockchain-related projects have more things to worry about before it comes to ESG, I feel. ESG become quite important, and I would say it's important for a lot of corporates, and it's basic social responsibility for everyone, right? And the reason why we have to put more effort on top of it because of the human traction we built in the past, say, 20, 30 years, apparently cause some of the, no matter environment or human or culture-related impact, right? That's why people will have to pay their social responsibility. But right now, Web3, I mean, right now it's more like on the way to build up more traction, then worry about that. But of course, if you can leverage the technology to help people to make it happen or reach the goal, that will be cool. But I'm not a professional. I'm not too good at. I'm not a professional at this area. So let's see if TJ have anything to add.
Thank you.
Yeah, talking about ESG is growing, especially when Web3 is coming in the picture. It actually delivers a lot of things, especially for economy, all right? So talking about Web3, guys, you must understand, it's more into what it can do for economic as a social responsibility over here, more into data, okay, security, okay, and also people looking into more into something is not controlled, okay? So when you have Web3, this kind of social economy thing is be more transparent to the market. That's why to people to understand, to adapt is taking time. But we need more transaction, more things coming in this industry. And I believe with Web3, empowerment on many industries, transformation, I believe this kind of DeFi things is growing, especially. So this is taking time, especially in our market acceptance. And as they can see what is reward towards them and what attributes they can get from this Web3, people will go into this line very soon. Of course, there's a lot of gray areas, guys, okay? But not everybody could accept this, okay? Because it's something new, it's innovation. By the end of the day, when more people can see the fruits out of this Web3, hitting on the economic of everyone, I believe we might hit more transformation in terms of, I would say, Web3 economic development. So this is about.
Thank you, thank you. In my own opinion, I think crypto people don't really care about ESG, but that's why I asked the question. But thank you for your honest opinion. So
politically correct is say they don't have time to worry about that.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Everyone only cares about.
They are just moving forward, bro.
They're just only caring about prices and things like that. And I mean,
which is another problem.
Yeah, which is another problem itself.
It's all about benefits.
It's all about benefits, exactly, exactly. So I guess bringing me to our fourth question would be, how do you think, most like VC guys, they see and access like, long-term sustainability of most projects? Because we see so many projects coming just, 3 months, 6 months, and they're gone. So like, in the eyes of like maybe even as an angel investor or yourself or like, dabbling into crypto space, how do you guys assess whether this project is going in for the long haul or they're just there for like the next 3 to 6 months? What do you guys think?
For me, if you're talking about VCs, if they want to choose the right project or right tokenization, it's all about first must understand the vision of the founder, okay? What actually the intention, what actually you want to achieve. It's very, very important. You see, most of projects today, people can say, you can make this kind of P&L, you can make this kind of profit, you can go so far. But end of day, any project is about person behind that project. So VC need to ensure, before they put their money and hope, they must know who they're working with. Okay? And also, when talking about, okay, see, why VC want to invest? They want to make profit, correct? It's a two ways. Of course, as a person who running the project, they need the fund to make it big, right? As a VC, they need profit. So this is two ways of, I would say, interaction, benefits you're talking about, okay? But end of day, when a VC want to put their money, they must understand, is that this project, this platform is giving solution at this current point or not? Because if giving solution at this current trend, then VC got more feasibility to move forward. If they are putting their money into someone doing the same old school, guys, VC need to look into all these details. So for me, they need to do their studies, okay, especially in project P&L, okay, based on their fundamentals of the business, what ecosystem, okay, what actually going to actually transform this project to the next level where today VC can acquire good profit. So I believe, again, before whatever, they need to look into the vision and the mission of the founder as a main thing for me. And other than that, the project should be very relevant now, especially VC going for Web3, I think that's the best. But talking about Web3 is still new. Okay, it's still growing. And some people debating there's a gray areas here, right? But those who know about Web3, I believe things going to be in the two ways of transformation. Those who are vigilant enough, they're going to make huge over here, okay? If those who are still scared and skeptical, we are out of the revolution of this Web3 transformation. That's a bit of my insights. Thank you.
Thanks, TJ. So mostly about the founder, in your opinion.
Yeah.
How about Ching? What do you think?
Same. Well, so okay, the fundamental way of efforts doing investment is bet on founder. How we evaluate founder through their motivation, their execution ability, how they think in terms of the plan they have, how they think about the future, right? So I think TJ mentioned a pretty important part for this when no matter evaluating the deal we're gonna invest or evaluating the founder we're gonna accept to our efforts ecosystem. It's about the motivation, the drive behind the founder. Because to be honest, doing a startup, the success rate is super low. And most of the time, if you can do a successful startup, you should be able to get a decent job somewhere else with a good pay, happy life, good family, good living style. But why are you spending more than, say, 18 hours a day worry about something that is not sure whether you can get traction from your clients or users, right? So understanding why people take such a high risk is important. Perhaps it's from family pressure, perhaps from, I don't know, it's all kinds of reasons, right? So everyone is unique because of the way they grow up, the experience they had with their peers, their family, and their coworkers, or even their, I don't know, kids. So that's important. And we also evaluate founders throughout different data points. Say, if you look back, you yourself 5 years ago and yourself right now, huge difference on thinking, on working, on the way you see the world and the way you do things, right? So we call it founder delta. At the very day one, if you ask founder, how do you think your success rate will be? A lot of them will think that they will become successful. And then after a few years later, they'll realize that a lot of things didn't work in the way they thought about. So that's pretty important. And I think VCs also have to realize that it takes time for the startup to be mature, for the startup to get traction, to grow. If you look back, Facebook today is still trying to do new things, right? And between 2004 to 2008, it didn't have barely have traction. Bitcoin as well, from 2008 to even 2017, it takes 9 years. But right now, people are pushing the founders to go to market, to go public, even before their product have traction, which basically add another things founder need to worry about, which they shouldn't worry at that time, right? It's more like right now the market, a lot of token crash because the token price or FTV couldn't support their business traction couldn't support their FDB, and it's like you are pushing a lot of Series C stock in Nasdaq right now, and of course those stock won't have traction. Yeah.
Got it. Interesting. So founders are things that you guys would definitely look into, and that should.
We only look at founders. To
only
be
look
honest.
into founders.
Only founders.
Interesting.
So what else can you look at?
I think perhaps, in my opinion, like their product, what are they
Product
trying
is built by them, so you still look at them, right?
Exactly, exactly. Which I think brings me to my next question, because most of the time, the founders, if they're successful, they're called visionaries. If they're not successful, or maybe at the start of their startup career, they're called crazy, right? Most of the times. So how do you even mitigate your risks if you know that this guy, hey, maybe he doesn't have much track record, but he has a dream, he has a vision. And basically, how would you think that this person is someone that you would invest into? Because for you guys, founders is the most important thing. So how do you mitigate risk when it comes to investing into the right person?
For me, don't take risks if you never do your due diligence. Okay, so it's not in a situation you're talking about VCs involving on the money and looking into profitability, right? So don't take risks if you never do your due diligence. Okay, so that's I would put in that way. Okay, so in another way, actually, if you're talking about to succeed a project, okay, even though they don't know about the founder, okay, yet, they need to understand what's inside of his vision. So you need to do more deeper in that, okay? So sometimes, you see, if you know a person, and you try to understand his vision and mission, you must look into his work plan. Okay, whatever he's planning, what kind of actions he's putting into that. Okay, it's not only talking. Action is very important. Okay, plan your work on your plan. It's very, very important. So with all that kind of action and so planning, you can see they can have a certain level of assessment whether should you be together or not, or should you join together or should you invest. So of course you can give a chance. Okay, even though maybe the track record's not good, maybe you don't know about this guy, maybe he got so good vision, he got so good spirit. You can give a chance based on what he projects, everything. But end of the day, when he projects or he have his planning, everything, he must see how he execute. Okay, because in any projects, especially talking about tokenizations, crypto Web3, in any projects, community is very important. Community driven is very, very important to succeed a project. Okay, so it's very important when the founder is coming out with a project. Is it engaging with the community? Is it actually enticing the community to the next level to make sure this particular project can serve well? So for me, again, don't take risk if you don't do due diligence. Okay? If you want to take risk, make sure you know where you're putting your money in. All right? And make sure when you see a founder is coming up with plans, make sure he work on his plan, or else quit. This is how I look at it.
I understand. So cut loss if you think that the founder is bullshitting.
Just do it. Cut loss.
Okay. How about Ching?
I think at Upwards we got a luxury that we also have an equity-free accelerator, right? Which we don't take equity from the founders, and instead we build a founder community in Asia on both Web2 and Web3. So we got a luxury to sort of work with the founder, observe them. They also observe us for a couple months. And we also have a large pool of the founders, all kinds of different founders and different kinds of spectrum. So we have a sort of a huge pool for us to understand, say, okay, 20-year-old founded a company for 2 years and compared to like 35 years old founded a company for 8 years. Compared to their peers, are they growing faster as a founder or not? So we do have a luxury that's good because we work with a lot of founders. And they also, meanwhile, the accelerator also allow the founder to evaluate whether we're someone they want to work with us as well. So it's more like before getting married, we got a pretty long time to date with the others. And we also deal with a lot of founders before, so we sort of can sense who is bullshitting, who is not, who is truly motivated by what they are saying. That's one of the way we sort of can mitigate our risk. And like I think just go really deep into what they say. Is it true or not? Because if it's as a fake news. I think if you go really deep into interview, trying to know the founder as a person, not just as a deal, then you'll figure out whether everything's aligned or not, whether what they say is what they do, and it is also what they think is what they say, and what they say is what they think, and what they do is what they say. So I think that's how we do that. So yeah, I think that's basically interaction to know more. And to be honest, like VC investment naturally is a high risk, right? So
yes,
it's actually a gamble also. It's actually a gamble also.
Gamble.
It's a big gamble.
Very speculative in your opinion.
Yeah.
Low probability for succeeding because most startups fail, right?
Yeah, but what we believe is if you fail this time, you learn something. The second time, your winning chance might be higher. So we still bet on your future growth as well.
So it doesn't matter if the founders have like a huge track record.
If you are going to fail faster and like earn yourself some like runway to be ready for the next one, right?
Understood.
But sometimes, in life you want to hit big, you sometimes need to take risk, correct? So talking about risk, pre-calculated risk is very, very important.
Yes.
So don't go to a level the risk is very high, but please do the measurement of pre-calculated risk at least in a level that you can take that kind of step. Because sometimes you don't know. Some founders are young, okay, but they are having some insights, some vision that some people couldn't even correlate. They can't understand. But if you put as a VC, you put belief on the person's on the person's vision, sometimes it can turn out to be a goal for you, okay? So it's all about the pre-calculated risk you're going to measure, okay? Don't go too high. Go to in a level that you can accept it. Even though if you succeed, it's good for you. Even though you fail, you still can move forward. That's how I look at it.
Totally agree. And I really like what Ching mentioned because it seems as though you guys really spend a lot of time with the founders before you have your evaluation and confirmation on them.
So just to add on top of it, the founder community for us, we think is, I mean, as a founder, you probably feel like you are lonely sometimes. For example, you worry about your business, but most of the time, if you talk to your friend will say, oh, you have your salary, you're the boss, you are rich right now, and like, and sometimes the conflict in between co-founders is hard to tell, hey, I actually think that you have some problem, right? So the community we have, the other good thing for founders is that they can talk to the other founders who speak the same language, suffering from the same thing, and then learn from each other, trying to prevent themselves falling to the hole that their peer may just fall. So not just a luxury that we can interact with them, work with them, but also between founders, it's also a way to help them become better founder in a more, trying to accelerate that process.
In a way, it's a two-way traffic, actually. It's two ways, okay? It's not only one side. It's about how the engagement between the founder and also the project is very important.
Interesting. And that's a really nice platform that you guys built. Because in Mandarin, there's a saying, 无敌是寂寞, which directly means it's lonely at the top. Yeah, so you guys built something whereby founders can rely on each other and basically ask questions, and because they are the same phase of their perhaps product development stage, I think that's really important. So yeah, thank you for your both insights, which brings me to my last question of tonight. I think this is going to be a very tricky question. So what is written on my question list is, where do you see crypto in the next 5 years? But in my opinion, 5 years is too much of a long time in crypto. So I'm going to just reframe this thing. I'm just going to ask you guys, where do you guys see crypto in the next 1 year? Because we've seen a lot of geopolitical tensions. We've seen a lot of things from the Federal Reserves. I mean, yesterday they just cut interest rates by, I think, 0.5 basis points. And yeah, we've seen a lot of narrative that the bull run is going to come. But actually, I think we are all not too sure. So in your experience, where do you guys think that you see crypto in the next 1 year? Do you think it will be more massively adopted? Or do you guys think that Bitcoin is just going to be the only one leading the race and all the altcoins are dying? Or where do you guys see everything going towards to? Maybe, I don't know, Ching could start.
Well, I think the mass adoption that people in crypto industry or Web3 industry is imagining It's not gonna come that soon as what crypto folks is expecting. I'm pretty much sure. But I will say in the upcoming 1 year, the enterprises institution will still gradually adopt some of the blockchain technology. It might not reflect to the token prices. It might or might not. That's the thing in terms of the adoption side. Token price wise, depends. Eventually, they will have more money flow into the market, but whether it flow into the stock market or crypto market, that's depends on your progress, whether we build something or not, and whether it's on Bitcoin or on the other token. Again, it depends on the business nature. Because I mean, like people learn from the zero interest rate things that we made some not mistake, but business natural wise, people don't care about the bottom line profitability, right? But I think right up here, the hype that's only chasing the valuation without checking the real progress of the application or business, I think is gone. So building a really solid and sustainable business still will be crucial to make sure your token can capture your business value. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. How about TJ?
So personally, I believe Bitcoin is one of the greatest innovation product from blockchain technology. All right. So talking about mass adoption, it's going to take time, definitely. Okay. But what I would say is, okay, today Bitcoin is making a revolution. Okay, because you're talking about in decentralized space, you're talking about digital asset, and people now, they don't believe on something people are governing or people are controlling. People want to be decentralized. That's why you can see Bitcoin is growing, sometimes going up and down. But the topic is what's going to happen next year? Is it going to be a breakthrough for Bitcoin? And what's going to happen to the next other tokens? This is the topic, this is the debate. But for me, I believe all this will take time. As guys, just imagine, okay, just try to understand one thing, yeah. When talking about innovation technology, just put in a way fintech, financial technology, right? Uber. When Uber approached us, okay, many people have mixed feelings. Many people have a lot of, I would say, it's a solution. But what happened to taxi drivers? They went against. I believe in Singapore, so happened the same thing. Even Malaysia happened the same thing. But today, even though things was against, but at one point, today we cannot live without a Grab apps, fintech, correct? So it's about time to make sure people adopt that particular technology. So you're talking about 1 year time. If you look at it, okay, it might take time, but those who believe on Bitcoin is not going to, I would say, cry blood. You guys are going to gain in future because this is a revolution. Because from the day one until now, Bitcoin is performing. Okay, you know how the value is started up to now is scaling up, scaling down, scaling up, scaling down. But at one point, Bitcoin going to be something huge. And to be honest, I'm waiting for the election of US this year. Okay, things can change, right? November is going to be something exciting. Okay, so I believe all of you know what's going to happen in election. So things can change. Okay, anything can change. But now at the moment, we're talking what actually being a big challenge for especially the Bitcoin adoption is regulation. Okay, the acceptance.
Yeah,
okay,
agreed.
as time goes, things will prosper, and I believe those who believe Bitcoin just keep going. Okay,
Yes.
if Bitcoin prosper, other tokens also will grow together. This by insight. This is my belief.
Right. Thank you, TJ. Thank you. Right. So I think this brings us to the end of our expert session with these two experts. And please, everyone, join me to have a round of applause for these two expert and esteemed guests. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do we have to take a photo, something, or somewhere? No. Okay, maybe just join me to stand in the middle of the stage. Coinstore number 1. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thanks to our guest and Clement for the sharing earlier. Very insightful, very thoughtful, and coming from experience always sounds different. It's not something you can get from the website or internet. It's a life experience, and life sharing is hearing from the expert and the industry leader, right? So moving on, we'll have keynotes. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Seth. He's the head of community for ADAO, and he'll be sharing us today about his thoughts in Web3. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Seth.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so we're doing something very little today. And we'll continue from where they stopped. And the last question that he asked was, where do you see crypto in the next year? That's in the next 12 months. And that's what my presentation answers and also gives you something to look out for. That is the utility-based approach. All that my presentation will talk about is that in the next 12 months, if a project is building through utility, then that project will definitely move up, just as Bitcoin did. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because factors are changing. And these factors start with those who've already spoken to as the VCs. Their behaviors are changing with time due to founders and due to the impact of their investment in projects. Aside these VCs, we can talk about influencers that are playing key roles in the industry these days. OG influencers that could pull a lot of people into the space or into some projects. Currently, they make tweets and you get the views, but there's nothing happening on chain. And so there's that diminishing returns factor that is also affecting the space. We have regulations that are fast moving. Today there's news about somebody getting crippled down by regulators. There's another news in another country telling you that Bitcoin is accepted here, crypto is accepted here, is accepted there. So we are not at a standstill in this industry. Everything is changing. Aside that, you know, founders these days are founding projects because crypto and blockchain is now a business more than a culture. So initially, people will be in crypto because there's some kind of special feeling, there's some clan that people would want to be part of. So they were trying to put money in because they wanted to be part of the clan of revolution. But now, it's not happening like that. People are actually putting business ideas behind their projects, and that is what we are moving into, and that is what is being worked on. You might not have imagined that NFTs will come. AI concepts were thought of some years back, but these concepts are really in reality. They are being implemented now. And that is how the factors that are linked to blockchain and crypto are changing. So I'm speaking for an L1 project, a layer 1 project, and I'll be tagging my presentation to layer 1s, but actually it should be considered by anybody building on blockchain. So due to these changing factors, what should you consider now as a founder, as an investor, or as a regular user? The first one is that we all need to team up and look for the collective improvement of the blockchain technology. So as a layer 1 blockchain, we are not into key competitions with other blockchains to pull them down, but rather we are looking at ways to complement these other blockchains and people who want to build businesses on the blockchain to succeed. And that is what you should look out for. In the traditional business world, we embrace competition, and we try as much as possible to ensure that we survive with another person's business just beside us. That is something that we should look out for in blockchain and crypto as well. You need to stay true to your underlying vision. So if you are forming a project today with a vision of allowing people to buy bonds on the blockchain, don't change that after 2 months when bonds are no more the trends of the day, when meme coins are the trends. This is crypto. Trends are changing. What vision you have today, it can be out of trend in the next 2 months, but just remember that it is cycles and it moves like that. So the next year, there will be that same point in time that your project will be relevant. And it will even get to a point that your project will be even relevant out of cycle because you stay true to your vision. On the collective move, I'll say that let's prioritize promotion of safety measures in this space. We shouldn't be thinking about the returns only, but we should think about how safe the space is getting against regulators, against hackers, against attackers, or scammers. How do we protect the space? That is something that we should also look at. And layer ones should play a very key role in this. You have to care about community. I'm a community person, and if you don't care about community, all the previous panel discussions, they mentioned community as key roles, and any project that is prioritizing community is tipped to succeed. So let's all prioritize community first, because they are the people that are patronizing our services, that are using our products, that we want to build something for. So let's prioritize community. We have to put continuous actions towards providing interoperability. And this one will link to the first point that I raised, that's improving the collective usage or collective advancement of blockchain. The last one that I'll say on this, what we should consider as founders or as layer ones, is that blockchain has its own story. And this story is circled around decentralization. Don't try to change it. We are building the story according to what has been written already by blockchain. And this decentralization is based on transparency, security, and immutability. So if you are building something that is not communicating the story of blockchain, then I guess you should rather find a different space and put it. But if you really believe in the concept of blockchain technology and the future of cryptocurrencies, then let's not change the story of blockchain. The last thing that I believe blockchain also promises, or is part of the story, is this: the moon. Everybody wants to go to moon. You are in for the tech because you made the tech. You understand the tech. That's why you are in for the tech. But the users, the investors that are putting their money in, they don't know any smart contract. They know UI. They know what you give them. The interface that they are getting access to, that is what they know. So blockchain also promises the moon. And so today, I want to unveil to you, in my opinion, a project that I think has the capacity or capability of doing 1,000x still as a layer one. This is highly speculative, but the reason why I'll tell you that AirDAO has the capability of doing 1,000x is that it has not been priced in. It has been left behind because this is a blockchain that has existed since 2018. This is a technology that has existed long time ago that you might not even know of. And this is its time. This is the time that it is uprising. And so the vision of the blockchain is to get a world that has an integrated financial market, an on-chain community, and it also promotes digital consumption between blockchains. So I started from interoperability and collective improvement of blockchains. This is what AirDAO stands for. And this blockchain has this. It has these products on it. It has a bond marketplace already. It has a staking platform. It has its own explorer. It has a reward asset company built on it. But the project currently has only 27K holders. So imagine, you don't have to imagine, just take it, because partnering with Coinstore means that you are opening yourself up to a greater audience. So a blockchain that has existed so long, that has not been priced in, having only 27K holders can do 1,000x within a blink. Just one click. That is what I'm presenting to you. And this is the utility of the blockchain. We have over 60K community members across various platforms. We have 6 different regions that we are currently targeting, and we are built in 4 of them already. We have products that are built and low transaction fees on it. We have a staking platform that gives you 12%, up to 12% APY, which is interesting. Talk about the future, and the reason why we will do 1,000x is that we have this. These 3 products, we've launched them on our chain, and we are going to launch their tokens next month. So when these token launches comes in, they come with extra holders, they come with extra liquidity, they come with extra interactions. Aside these internal products, we have Modus, which is a reward asset company based in the UK that provides fractionalized investment into properties. So you can be wherever you are in the world and still invest in UK properties through Modus on AirDAO blockchain, which is positive and great. RWAs have greater potentials, and we have started exploring it in the right way through Modus. Senna and AirDAO markets are prediction markets that are being built on our chain, and the AirQuest is built by Saprolinks. That is an inbuilt Quest platform that encourages on-chain activities and at the same time rewards users in the community. In 2025, we want to expand our reach in Brazil. And this is a country that has 217 million people. And they are embracing crypto on a very fast rate. I would not like to speculate further, but out of 217 million people, if we are successful at capturing 0.1% of this population, that's 200,000 holders of our token. And we are glued to this, we are committed to this. To cut things down, this is our ambitions for 2025. We are not even looking at the 200,000 people that we are capable of reaching. We are not looking at the 100,000 users that Coinstore has that we are now exposed to because our tokens are listed there, and we now have built greater partnerships with them. We are just estimating 100K holders in 2025, which should give us at least a cool 5 to 10x. I'm speculative and I'm bullish based on what I know. So you take that one too. We want to just look at a 25K daily active users on chain. And comparatively, this is easy cool chop, right? We are looking at 4 million transactions on chain daily in 2025. And all these things are things that we've cut down. Again, we are looking at building 42 dApps in the ecosystem. Currently, we have just around 7. And the ways that we are trying to achieve this is that from 20th to 22nd, we are participating in IT Global, a hackathon. We are also planning a hackathon with Coinstore to bring in more developers. So if you're a developer here, you can approach us and build on our chain, because these 42 dApps can be one of your ideas that are being built. And they will be part of the 1000x journey that AMB Token and AirDAO is building. Based on this, I shouldn't tell you that don't be late, because decentralization is the future. And the future, AirDAO has started. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Seth. The end note does make a statement. Don't be late. It's also one of the reasons why we're here today, trying to stand in, trying to enter the trend, the industry revolution, before it's too late. Everyone wants to be the pioneer, because the pioneer sees the most opportunity out of all. All right, so next up, I'd like to welcome TJ, the CTO from Maxim Group, to share his insights for this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, TJ.
Thank you, Clement. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Clement here, our handsome guy. Okay, guys, I'm TJ, born and bred from Malaysia, all right? So I'm so honored. I feel privileged to be here. And first and foremost, before I start, let's give a big round of applause to Coinstore to organize such a beautiful event. Please give a round of applause to Coinstore. They are the best, definitely. Okay, guys? So, I'm not going to make it too long, short and straight, okay? What is Maxim Group all about? Because I believe we got some exciting event after that, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, Maxim Group. Here, we want to make difference. We want to transform the industry with innovation. And now, what is the subject? Web3. Web3 is beautiful, yes or no? It's definitely beautiful. But the thing is, we need that kind of community driven to make sure more people are empowered on that. And you're talking about crypto, blockchain. There's always a mixed review. Those who really know, those who are vigilant, they are in it, in the right place. But those who have lack of knowledge, I believe sometimes they lose a lot of things. So Maxim Group here want to make that kind of revolution where we're going to entice all the community to move forward to the next level, guys. All right? So now, let me pursue with a presentation here. Okay? Okay, this is about myself. Okay, guys? But let me just tell a bit, okay? Okay. By profession, I was an engineer, okay, and I was in a, of course, technical line, okay, but I want to add values in people's life, okay, so that's where I was exploring myself, what I can do during that time, 2008, guys, okay, internet's growing, yes or no? So, when internet's growing, I'll embark into industry called online education, e-learning. That time, I would say people don't know about internet. But because of technology, because of innovation, when we move online education from primary to secondary, those who don't have internet, they are forced to fix internet to make sure their students learn through online learning. And when there's online learning, of course there's benefit. Self-learning, independency. You don't depend only teachers or school. You can learn everything through online. So that's the time I saw, wow, technology can do wonders. And from there, I tried to grow next level. That's where today I'm a great fan of blockchain technology and also Web3, guys. That's how I'm here, and that's how I'm going to move forward in Maxim Group. Okay? So now, talking about Maxim, okay guys, very simple. We are here to empower things, innovation through education. Okay, you see, when I started my speech, online education is important, right? Because I believe today, if we want to make sure we achieve something, empowerment is important. So that's why if you look into Maxim Group, we started to build community by giving something they want, especially we indulge into AI, artificial intelligence, where today AI can do trading, sports, and most of our members today, up to 6 months, they are making a very, very good profit through AI, technology, guys. So once we already built this community, slowly but surely, I saw there's importance of giving education. That's why today, Maxim Group came up with Maxim Academy, where today, I believe, by empowering them through crypto blockchain education, we can achieve a lot of things, guys. Okay, so that's why from building community, empowerment, and now we are moving into innovations through Web3 with so many industries we are talking about. And of course, education is one of the major things, and sustainability, next level we are talking about, green energy. We want to move forward into environment friendly. That's why today, to be honest, when you're talking about Maxim, okay, we are indulging in technology, but we want to add value. Okay? Okay, so talking about technology, blockchain technology, of course, we are gearing forward to Maxim smart contracts. We have a decentralized storage, NFT integration, and also AI. Our AI also embark into education. Okay, AI also embark into trading. Our AI also embark into customer support. We are in these areas. Okay, guys. And talking about next. Our partnership. You see, when we have something huge surrounding our community, we want to do something huge. Yes or no, guys? When we want to start with a baby step, we need to do right. That's why today, Coinstore became our partner, our strategic partner, to launch our token over here, guys. Okay, please give a round of applause to Coinstore, because today, I believe, if we want to grow together, we shouldn't move with the superstars yet. Superstars are too high. We need to grow with shining stars. Because today, if you look into Coinstore, they are 4 years old, but they are one of the leading exchanger, fast-growing exchanger in Asia. Give another round of applause for Coinstore. That's the reason today we are here, we are working together, and we want to do wonders with this beautiful exchange called Coinstore, guys, okay? This is what their strength, okay? And now, when I was talking about we are building community, of course, we evolve in innovation, Web3, okay? We involve in AI to make sure our people prosper in this technology. And also, it's not over there. We are giving education, okay? But today, to entice everything, I believe it's time for us to have our own tokenization called Maxim token, okay? Give a round of applause for that too. So you're looking into Maxim token ecosystem, guys. It's quite attractive because very colorful here, right? Okay, so let's look one by one here. Okay. Okay, for me, guys, I would say it's a great achievement because if you look into education, today Maxim Academy actually strike partnership London of College Media. It means to say we are about to create a revolution in the education industry. Whatever London College of Media, they're offering courses of certificate up to doctorate, and now they are gearing forward online education. And Maxim Academy has become partner with them, and we are developing the field of crypto and blockchain. Beautiful or not? So whoever learn from Maxim Academy, they strike any courses from crypto blockchain, this will be offered from London College of Media. And we are not stopping there, guys. Just imagine, Web3. Okay? It's a great technology, right? What if today, Maxim Academy offer a decentralized marketplace for education through Web3? Beautiful or not? That is, I would say, mind-blowing, no-brainer. Because today, we don't want to limit education. We don't want to make sure education is hustle or so costly. If today we have a marketplace on Web3, any content developer can put into the blockchain. Any students want to learn beyond their level, they can learn through the marketplace. Beautiful or not? This is the partnership we strike with London College of Media. Okay, that's all about Maxim Academy, guys, on education. So now, and talking about another thing, I would say I like to emphasize over here, green energy, EV vehicles. We need to be friendly to environment, yes or no? Environment is important, yes or no? Yes. So you're talking about EV. I just came back from Thailand, okay, because we have a very strong community in Thailand. And the best part, one of the company called Veda, okay, they actually pioneered, okay, the motorcycle industry, and they became the first company in Thailand to launch EV motorcycle, okay? And the best part, we strike a partnership with them. They wanted Maxim Group to be the main franchise holder up to Southeast Asia. It means to say, anybody want to run EV motor through Veda is through Maxim Group. And the best part, you can do it through tokenization of Maxim token. Okay? And guys, you see, when I'm talking about building community around the token, we need to make sure our people prosper, get reward, yes or no? So we are not stopping on motorcycle alone, EV. EV is growing. Green energy is growing. What is, just imagine, with Veda partnership with Maxim, soon, EV gas station going to move along the way when most of the community can be a franchise holder for EV station. And this thing can achieve through our token. Beautiful or not? So this is what we achieve, guys. So we are trying to make a difference, especially on the tokenomics. And we want to make sure our utility is surrounded strongly and make sure our community moving to the next level. Okay? Next. This is our roadmap, guys. Of course, we started early, Q1 2024. We launched, okay, our Maxim Trade, okay, our AI technology. And we also launched our Maxim Academy. As I told you guys, we have strategic partnership in London College. And also, you're talking about now, today, okay, we are here to be one of the diamond sponsors with the Coinstore event. Thank you to Coinstore again, okay? And also next, you're talking about our roadmap, guys. We are here about to make sure nobody miss this opportunity, especially to be together with us, okay? So you're talking about listing the coin, the token. We are talking about Q2. Until that, we are talking purely pre-sales, all right? So we will make sure our community given the privilege on private and after that public. Are you happy or not? Okay? So the time we launch our token through Coinstore, first launch in Coinstore, I believe with the strong utility around our tokenization, we're going to make an impact in the market because we already started. Our community already growing, and they hunger for this tokenization. Good or not? So this is our roadmap. And this is a bit about our tokenomics, guys, okay? You guys can go into the white paper, into GitHub, to know more about our tokens. Okay? And now, you're talking about launching our private listing. Price is $0.01. Good or not? And we are going to launch over here. Good or not? And we're going to thank Coinstore for that. Give another round of applause to Coinstore. And, okay, this information you guys can get it. You know why? When anybody coming with a private sales value, of course, there's an incremental value where there's value for the particular community and value for the utility, yes or no? So I'm not going to speculate on the price, okay? When we do things right, everything going to be right, yes or no? So we believe Maxim token going to soar higher as far as we are building the community with the right intention, with the right vision and right direction, okay? That's all for me. Thank you. And I think it's time for some excitement. Okay? We're going to launch something. Can we launch together or not? Can or not, guys? So let's do it. Sorry, I still don't know the surprise. Let's see. When I say let's do it, something will happen. Let's see what's going to happen, okay? Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Announcing our launch of Maxim token in private sales in Coinstore. Give a round of applause to everyone. This is a moment we have waited. We want to do in style, we want to do in proper, and we chose on this stage. We're going to launch our private listing, Maxim token. Okay? Thank you guys, and I see you guys at the top, and I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, TJ. Thank you. Thank you, Maxim, as well. So, next up, in celebration of the launch, we're going to have an MOU ceremony between Maxim and Coinstore. So, while we're getting ready, the MOU going to be jointly signed by TJ, of course, representing Maxim, and James, representing Coinstore. As some of you may have met James this morning, but for those who didn't, James is our head of BD from Coinstore. Okay. Well, I gotta say, doing such MOU in celebration or in conjunction with Token 2049 week is really a moment to remember. Right, the week itself has been very meaningful for the industry. And on top of that, both Maxim and Coinstore can go through this at this point of time. I think it's a moment to remember. Okay? Lovely. Signing has been completed. Okay. Photo time. All right. Thank you, TJ. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, James. Okay, without further ado, next up, we're going to enter our next panel discussions. It's going to be a third one for this afternoon. Okay, so in these panel discussions, we're going to be talking about the VC perspective of Web3. The VC perspective of Web3. Okay, venture capital and venture capitalists, they play a crucial role for the industry to grow. And they have always been welcome. They have always been hot picked among project founders, among entrepreneurs from the space. Alright, so for today's sessions, we have panelists as below. The first one is Mi Xue, partner of Foresight Ventures. And we have Jason, the Chief Business Officer of Certic Ventures. And we have Mr. Calvin from Plutus VC. So the panel sessions will be moderated by Kathao. Okay, so Kathao himself is the founder of ICP Vietnam Hub. So ladies and gentlemen, we have the guests on the stage. Now I'll pass the floor to them. Welcome.
Absolutely, and thank you very much. Absolutely great to be here with these fantastic panelists. So, the first thing we're going to do, we're going to dive right into it. I'm Kahal, co-founder of ICP Hub, the CEO of Nexox, which is a digital securities and exchange platform. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to get the panelists to introduce themselves, share a little bit more about who they are, what they do, and where they're looking within the digital asset space. So we'll start off with Min Xue.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. So I'm Min. I'm a partner at Foresight Ventures. Foresight Ventures is a crypto fund managing about 400 million AUM. Over the past, a little bit over 2 years, we have invested in over 150 projects. So we have a private market fund and also a liquid fund. We are also managing the biggest crypto media outlet in the world. We acquired the blog last year, and we have incubated Foresight News. And we're also the biggest financial investor of Coinstore and Block Temple. So yeah, that's pretty much about us. So what we are investing, so I think to summarize, the investment thesis is to invest in the most daring innovations in Web3 that can bring the change to the industry.
Fantastic. Very good overview and very good insights right there. Next up, we're going to go to Jason.
Thank you. My name is Jason Zhang. I'm Chief Business Officer of CERDIC. CERDIC is we consider ourselves the largest cybersecurity service provider to the Web3. We had our Series B of fundraising in 2022. We raised 260 million on a valuation of $2 billion. And shortly following that, we decided to start this venture business, a single GP business. And for the past 2 years, we have been doing mostly fund-to-fund operations. But starting in May, we decided to doing direct project investments. And since then, we have been receiving a lot of applications, and we're releasing our thesis within the 2 weeks. And so obviously we're pretty new, but I think we're bringing some different elements into the VC space by combining our security expertise and also our a lot of our vertical markets connections to this table, and we hope we can propel the projects into a future star. So that's who we are.
Absolutely love the emphasis on the contributions you make, and it's fantastic to hear. And next up, we've got the one, the only, the indefatigable Calvin Ong.
I'm Calvin, general partner at Plutus VC. We are a 200 million venture fund based in Hong Kong. Today we are managing an AUM at about 700 million US, depending on the price of Bitcoin and Ethereum, which we hold almost 80% in our portfolio. So far we invested more than 300 over projects, mainly tokens investments. And we are early investors in projects like US, NEO, those that pump in the early days, and so on. And today we spin off another fund of 200 million to do mergers and acquisition, acquiring Web2 fintech companies that is licensed and regulated. And then we bring them into Web3. And the fund mainly focuses on a new narrative starting this year on RWA.
Fantastic. Absolutely love the emphasis on licensing, on regulation. But what we're going to do is, we've got so many entrepreneurs, so many startup founders. I've bumped into so many of them outside. So they all know what VCs are typically looking for within projects. They all know to play the narratives. they understand these core components and they understand the importance of being able to drive within that space. However, within startup founders, what are the main traits? What are the main characteristics? What are the main attributes you guys are currently looking at? And what do you want to see from them? We'll start off with Min Xue.
Yeah, so I think founders and founding teams are the most crucial aspect that we'll look at when we are looking at a project. So I think it depends on what kind of projects you're doing, right? If you're doing an infrastructure project, and maybe like it's years before it has actual use case. For example, like NVIDIA before CUDA, its use case is limited to gaming. But after CUDA, it moves to Bitcoin mining and also AI. Now AI has become NVIDIA's like biggest use case. So when we're looking at the infrastructure, it's difficult to foresee the use cases. So we will ask the founders about these questions, but it's really difficult, to predict. So what we are looking at the founding teams, first of all, for infrastructure projects, the technical background is very important. So whether it's professor in the university, driving the frontier of the research, or you're like a serial founder at some kind of like a tech sector, specific sector. So I think the technical background is very important. And the second thing is more about persistence. Because like I mentioned, infrastructure project, it takes years to build. So if you're not like persistent, then it's easy to give up, especially in the Web3 sector when everybody else is launching tokens, making money. So it's easier to give up on a long-term project. So persistence is also one trait that we value a lot.
So a follow-up question, because you actually raise a very interesting point, which is playing a narrative. A lot of projects might look to play a narrative, but the issue would be they might be following a trend without any real intention to make it a long-term project. Would you be skeptical in that sense? Or would you see it as something that is something they can develop in the long term?
I will be actually skeptical, because that's why I look at the founder's background and what he's been doing all this long. It's really important, to look into why you did this project, why you started this. If you only want money, money is the drive, there are a lot of ways to make money, not necessarily just do this product or this project. So I think the starting point is very important. If the starting point is, oh, this sector is hot, I just want to jump in and do something, then it's probably not a very good start.
Very valuable insights, and that is something I would strongly encourage everybody to take on board, particularly when talking to VCs. But next up, it will be great to hear Jason's viewpoint on this.
Thank you. I think Ming summarized it very well, and we shared a similar, similar view on the founding members' qualification. But I do want to bring a different perspective to the public. Is that that's something we do a little bit unique. Because we came from a startup company and we kind of grow into this, 300 people operation here. And our investor portfolio is quite impressive. So we, as a recipient of the fund, we kind of, we got our first hand of, knowing all the pain points as a startup. How do we present it to the investors, and how do we gain their trust and ultimately in their investment? So we're gonna do. So this is something we're gonna do, is that we're gonna actually implement a scoring system for all the applicants, and we're gonna instead of an internal system. I know a lot of VCs are doing this kind of things, but we're gonna make this scoring systems public to those applicants, and giving them a sense of where their thesis or their narratives falls into within our scoring system or our valuation of the projects. And then hopefully, you know, this kind of complements well with our existing Skynet security score system. So we have had some experience into it, but you know, we believe that by giving this scoring to the projects, this will make you know, their project's valuation more transparent, and then you know, hopefully they will you know, that will help them to make their projects more comprehend or more acceptable to the VC fundings.
And actually, I just got one quick follow-up question, because you mentioned a raise you guys recently did.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, it's a very different raise to a token fundraise.
That's right.
How important was it to actually prove your business model before going out there, talking to investors, and subsequently gauging their reactions?
It's equally important. For a project to be successful, you really have to consider many aspects of it. You got to have your enough engineering expertise. You got to have a sound operating team that you know, will preserve your cash to a TGE day. And you also have to really stay upfront and, you know, stay, you know, in front of all the developments of your competing projects. So I think it's very similar, and it's you know, a successful ICO nowadays is really comparable to a equity round, fundraising round.
Fantastic.
Can I like ask Satik, you do so much scoring and so on. So what kind of amount are you investing in startups? Like, what's the minimum that you're going to put in?
Right. So for us, it really depends on the type of the project and also where they are in this, you know, into their development. I think our funds is going to be separated into two areas. One is to the, you know, newly established projects where we like to invest into a pre-seed and seeding round. So the check size will be anywhere from 50K to 200K of the size. Then the second half of it is going to be more towards gearing towards the, you know, established ecosystems. We wanted to using this venture to establish deeper relationship with those ecosystems that are partnering with us in helping them to grow their you know, dApps or projects, and that requires a bigger check size.
Fantastic. And it would be great to actually get Calvin's overall viewpoint, because Calvin's background is as an entrepreneur who became a venture capitalist. So he understands both sides thoroughly. So I'll let you take it over.
I'll just like to add simple stuff. The good part about VC investing is that you have so many different kinds of VCs. Every VC looks at case, projects, founders, and so on differently. She looks more into whether you have the technical capability to build the product properly. He has scoring metrics about each of the founders and teams and so on. And we also must remember that we are in Web3 investments. And Web3 investments is about your tokens, right? Web3 investment is about your tokens, and in most cases, until even today, but things may change, is that you may have a shitty product, but your tokens still fly, right? So at the end of the day, Foresight is looking at the long run, okay? Hopefully your token flies, but at least you have a damn good product, which is good, right? And they have a metrics about calculating, scoring the team, and so on, but team members do leave the company, right? Whereas we are more looking at how you're going to make money for yourself and how you're going to make money for us, right? It may be you can say that Plutus looks more at the short to mid-term basis, but at least going through us on our perspective, it's not that anybody is wrong, everybody is right. All VCs are usually right. But you have to remember one thing is that even if you listen to the VC and you fail, it's still your fault, not our fault.
That's quite true.
Right? So when I was an entrepreneur, I would never ever listen to my investors. Why? Because even if I please them to make them happy, that's not what I want. You just have to remember, the dream is not our dream. The dream is your dream. It's the founder's dream. And the VCs is here to help you make your dream come true with our money. And if the VC ever wants to dictate to you that you should change your dream, right? Don't. Right? Don't. But sometimes it's good to listen to a lot of investors, because the investors will help you realize better what you need to do to realize your dream. So when we look at founders and their teams, we skip all the bullshit, what have you done, your experience, and all this kind of stuff. Sometimes in Web3 only, not Web2, not Web1, in Web3, if the founders have a charisma, right? If he has a charisma, if just like just now the guy standing on stage, you know, hey, he's going to pump, you know, and so on. And if this audience believe in him, that's enough to make a Web3 project successful. So I want to give an example of my investment in EOS, okay? Which is until today the only protocol that raised the money and never deliver anything. Which is true. Look at EOS, right? It's impossible to use their chain. That's why they switched and became an exchange called Bullish. It's all the facts, right? So I flew all the way to the US to meet up with this big guy. Don't want to mention his name, you know, otherwise he'll sue me for defamation. and he came out in his pajamas at 2 p.m. and he wrote on a piece of paper 0.06. This is the price that you want to buy in. And we were like, okay, so how is EOS faster than Ethereum? Oh, you'll be just faster than Ethereum, just trust me. Right? And okay, I'll cut this short. At the end of the day, I say that I told my partner, Sunny, hey, we flew all the way from China to LA. We just wasted our time. Let's go outlet and do some shopping, you know? And then before we left, he told us that, oh, tonight we're having a party. There's free flow of champagne and caviar. And I told my partner, okay, since we flew all the way here, might as well eat all the caviar we can, man. You know? Make back for our flight tickets. So at that function at night, somebody stand on stage, okay? And this guy is the CEO of EOS. His name is Brandon Bloomer. You guys should see how he speaks on stage. He literally can sell ice and convince the Eskimos to buy his fridge. Seriously. So after I saw his pitch, I told my partner, we need to invest $6 million US into this company and buy his tokens and become a validator. Right? One of the 20-something validator and so on. And my partner asked me, what makes you from 0 wasted time to 6 million putting into this company? I said, that guy on stage can bullshit better than me. What else do you want? Right? What else do you want in Web3? A guy that can convince the whole entire world to believe in EOS, including myself. And we did make a lot of money. Literally 47x, which is not bad.
Needless to say, colorful as ever, so we'll try to move towards the other side, because that was largely speculative. However, we've all been rugged. We're in Web3. We've all been rugged in some capacity. Investor sentiment has largely shifted. Instead of making short-term gambles on a potential token pump, what I've seen personally and in my experience talking to investors is that there's been more of a sentiment shift in that they're largely looking for reliable, stable returns without that same multiplier. In your mind, is that something you're looking towards, stable returns, or are you more risk-prone in the hope of achieving greater returns? So Calvin's got the microphone closest to his mouth, so we'll start with him.
Okay, so I've been through 2 bull cycles and 2 bear markets since 2016. So every bull market is different. Every bear market is different. You must have a different strategy to make money depending on the market conditions. And it's the same for founders and startup and so on. If you ride the wave, you make money. So from what we can see is that we started with air tokens. You buy air tokens and you stick it and I give you more air. And then you end up with lots of air. That's how Web3 works, right? That's how exactly what Web3. But there's nothing wrong with that. As long as there's belief and if the founders do deliver one day, right, that will be worth a lot of money. And if you look at the top 100 coins today, those that are performing pretty good literally have nothing, right? Look at Cardano, right? What have they, I mean, sorry, Charles Hopkinson, don't sue me. And me, myself, I'm a co-founder of a project called DAO. So if you've been following, we are probably one of the only non-meme coins apart from Solana that pumped 57x during this period of 2024, right? So we look at why did it pump? It pumped because we shifted from a small little plane called DeFi into something called RWA. And what's RWA? Real world assets. So we're looking at something that's no longer air, right? So today, if we want to look at something that will derive real revenues, real business, and real interest to the investors, so that when you buy something, you do not need to worry that, hey, I got to watch the market 24 hours. If it moves something, I should dump everything, right? So in crypto investment in Web3, I would say that it would be like the stock market. You buy some penny stocks, hoping it to go 20, 30x, and you put majority of your money in something that's stable, that gives you dividends every year, so that you still make money from this, right? So we move our focus to focus more onto RWA, and I believe the tokenization of RWA is going to be very, very huge in the coming next 3 to 5 years, simply because I give you an example, no matter where you're from, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, if you have a public listed company, who trades your stocks? Who trade your stocks? Basically, if you're listed in Singapore, Singaporeans. If you're listed in Thailand, Thai people trade your stock. And if you're listed in Indonesians, only Indonesians trade your stocks. And of course, some big funds that comes in, right? But the tokenization of this RWA today is going to change the whole world. And thanks to crypto and blockchain, if it's an Indonesian project, from day one, you are trading global audience. So imagine this, stock exchange of each country, the small ones, not US and China and Hong Kong, but the small stock exchange market, such as ASX in Australia, they are all going to be badly affected because the world is going global thanks to crypto and blockchain.
Fantastic. What Calvin was mainly referring to was securitization. dividend payments and long-term yield, which is really something that's an exciting development. But Jason, it would be great to actually get your viewpoint on how exactly you're positioning your fund, how your VC is actually viewing the markets right now, and the level of risk they're willing to tolerate.
Thank you. First of all, Kevin, you're right, but we're different. But I think that's the beauty of Web3, that allows many voices, many flavors in there. And you really have to, for a VC to be successful, you really have to develop or find your own DNA. Find your own gene there, and finding the project that really fits your DNA. So for Certic, we are a engineering company, and 90% of our employee has engineering backgrounds. So what we believe, when we carry it into the venture, is that talk is cheap. Do your work, show your product, and this is what we believe. But as far as what really is the future, near future, I can't predict anything 2 years, in the future. But what's in the near future, Kevin, I agree with you. RWAs, whatever that brings the mass adoption to the Web3, that's the project that we think is going to be successful.
Fantastic. As for Minxue, once again, Jason and Calvin both mentioned fantastic points, largely focused on RWA, but do you see any points of difference, any points of convergence? What position do you take regarding risk, regarding yield delivery, or do you still have that risk appetite that was previously there in the last 2 bull runs?
Yeah, definitely. Because the reason why VC exists is to go for the high risk, high return projects. If we are here for the stable yield, then we have other ways to do it, other investment vehicles, right? Like farming or whatever. So I think for VC, in this cycle, like apart from AI, we're quite bullish on the consumer dApps. And then I think there's a rising trend, especially in this cycle, where the Web2 companies are also adopting blockchain. So I think blockchain technology nowadays is like similar to the internet technologies like 10 or 20 years ago. So it's starting to integrate with other verticals in the real world. Like RWA, to tokenize RWA is definitely one of them. And another is that, so you're seeing Sony has launched Sonium. Telegram has been integrating with Tong more than ever. And Line has also launched Kaya. So we've seen these Web2 giant companies that are using blockchain and also crypto. And I don't know if, I think some audiences might know that during token 2049, if you use the Tada Mini app on Telegram, and if you use Tong Wallet to pay, you actually get 50% off. So it's basically Tong subsidizing the users to adopt the blockchain, and Tada as like a actual use case with a lot of user base already in the Web2 space. They're helping to integrate this, and I think this really opens up the future of crypto payment and also blockchain. It's promoting the blockchain and crypto to the Web2 users, to the ordinary people. So I think that's one thing we are, quite excited about. That's why we are also big on Tong. So we recently announced an investment of 30 million in Tong's OTC, together with Pantera, and we've been investing in the Tong ecosystem projects for almost a year. Yeah.
And actually, the level of development on Tong within the developer community is absolutely sensational. So it's one of the chains which is very active, but once again, wouldn't be a point of concern, like regarding the recent troubles of their founder. given the developer community that's actively involved, actively building, and really some sensational developments there. But at the same time, it also raises another question, which would be very interesting to actually get the VC viewpoint of, pertaining to regulations, pertaining to compliance, pertaining to working with the relevant authorities. Now, so many projects had anon teams. You wouldn't know who they were, similar to meme coins in that sense. Right now, do you take a different approach? Do you look at whether or not they comply with certain standards, or are you largely indifferent to that at this stage? Because there always is going to be an element of risk, docs or non-docs. But do you still look at it from a compliance standpoint where these people won't get in trouble in the future, or there's a large degree of risk? We'll start with Jason there, and then we'll move to Min and Calvin.
Thank you. We really think that compliance is a requirement for the project to last. 30K has its own compliance product, so we put a lot of resources to study the differences of compliance regulations into different regions. And when we make an investment, we really need to study, where's that particular project's intended markets are, and whether those local compliance regulations, prohibits that project of doing certain things. Obviously it's very different from Asia to Europe to US they all have different flavors of compliance regulations, and those things really needs to be carefully looked into. And for us, we have made a rule within ourselves is that if a project is not compliant to the local regulations, we're not going to invest.
Min, it would be great to hear what your viewpoints are on this particular topic.
Yeah, I mean, the whole crypto industry got so big and growing so fast is because it started from an unregulated market. And the adoption of stablecoin, versus fiat is actually, it avoids a lot of local regulations, so to speak. So I think we are at a very special stage in crypto right now. Previously, it's all unregulated. It's all a lot of arbitrary on the local policies and regulations. But with the launch of Bitcoin ETF and also Ethereum ETF, we are stepping into a new era where the regulations will come into a more important play. So I think from the investor perspective, I think those things that still can do arbitrary on the regulations will still have a time to grow. And if the project can utilize this well, and then using the where the crypto payment comes into a more important play, we're still will prefer these kind of projects. But for other sectors, for example, like RWAs or centralized exchange, those sectors, definitely regulations will be the most important thing. Yeah.
And I've seen Calvin itching to get the microphone close to his mouth again, so we're naturally going to go to him.
Actually, I agree with what both of them say. I just want to add one thing is that we started crypto in the Wild West, right? So, and that's why it grows so big, because there's no regulations. There's no anything, nobody bothers about it, and so on. That's why everybody can come in and anybody can play. There's no law, okay? And try doing this in the stock market, and somebody is going to jail, for sure. So, looking at this perspective, my take is actually very simple. On the right-hand side, there are certain projects that we need them to be regulated. before we can put the money in. And then on the left-hand side, there are projects that we felt that please don't go the regulated way, you will never succeed. I'm just being very honest. And for a startup and a company that you are starting, it depends on what areas you're going to, where you are located, and how is your strategy. Sometimes it may be better that you are not regulated because you're going to wait for years for the license to come, and always remember, just do it first. And then when you're rich enough, like CZ, just pay 4 billion. And then go to jail for 3-4 months, you know. But you come out, you're still a billionaire. So what? Right? So it's all about a strategy. If you're not going to make the billions, depending if there's a chance of going to jail, you know, get licensed, get regulated, right? It all depends on what area of the projects that you're going to do, right? Some projects really, there is no license for it. Today, there is no license, which means that you are not breaking the law, but you're on just a gray line. Do it first. Make the money. Wait for the license to come. Or buy somebody that has the license. I just bought another exchange, like literally a few months back, because I needed one. Right? And why do I buy one instead of I apply for one? If I apply for one, it's 12 to 18 months. I buy one, it's 3 months. Right? And if I make it, I have the money, I buy one. Simple as that. Right? So in business, that's my take. For a VC perspective, we invest in certain things that we think that if you need a license, okay, I want you to have a license. But if, on the other hand, if I feel that you don't need a license, please don't take one, make money first. And same for the entrepreneurs.
Well, given the fact that I got the cue from over there, our time has come to an end. And given that I've seen the flashing time's up sign over there, I guess that we should conclude this. Could listen to these guys all day, some fantastic insights. Once again, just be sure to take everything they said on board. A lot of insights from their viewpoints and from their experiences. So always be sure to always take that on board. So just want to say thank you very much to everybody. Fantastic panel, and can't wait for the next.
Thank you, gentlemen and lady. Before we proceed to the stage, can we have a group photos?
Social.
Okay, thank you, Cathal. Thank you, Calvin. Thank you, Jason and Min-Xue. So we're running a bit tight, and I will not drag too long. While at the same time, let me introduce our next speaker, keynote speaker to the stage, Mr. Jide. He's the Global Financial Infrastructure Lead at Cardano Foundation. So, Mr. Jide, a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Sorry, what's your name? Clement. Thank you very much, Clement. I appreciate it. How do I press next? Okay, so thank you to everyone for being here. I appreciate it. I'm super jet lagged at the moment and super tired, so don't mind me if I stutter or if I, say some funny things. But yeah, thank you very much to Coinstore for inviting me here, and thanks to everyone for being here. You all look beautiful. So I'm here to talk about a little bit about Cardano, a little bit about Cardano Foundation, and a little bit about how centralized exchanges can utilize tools built by Cardano Foundation to basically make things more safe and put themselves in a better stand in the industry. So what is Cardano? The previous guy that was on the panel said Cardano is basically nothing, right? And it's a shame that he would say that, right? Because if we actually compare Cardano to other blockchains, we could see that there's a vast difference with Cardano in terms of security, scalability, and decentralization. But that's a topic for another day. So Cardano is a public permissionless proof-of-stake blockchain that was birthed due to the issues that Ethereum and blockchain had, which was around scalability, security, and decentralization. So Charles Hoskinson actually is one of the founders of Ethereum. And he decided to branch apart and create Cardano to focus on resolving or balancing out these three blockchain trilemmas. Apart from the blockchain trilemma, there's also issues with interoperability across traditional finance with blockchain systems, as well as interoperability within blockchain systems in itself, right? I believe in order for all of this to work, we all need to be interoperable with each other. So, in order for Cardano to actually reach the balance of centralization, decentralization, scalability, and security, we set out a roadmap, a 5-phase roadmap, which took us from the foundations of a blockchain, the Byron era, up until the last phase where we are now, which is the governance phase called Voltaire era. We recently just did a hard fork for Voltaire that allows for people to do on-chain governance for Cardano projects, to get them funded, and to basically determine the future advancement of Cardano blockchain. So Cardano was birthed in 2017, and ever since then, we haven't gone down. We've had an uptime of over 2,000 days. That's very important because if you want to run a business, you're not going to run a business on a blockchain that goes off all the time, right? You have to ensure that whatever blockchain you're using has an uptime since it was, created. And this is one thing that Cardano has and Cardano can boast of. So speaking of ghost chains, as you can see, we have millions of transactions on Cardano blockchain. Daily, we have 10+ million native tokens minted on Cardano blockchain. So a native token, in comparison to Ethereum, would be a smart contract token. So on Cardano blockchain, you don't need a smart contract to create a token because tokens are built natively and they follow the ADA paradigm, which makes them more secure. So Cardano is governed by 3 different entities. It's governed by IOG, Input Output Global. Those are the guys that built the blockchain. They do the research around the blockchain and the advancements of the blockchain. And then you have Emergo. So Emergo looks after the corporate development arm of Cardano blockchain. So they basically focus on entities, financial institutions, governments, and so on. And lastly, you have Cardano Foundation, which is the company I work for. And Cardano Foundation is headquartered in Switzerland. We focus on 3 major things. So we focus on operational resilience, education, and adoption. And what does that really mean? So on the educational resilience side of things, operational resilience side of things is, how can we ensure that the blockchain is up all the time? How do we monitor the blockchain? How can we build tools to ensure that developers are able to seamlessly integrate with Cardano blockchain? How can we help exchanges ensure that whenever there are any changes made on the blockchain or there's a hard fork made on the blockchain, that they are able to upgrade seamlessly? The second piece is education. So how can we educate not only developers, not only enthusiasts, how can we also educate legal practitioners, policymakers, governments? How can we educate them to ensure that they create policies that allow people like developers and companies to build products that follow the legal guardrails effectively. And the third piece is adoption. How can we get people to understand the use cases of blockchain and integrate it in the retail business, get governments to start using blockchain, and get people to use blockchain in their day-to-day lives. So that's what Cardano Foundation does. Now, how can Cardano Foundation work with centralized exchanges to basically help them become better? And what I mean by better is, right now we have so many issues with centralized exchanges. We have issues around security, we have issues around even collaborations, and many other issues. So, as we know, centralized exchanges are the entry point into the ecosystem for many people, especially the less technical people. And one thing I believe, or many things I believe exchanges could do to ensure or to push people to trust blockchain more and to trust cryptocurrencies more. There are a few things we could do. So one thing would be elevating security standards. And how can we do that? We recently developed an identity wallet that's based on a Kerry standard that allows you to create passwordless authentication, allows you to basically create DIDs, decentralized IDs linked to VCs that are then linked to your original information, like your email, your password, or your passport information, and any of that. Now, what I mean by this is, for example, exchanges today, they have multiple issues with validating transactions, or if an account is hacked, how did they actually get it back? Because that account is already hacked anyway. So there's no way for you to find that information and pull it back because it's hacked. Whereas if we then plug in this digital identity solution into exchanges infrastructure, that will reduce the chances of that happening, because then with transactions, you're able to validate large transactions that are going through certain individuals. And you're able to then link it back to the original user of that account. So this would not completely eradicate hacking or hacks, but I believe it would reduce the chances of hacks happening on centralized exchanges. Now, on top of that, we are actually working with some governments at the moment to issue decentralized IDs that are linked to passports, and that would be used officially as part of the program of the country, which is super cool. Amongst that, we know about the MiCA regulations, right? So Cardano Foundation has been working closely with the European government to ensure that we actually adhere to the MiCA regulations. And I believe this is something that centralized exchanges as well should look into, mainly Coinstore, because that would give them a good stand in the European base and also give them good trust amongst blockchain enthusiasts. So the second part of how we can work with centralized exchanges is the educational element of things. So Cardano Foundation recently launched an academy called Cardano Academy that has 4 modules. Now, these modules take you from beginner level. You don't even have to know anything about blockchain to actually take this course. So it takes you from beginner level to advanced level, right? It's self-paced. It would take around a week or 2 to actually complete this course. And this course gives you a breakdown of what is blockchain, what is cryptocurrency, why do we actually have these things, and why are we building it, right? Then it takes you to giving you fundamentals of Cardano blockchain up until the advanced level of Cardano blockchain. So when you finish this course, you can actually come out and say you understand blockchain, because then you get a person-based certificate, which is NFT-based, and you're able to use that to prove your knowledge in the space. And now what I mean by prove your knowledge in the space is, one of the problems I have today with hiring people on my team is I can't prove their knowledge, right? So you can actually use this person-based certificate to get jobs within the space. as such, we struck a deal with Petrobras. So Petrobras is the largest Latin American crude oil manufacturer. And what they're doing is they're taking our course and they're going to use it internally to lecture all their 40,000 staff about blockchain and how Cardano blockchain works. So I believe if we're able to utilize a tool like this with exchanges, I'm talking to some exchanges as well to integrate this tool, this would help us educate people massively across the board. And on the third side, I believe partnerships, collaborations with centralized exchanges as well is a good thing because it allows us to be able to showcase that exchanges are not only for trading, right? Exchanges can also make an impact in the space. Speaking of which, so Cardano Foundation recently struck another deal with a merchandise manufacturer in the States called Epoch. And what we did with them was we created a limited amount of jerseys for the 2023 lacrosse World Lacrosse team. And those jerseys have an NFC, which is linked to an NFT on the Cardano blockchain. Therefore, you're able to authenticate the jersey. You're able to show that it's not a counterfeit product. And you're also able to even trade it as well if you wanted to. So collaborating with exchanges on creating a form of a marketplace that enables people to trade assets like this, or even real-world assets, gold, diamonds, and so on, will be a great way to utilize blockchain technology. And also put Coinstore in a very good place, because right now, what we do with Coinstore is mainly just trading, listing of assets, whereas we could do so much more together. And lastly, we recently developed a IBC chain, because one of the reasons why Cardano blockchain was created, as aforementioned, is because of interoperability. So this IBC chain, what it does is it allows us to basically send assets across different blockchains seamlessly, faster, and very flexible. So how can exchanges actually use this bridge? So this IBC bridge would enable exchanges to communicate seamlessly with different blockchains. They will be able to send assets cheaper, they will be able to send assets across each other faster, and they will also be able to communicate with other blockchains much faster. So these are the sort of tools that we're looking to work with exchanges to help them enhance their offerings in the ecosystem and to basically put them in a better position than where they are right now today. And lastly, we host an annual event in Dubai. And this event is called the Cardano Summit. And what we do there is we bring together all the ecosystem enthusiasts, governments, financial institutions, and anybody that is basically willing to know more about blockchain. So we bring them together into a room and we discuss about the future advancements of blockchain, recent developments of Cardano blockchain, and the future of blockchain and Cardano blockchain. So this year it's going to be hosted on the 23rd to the 24th of October in Dubai at the Intercontinental Hotel. And it would be lovely to have some of you there, if not all of you, if you can make it. So these are the things I wanted to talk about how Cardano Foundation, Cardano, and exchanges can work together to enhance the offerings of blockchain, enhance the offerings of centralized exchanges, and put everyone in a better position so we could increase adoption of blockchain in general. And yeah, that's it for me. If you have any questions about Cardano blockchain, or if you want to know more about Cardano blockchain, feel free to give me a shout. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jide. Couple more keynotes to go, and we still have another panel discussions to run. Meanwhile, the next keynote, I'd like to welcome Mr. Karim. He's ready beside the stage. Okay, so let's keep this cozy a bit. Let us have a round of applause for Mr. Karim. He's the head of blockchain from Gamer Arena. Welcome.
Hi. As he mentioned, it's me, Kerem, from Gamer Arena. We are the biggest competitive gaming platform back in Turkey. We have more than 500,000 users there. And I'm gonna quickly show you guys how we managed to be the biggest one in Turkey and how we are shaping the future of gaming in Web3 space. So, we do it with the products we have. As I told you guys, we have a background in Web 2. We changed it and pivoted to the Web 3 side as well. So we have applications, mobile applications, we have web platforms, and we have GAU token as an asset. So let's deep dive in the GAU side and what we do with the GAU token. So quick stats for the GAU. We have 500 million tokens as a total supply, and it's been live for 3 years. So more than 65% of the tokens are already in the circulating supply. That makes a huge trust on the gaming side, gamers and the users that we have. So we try to utilize GAU within the all products we have. We reach out to 25 million market cap right now, which was 100x in the last 6 months and 250x in the next 8 months, in the previous months. So, as I told you, the utilities, it can't be done without any utilities. There's lots of projects are mentioning the utilities they have, but I'm gonna show you what we did with the GAU token. So we use it as a native currency between the products we have. We use it for the sustainability of the projects we have. We have fees in the tournaments and the deals we make, which I will mention the games and the tournaments we made for the gamers. And we use it as a global payment system within the products and within the gamers we make tournaments for. So for lastly, we also use it with the staking and the government system as well. When you look at our tokenomics, you can see how much important is the community and the gamers for us. So when we come to Web3 spaces, as I told you, we came from a Web2 background. We create tournaments and the duels for the big brands, like we're gonna mention them in the next slides, but for the companies. So within the Web3 space, we also do different products, like as I told you, we have GAU Arena, our mobile app, our Galaxy, and the AI features we just made with the power of the community we have. So there is a quick video also which we announced in our Twitter. We're gonna announce in a few weeks the GAU verse and what we did with the AI side of it. I think it's a quick video and I'm pretty sure you guys will love it. If you have time, we're gonna watch it real quick. This is the Red Panda World, which is one of our mascots, and it also looks like my CEO back there with the red shirt. That's why it's Red Panda, by the way. Yeah, so to sum up the all products we have, we came from a Web2 background. We created a web platform where I mentioned that we work with the companies. We have more than 600K registered users right now. The numbers goes up every day. So, and we have more than a 6-minute average session time, where is the attention is most important from the companies that we work with. And we have a mobile app that I mentioned before, which has more than 25 minutes of average session time with over 100K downloads right now. So we are not just organizing tournaments with the games like PUBG, FIFA, etc. That's our Web2 side. But in the Web3 space, we also create in-house games, really easy to play, and I want you guys to check it when you have a free time. So in the Web3 journey that our gamers or the traders and the users are taking, it's really easy. They are connecting their wallets. If they don't have a wallet, we create it for them. So they select a game, they win a challenge and withdraw to whatever they want. And from the previous Monday, they can withdraw to the Coinstore right now. So we choose win challenge because we have a different system than the other play-to-earn games. We call it challenge and earn. So you should definitely check it out. So with these customer journeys and the average screen times, we work with the partners like YouTube, AWS, Moontune, very well-known partners. And we also work with the biggest names like Samsung and Xiaomi in the Turkish market. We have two different business models, as you can understand. We work with the companies in the B2B side, and we came from a B2C side, and we pivoted to B2B to work with the big names. So we have a great team. You can see my name, Kerem here, and my CEO, Kerim, back there with the red panda. And it's a quick, brief roadmap what we hit. You can see we just listed in the Coinstore within here. So from now on, a really good milestones are waiting for us. We are going one by one. So yeah, thank you. This is how we try to change the future of gaming. We are pivot a great tournament and duel platform to the Web3 side, and we are gaining gamers, and we are adapting the gamified and game world to the Web3. And please, we will be outside. If you have any questions, we will be happy to answer all of them. And thanks to Coinstore, that's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We still have another panel discussions, couple more keynotes until we end the day. So meanwhile, we're still waiting for our panelists and our guests to be ready. So a preview to our next sessions. The next panel, we're going to discuss about the evolution and the future of Web3. And we're having moderator from Dr. Ian Tan. He's the COO of Lydian Labs. And also, yeah, Dr. Ian, it's you. No worries, I just introduction first. Yeah, chill, easy. And we also be having Professor Yamamoto. Okay, he is the founder and community owner at DICT, as well as we have George, the portfolio manager from IVC. And also we are expecting Masha as well, the marketing lead at Aether. So these are the guests and panelists for our next sessions. And meanwhile, please allow a couple more minutes and we can kickstart the sessions. Calling Masha. Is Masha here already? One minute. Countdown 1 minute until we start the panel discussions. Masha, is that you? Lovely. All right, so once again, I'd like to welcome and invite Dr. Ian, Professor Yamamoto, George, as well as Masha to the stage to share more on the evolution and the futures of Web3. Please welcome, guys.
Hi everyone. Yeah, I think we're on probably the last panel already, right? So thanks for holding it out and being here, everyone. Like every other panel, I guess we just do a quick round of introductions. My name's Ian. I'm from Lydian Labs, one of the co-founders and the COO. We run an incubator and we focus on the APAC region plus China. Yeah, we're currently incubating about like 6 projects right now. And excited to see what Web3 has to offer moving forward. Professor, maybe you can go next.
Thank you. So thank you so much for your introduction. My name is Shinya Yamamoto. I made my keynote speech this morning, but I am founder and the community owner of DICT, Design and Innovation Co-Creation Technology, based in Tokyo, Japan. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Masha Prusso. I'm on the marketing team at Aether. So Aether we provide the decentralized physical infrastructure for gaming and AI companies Grateful to share the panel, also as one of our first investors, IVC. And we are based mostly in Singapore and worldwide, raised over $150 million on our node sale, founded in 2021, supported by Hashkey, Animoca, Framework, Sanctuary Capital. So yeah, excited to be here. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm George, portfolio manager in IVC. We are a Web3 venture fund started in Japan and have made over 200 investments across Web3 gaming, infrastructure, DeepIn, and AI. And myself is more on portfolio management side to help our existing companies to do the token listing, market making, marketing, PR, etc. And yeah, second time in tokens, always be very excited about the vibes here and pleasure to be the part of this panel today.
Right, so today our topic is going to be the evolution and future of Web3, right? And we have prepared some very, very interesting questions, right? So let's get to it. So what fundamental changes in both technical architecture and user experience differentiate Web3 from Web2? I think that's quite an interesting question because everyone's saying that within the Web3 space, things are, the user journey isn't that pleasant, right? What have you seen? I'm going to use the marker of last year's token, which is about the same time, 1 year. What has changed? So maybe we can start from Professor Yamamoto first.
Okay, thanks so much. So our community based in Tokyo is actually originally came from a Web2 world totally. Then we have been creating a lot of project business and companies from our project prototyping platform. But we are currently planning to implement the Web3 technology, including our tokenization and then listing and ICO fundraising too. So this is actually from now on for us, connecting to Web3 world. So we really need your professional support. And also, this is definitely difficult to connect the people from between Web2 and Web3 because literacy, the people doesn't know about the detail. So yeah, this is our challenge actually from now on.
So at Aether, we provide the enterprise-grade compute. So think about GPU, H100s, and currently most of the compute is being purchased and provided to teach the AI models by NVIDIA, OpenAI, massive corporation. So it's a full centralization of compute. So what we're doing, we are disrupting this and we are decentralizing the compute. So Web 2, we can say centralization, Web 3, decentralization of this compute. Also talking about the user experience in Web 2 and Web 3, as you mentioned, we can touch upon the data. So in Web 2, these are the large corporations that own the data of the users. Like Facebook, Instagram, we have to give away our data to use those platforms. That's what we do. How does Web3 innovate? Us users, the goal is to own our own data and even be paid to provide this data to corporations. So I think this is one of the biggest differences and innovations is to be able to be rewarded by giving our data.
Yeah, I think there's still some certain user experience upside in Web3 technology. For example, in the past 2 years, we see the rising of real-world assets. Right now people can access to real-world assets and benefit from the U.S. Treasury markets where they cannot used to participate because of jurisdiction limitations or any immature banking systems, right? However, on the tech side, I think Web3 is generally more complex than Web2, because people had to understand how to use crypto wallets, how to interact with smart contracts, and also sometimes they have to manage their assets across different blockchains, right? But in the past maybe 2 years, we see lots of innovations, solutions coming up to solve these issues, right? And I think right now this kind of like entry barrier of Web3 has been significantly reduced compared with a few years ago.
Yeah, and if I may add on the real-world asset, tokenization of real-world assets, currently, I mean, in the Web2, in the centralized world, and in the world of real estate, it is very expensive to own real estate. Yeah. And this is so tiresome to go through notary, the title, the real estate agents. It can take you months and years to buy property. While with the blockchain technology, and one of the companies that I'm advising, EstateX, what we do, we tokenize the real estate, and you can own a piece of property with as little as $100. I think it's very, very challenging and difficult currently to actually get through it and get all the regulations, all the approvals from European governments, Asian governments, US governments to be able to tokenize real estate, but we go towards it. Another great example is Propi. They were recognized as the technology pioneers of the World Economic Forum, been around since 2017. They're also tokenizing property. So I think this kind of use cases is something that we should be looking forward for.
Yeah, I think, love the fact that you guys kind of like brought up about RWA. I think that was one of the hot topics of probably Q3, Q4, Q1 this year, right?
Nobody could do it properly because of regulations.
Correct. So I think regulatory matters is something that I do not want to touch on here today, because I think I shouldn't be saying this on camera, but sometimes it's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission, right? But unfortunately, it is what it is when in the Web3 space.
That's what Tim Ferriss said in his book. Exactly that quote.
Because it's a nascent industry, it's a new industry, right? Everyone is still trying to figure out like how everyone's going to do stuff. So I think it's only fair. I was very fortunate that this Singapore trip, I had the opportunity to actually visit the Freeport. There's a project called Co-Museum. They are tokenizing real assets in terms of like the Picasso art, actual real art. So I got to see a real Picasso that is being tokenized. I think that's pretty cool. The next thing that they're going to be tokenizing is a Triceratops. It's a literal like bones, right? So I think we're getting there. I think beyond just T-bills, like Ondo Finance is one of them that's doing it right now. I think making access is really, really important, and that's what Web3 is all about, right? Transparency and driving access. So, George, you're spot on as well on the point of user journey, right? So I think the next question here is, NFTs play a pivotal role in the Web3 ecosystem. So how is the increasing adoption of NFTs reshaping the gaming and digital collectibles markets? Something that is pretty on the hype right now too. Co-Museum that I just mentioned, they're doing that as well. So maybe you can share a little bit more about what you have seen, probably, Professor, in Japan. How's the NFT market doing?
Okay, NFT market is actually still like immature in Japan compared to other countries, but already started, of course. Then, as I told you, the gap of the literacy between Web2 people and the 3 people. So not, of course, most people is involved in this market. But my community, DICT, is now planning to make NFT asset with our creative product, like music and film, video, and also intellectual property from university, like a science and a technology driven. So we really need such a platform to create easier the NFT, and also make monetization or maybe selling, buying liquidity in the platform is really important, I think, for the general people or community.
Right. So I kind of like have a follow-up question for you here, right? Because I think Japanese are very famous for collectibles. Yes. I think at some point in time in life, we probably own something. I own a Gundam, right?
You?
Yeah. Gundam. So I'm a fan, right? So do you see Web3 like being adopted, or the blockchain technology being adopted in that space?
Yes.
The toys and the collectible.
Yep.
Right.
I do believe so. Then, of course, most people from the like manga or animation industry, like Gundam, has already getting into a Web3 world much faster than general people. Then, as I made my presentation this morning, but our community member, one of them is a composer. He is originally came from animation manga industry. Then his product is Titan, Attack of Titan. You know Pokemon and Precure, the Japanese original animation. But we are now planning to make an NFT asset of his sound and the music. So this will be, I think, a trigger in Japan to connect the animation manga, I think, industry to like NFT or Web3, I think, technology.
Understood. Now, how about you, Masha? What have you seen?
Well, I think that NFTs are kind of dead these days, especially in the US market. I mean, they still exist, the projects are being built, but it's not something hot as we're speaking about. Like right now, it's all about DeepIn, Web3 and AI, RWA, like all these cool topics. So NFTs are being built somewhere in the background, I would say, and maybe we need to give it some time or to have another unicorn like OpenSea to get them back on track. But in general, I think that in the previous cycle, NFTs were really helpful for the gaming industry to give the ownership to give gamers the ownership of their in-game assets, and then they're playing games and they actually own those assets through NFTs, and some of those games, some of those assets also interoperable, and then you can sell those assets at different games, put them on OpenSea. So I think, again, we're going back to the Web 2 versus Web 3. We empower the gamers, we empower the people to be able to make money on those in-game assets. So I think that's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I kind of agree with what you just mentioned, that right now the activities in terms of like trading of the NFT is basically very quiet. But from the Web3 gaming, actually, I think right now NFT has been extended beyond just like gaming assets. Right now, it's more like a tools for community-driven development. For example, in Web3 gaming, developers can actually tokenize aspects of games, allowing community to have some maybe contribution to create some new characters, storylines, or maybe adding some new features to the games. And I think this is more like a application layer stuff, right? This actually create a more organic interaction and more bounds between developer and users, which is a level that is really hard to achieve in Web2 space. So yeah, in terms of activity, I agree it's really quiet. But maybe for application or maybe in the long term, I think NFT may still have some utility, and maybe a good way to really let users to interact with each other.
And I actually saw some celebrities recently launching their still NFT collections, like Brian Johnson, who is a founder of Don't Die Summit, founder of Blueprint. I think he speaks at the main conference. He recently partnered with an artist and did his NFT drop. So they still do those drops, but they're just not so popular. It's not like back in the days where Porsche, Bentley, Lamborghini, they all do their NFT drops and everyone makes money, but it's just not there anymore.
I guess, isn't the key thing here that we're discussing about is incentivization of why you want to do it? Like NFTs, right? They serve as like what Professor Yamamoto mentioned. It serves as a proof of authenticity, right? But if we are looking at it as something for us to trade, to make money off, then it loses its traction real quick, doesn't it? Because obviously there's going to be a trend that you need to follow. There's going to be a market that you need to follow. So then why do we even have NFTs in the first place, right? So I think it boils down to, I do agree with everyone here, right? It's about the utility of it at the end of the day. How are we going to use it? And if we don't focus on the speculative nature of it, I believe that there's a lot more value, intrinsic value of it, right? I mean, you don't talk about like a Picasso art. What is it going to give back to you? It's just art. It's just staring back at you, but it's worth $30 million because you just don't talk about it, right? So, all right, the next question is, how is Web3 technology driving the growth of GameFi? And what impact will this integration have on the traditional gaming industry? Maybe George, you want to start first because you know, you invested in quite an amount of like gaming portfolios, right?
Yeah, I think Masha had mentioned a little bit like NFT, you know, the impact of NFT on gaming, right? I also think that besides for like the digital ownership or like the financial rewards for contributors, actually Web3 technology also provides some infrastructure support for the gaming. For example, like the dipping, right? Thanks to dipping this years, actually the gaming experience has been further improved by the integration of GPU distributed network because they provide lots of edge computing powers to the gamers to operate a very maybe hardcore games. And also I think that this kind of GPU network is also solving some hurdles in cloud gaming in Web 2 because the centralized service providers are actually struggling to accommodate GPU resources for the rising popularity of the gamers. So I think it's not only like the user experience, but also for the from the infrastructure perspective, Web3 technology really provide lots of premium to gaming industry.
Marsha, so George mentioned about computing power.
Yeah, that's exactly, I can only agree with you. That's exactly what we do at Aether. We provide the cloud infrastructure for gamers. So if you, for example, let's talk about the developing countries, Africa, some countries in Asia. For gamers to be able to play game and run it, you need a really powerful computer, and it's maybe $1,000 to be able to download the game. With cloud gaming that Aether is helping with, you can own a computer which is computer for $100 and still run the game. All you have to do is just open the website and then to download the game and play it online. So you don't need to download this game. Everything is on the cloud. So it's definitely a sort of revolution as well in the gaming.
How about Japan, Professor? Like, how is the gaming scene there? Like, I don't know. I do know that Japan has got its own market when it comes to games, right? But Web3 games?
Yes, as you mentioned that the Japanese game industry is huge actually, but are not still within the Web 2 world. I know some startup companies or game engineers trying to bring those gamification game industry into Web 3, but I think still very less. And then as we discussed previous topic, but this is also very important to think about maybe user experience for everyone, Web 2 and Web 3. Only people from Web 3 can enjoy. This is not expanding, cannot be expanding, right? So we need to connect the people from Web 2 and the Web 3 on the same maybe user interface or not separately, I think, thinking, but how we can encourage the people from Web 2 people into Web 3. This will be, I think, very much important for the gaming. Then I think gamification is easier than maybe other activities to learn from game. What is Web 3? Like what is a token, something like that?
I mean, people don't need to know that it's blockchain powered, right? To be honest. Like today in Singapore, they use PayNet. In Malaysia, we use Touch and Go. We don't ask them how the money is flowing, and we just use it. I think we need to reach that stage where, if we really want to get massive adoption. And I've seen very encouraging efforts, right, moving forward. And I'm looking forward to great things coming up ahead. So with Web3 becoming more mainstream, how can investors assess the potential of Web3 projects? Any key indicators, risk factors?
Yeah,
best to come from a VC, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think there are lots of angles to evaluate, right? For example, like the founding team, whether they have strong entrepreneurship to execute their mission, and also like their go-to-market strategy, right? Whether they choose the right channel to promote their products in the right region. And I think there's one thing that has been underestimated by lots of Web3 projects is actually the importance of market maker. Because we have still several projects that they actually have a very strong fundamental, very solid teams, but just running extremely low FDV in the public market. And some of them will just actually choose the wrong service providers to manage and operate their tokens. And I think the ideal market makers should always be very transparent and communicative with their projects, because the crypto industry is moving so fast. It's almost impossible to follow the same liquidity strategy for 6 months or 1 year. You have to have lots of communications and consistent adjustments to make sure that you have a very healthy liquidity and the order book, right? So that's why also part of my duty to try to help our portfolios to find the right market makers.
Right. Wait, Marsha, I'm going to skip you for a while here because I see that there's two perspectives that we can actually kind of like show here. So we've got a VC perspective, right, when it comes to identifying the key indicators, right, for a successful project. Then I want to hear from Professor about the community side, right, so that we have a good contrast, right. What about from your end, like, what kind of key indicators do you like?
Okay.
Because not everyone has the access to what VCs have, right?
Actually, I'm an angel investor. Then not only Web3 startup companies, but also Web2. But my perspective is also how to collaborate with my own community, DICT. So always, I'm currently investing in 2 social DAO community in US. One is San Francisco and another one is Los Angeles. But the concept is really similar to mine. So we can easily, make a collaboration. So they also love to my, community and the concept too. So yeah, naturally I have selected such type of community-driven and then project prototyping style, like startup company I'm investing now.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. Then Marsha, how about you from an infrastructure kind of point of view, right?
May I start with from investor point of view? So I've been investing since 2020. Aether is my portfolio company, invested in about 55 companies to date, constantly speaking with founders. And what I notice is there are different types of founders. Some founders are builders, other ones are chasers. So the builders, they sit there and build the product. They have the product, they have the revenue, and they think about token later. These are the founders I would invest in and consider, while the founders who are chasers, they would be chasing the trends. More likely they won't be necessarily the technical founders. There's an AI trend. Let's put the AI buzzword in our deck and see how we can ride this trend. So I would focus on the builder type of founders. Also, regarding the teams, I think it's important to have a technical co-founder, maybe one business marketing co-founder, so they can be complementary. Then I would look, of course, into their background, their ethics. I would like them to be humble. Also their network. So if they've been in crypto for many years, whom do they know? Because very often, if it's a brand new team coming from Web 2 and trying to ride the Web 3 narrative, it's not that easy, because we've been around, I mean, I've been in crypto for 8 years right now, and the degen Web3 mentality is so different from the Web2 enterprise or AI companies. So if these are Web2 founders trying to get into Web3, they don't really have connections, I may invest in equity, but I wouldn't necessarily trust them to build a successful token journey, given that they do not know the Web3 degen mentality. And then it comes back to having a very strong team also on the marketing side and knowing how to build the communities, how to excite them, and how to get those degens follow you and become your raving fans.
Interesting. Yeah, I think, yeah, I think from a individual perspective, if I may just add, everyone has made really, really good points, right? But everyone here has got access as well. That's the key thing here, right? Marsha has been a serial investor for the past 8 years. You would know people to fact check things. Whether is this investable, is this not? You already know the ropes. We have a VC, right? We have an angel investor. So everyone kind of like has that, kind of like the cheat sheet or the know-hows, right? But I think from an individual perspective, I think the base needs that everyone needs to do is to go find out a little bit more. What you read on the internet can lie. It may not be true, right? But the only way that you can actually do that is do fact comparisons as much as you can online. Because somewhere, somehow, there's going to be some leakages, right? Especially when it comes to team CVs and portfolios. That's a big thing, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to do due diligence. You speak to the founders a few times, then you reach out to your friends, you reach out to their other investors, you reach out to the network and you say, hey, do you know this person? Do you know this founder? How was your experience working with him? Because if you decide to invest in a company, it's like marrying a person, and before you marry, you have to date, and you have to look around and ask great people and see, because the people don't change. If you figure out their character, their integrity from their past acts, you can be 100% sure that they will repeat themselves. So due diligence and asking your network, I think it's very important.
Okay, let's jump kind of like into the last question here after a long day. Looking to the future, how do you think the convergence of Web3, GameFi, and NFTs will reshape business models in the crypto industry? This is a big one because I just kind of like concluded the pitch day and heard quite a number of models of different projects of what they're trying to build, right? And I think still a very big struggle right now, right? Trying to understand what the industry needs, wants, to fit them to what you need as a project, right? So maybe George, you can kind of like start first on that.
Yeah, I think this will be more like adoption perspective, mass adoption perspective, right? I think both Web3 gaming, NFTs are all like consumer retail focused business, and they have a good potential to really trigger mass users getting to Web3. And if you look at in Web2 world, most of the Web2 giants like Google, Apple, Tesla, or maybe Meta, they are all consumer and retail-oriented business, right? I believe like Web3 will follow in the same path. It's like, in the end, most of the value will be driven by the participation from consumer and retails. But right now, just like lots of value from the Web3 projects, maybe still like a little bit narrative-driven. But I would say, innovation is always good, but sooner or later you have to have more applications to provide a sustainable basis. And I think Web3 gaming NFTs actually are well positioned to really get more applications and get more users. And so that's why we invest lots of gaming projects in our venture funds, because we still think like, web gaming is actually one of the easiest way to onboard users.
So you're still bullish on gaming?
Yeah, I think this is more like a industry rotation stuff, right? Maybe like right now it's more like deeping AI. Maybe after 6 months will be Web3 gaming, because this industry is moving so fast, right? The narratives today will be totally different, maybe after 6 months. So I think Web3 gaming somehow will also coming back.
Oh, okay. I think Masha needs to kind of like excuse herself. But I think we can wrap up real quick in 2 minutes if you can. All right. So yeah, do you have anything you want to add on that, like the conversions of
Well, same thing. I think Web3 gaming is still around, and gaming companies are our clients, so we'll support them with decentralized compute.
Okay. So I think Masha, maybe if you need to go, you can excuse yourself first. Then Professor, probably just touching on the last question, right? Do you see that what's to come, right? The convergence between this NFT gaming. Do you see that it's going to happen very soon, or where do you feel that it's heading?
Yes, from my perspective, NFT is coming soon, rather than gamify for me, because it's easy to connect to our community project. So, but as I mentioned, that the we really need an NFT for our, for example, products created from our community. But it's not for trading or investment, actually. It's like our, how can I say, memory, or maybe verification, or how can I say, it's more spiritual asset between community members. And this is like, as you mentioned, the Picasso, maybe not easy to trading. So it's like not passport, but it's like yeah, certification or something like this. So more emotional activities from community project. I think NFT is really good and fitable to our, at least our project. Yeah.
Right. I personally feel that, yeah, I do agree with George on many levels in terms of gaming. I'm bullish on gaming. I feel that it's the language that actually unites everyone, right? When I first got into gaming was, I'm old. 10 years ago, I got into esports and gaming, right? And that's when we saw that the demographics of gamers was between the age of 16 to about 35, right? And obviously I'm talking about gamers that spend, right? Fast forwarded 7 years later in the esports industry, we saw that age gap like widen. We're talking about 14 years old all the way to 42 years old, right? And that's significant because it's only within like 7 years that has changed. Obviously, the younger kids have grown up, right? More young kids are around, but the thing is going lower. We're talking about 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds spending their parents' money on games, right? And yeah, I think that's very pivotal.
Yeah, I also want to add on something about gaming is like we actually have recently, 2 years ago, we actually invested in gaming. They actually is like a Web3 version of Fortnite, usually focused on Indian market. And recently they are about to launch their games, and they have about 12 million pre-registered users. I think it's also because Indian market is really hard to get in from the external gaming companies. So, and India is really a very big market in terms of user space. So I think that, Web3 gaming still have some opportunities here. But yeah, I agree with you, maybe more selective. Not every games can be really benefits from Web3 technology.
Yeah, so I think, that kind of like wraps up whatever that we have to discuss today. And thank you both, and also Masha, who has left, for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
Right,
Thank you.
All right, so I guess that's all we have today. Do we take a picture?
Yep.
Or?
Yep, thank you so much. Yes, please, we'd like to have a group photos.
Thank you.
Like for the panelists. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ian. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof. Yamamoto. Thank you, George. Thank you. So that basically wrap up as our last panel discussions of today. Following up, we still have a few more keynotes to finish for the day. Now, without further ado, let me welcome Mr. Charlie. He's a co-founder of BitLayer to share his thoughts for this afternoon. Mr. Charlie.
Thank you, Coinstore. Well. Thank you very much for still stay here. I know there's like over 80 events at the same time. Really appreciate everybody sitting in the audience. I wish I have a clone, and I wish I can talk to you every single day. Every single one of you for like at least 5 minutes with undivided attention. But yeah, hope this upcoming 9 minutes, I can share what's going on in the Bitcoin space, and I hope somebody will be orange-pilled. And so today's topic is about Bitcoin ecosystem. I want to kind of ask a quick question. How many of you actually hold Bitcoin? Raise your hand, please. I see a few, and you should have more, because everybody knows that's the fundamental most important mother chain in Web3 space. You own Bitcoin, that means you align with the industry. But a lot of people actually don't know. There's a lot of interesting stuff happening in the Bitcoin ecosystem. We call this Bitcoin ecosystem DeFi summer. And this is basically the topic of today. My name is Charlie. I'm the co-founder of BitLayer. We started last November during this Ordinals crazy season. And we were one of the first research team working on BVM. So here's where we are. We are sitting in this very interesting industry with crazy asymmetric potential. Bitcoin is over 1.2 trillion assets, whereas Ethereum is 400 billion. But we have a pretty big DeFi season happen in Ethereum from 2020. Hundreds, even thousands of projects already in all kinds of Ethereum L2s. There are over 200 Ethereum L2s. I personally worked in Polygon before as a head of APAC. And a lot of other friends still working, Arbitron, a few other, like it was Optimism Rollup or ZK Rollups. And we're talking about decentralized sequencing problem and also liquidity fragmentation problem and so on. Whereas Bitcoin in the last 15 years had no DeFi, had no L2, has no, it's just a few attempts to scale, such as Stacks and Rootstock as a sidechain. But where we see is Bitcoin in this cycle will become one of very important strategy for Web2 companies to enter the Web3 space, and also a lot of new users. We have the very exciting news, right, as Bitcoin ETF, which approved by SEC in the beginning of this year, and we have a new ETF in Hong Kong. I think it's going to be more and more ETF upcoming in the upcoming months and years in Dubai, in Middle East, in Korea, in Australia, and many others. But what's important is Bitcoin is not just digital gold, ultrasound money. Bitcoin will be the yield-bearing assets with the new infrastructure framework team like us, BitLayer, Babylon, a few others kind of working on. Why this is important, right? With ETF, there's very important buy pressure from the institution. A lot of new money, institutional money coming in the space. And I think it's very strong consensus already in the industry that Bitcoin as a digital gold, ultrasound money is not going to zero anymore, right? There's been a lot of fun in the last 15 years. Bitcoin has been very resilient in this cycle. And I would argue Bitcoin has been outperforming every single altcoin in this cycle. And what is this opportunity is, if Bitcoin, as Bitcoin holders can natively earn yield through bridging, wrapping, mirroring, and access to all these DeFi protocol like staking, money market protocol, restaking protocol, stable income, it brings much more potential to this Bitcoin as assets, but also brings a lot of programmability to the network, which can generate more fees, will bring the upcoming sustainability for the Bitcoin ecosystem. So there are two directions that are actually happening. Just the direction on the left, interesting native Bitcoin protocol like Babylon trying to work on this time lock mirroring kind of mechanism. Users don't need to bridge assets. They can natively access to native yield through providing the security of a function for proof of stake ecosystem such as Cosmos. So you're getting the yield by actually become the staker, right? So the yield is from proof of stake ecosystem. In our case, we think the long-term programmable, high-level programmability with long-term sustainability yield can happen on the right-hand side, which is high-level programmability through native trust minimized bridging and also Bitcoin verification. So the future, either on the left or the right I just showed you, Bitcoin will become one of the yield-bearing assets, just like stocks, bonds, and others. And then that's very important for the future of Bitcoin. So where we are right now is on the left. On the left is sidechains, right? Stacks, Rootstock, even all the way in the beginning, before Ethereum started, it was Colorcoin. Developers trying to scale Bitcoin, but they actually kind of failed with the infrastructure problem. And the entire Bitcoin sidechain as such a like big category is sitting on this assumption: multi-sig bridge is safe. You trust the majority of signers are honest. But we all know there are a lot of multi-sig bridge hacked, or all kinds of issues, right? The signers who own the multi-sig either get drained out, get hacked by the hackers, or social engineered, and things like multi-chain, polling network, those very scary things happened in the past. So multi-sig, I think we can pretty much agree, is not the future, the ultimate future of Web3. What we are looking at in the future of Web3 in the Bitcoin space in the long run is Bitcoin finality with Bitcoin layer L1 verification, trust minimized bridge, and the data availability on Bitcoin. So this is a very important framework for the future to have this Bitcoin verification. And there's two routes to achieve that. One is the fraud proof, which we're working on with BVM2, a route. The other one is Bitcoin validity proof. That requires a Bitcoin soft fork upgradation called OpCat. So earlier this year, we launched our mainnet V1 together with our white paper, build layer, verification, computation layer. And the journey started from last year. When BVM white paper came out last October, we got really excited and inspired. So me and my co-founder Kevin, we quickly team up our engineering team, research team. We set up this Asia BVM community. We started educating the space. What is BVM? Why Bitcoin verification matters in the future? And of course, the whole audience season, the whole audience rally list on Binance, all that really took off, and it was very helpful. Beginning of this year, everybody started talking about Bitcoin L2s, and we started really focused on Bitcoin verification instead of just a meta protocol and bridge to work on this Bitcoin-friendly stock. This is our in-house innovation to focus on Bitcoin stock approach, which is more cost stable, and through this Merkle tree path to have a much lower cost to have transaction state transition verified on Bitcoin layer 1. So essentially, build layer is a roll-up equivalent model. It's not a sidechain. Transaction will go through the sequencers and eventually could be verified with a DAC commitment. So the three key problems we're solving. Once again, layer 1 verification, trust minimized bridge, and L2 execution. We are 100% EVM compatible. In the future, we'll be multiple VM compatible to achieve this real-time VM. That's the high-performance execution layer we're working on. So where we are on the roadmap, V1 mainnet launched 5 months ago. We are #1 on the DeFi Llama on the TVL, over 550 mil TVL already. A lot of transactions happen, over 1.5 million transactions happen on our chain. On average, right now, we have over 100,000 transactions to almost 200,000 transactions a day, with 260 projects already fully deployed on our chain. We are one of the biggest ecosystems in Bitcoin L2 with highest level of growth. The V2 mainnet is launching, and we're going to release our open source code later this month, and hopefully we're going to launch with the beta test version later this year, next month or November. We're one of the biggest engineering team with 40 people full-time and a lot of researchers and engineers, front-end and back-end, who have been in the industry for many times. We're a team are very global. We have over 10 people in the United States, other regions like India, Poland, Vietnam, Korea, and a lot actually based in Singapore as well. We have tried a lot of interesting, successful playbook of grow ecosystem. The key one is these leaderboards. We sorted out a lot of the projects from top TVL, top transaction, top popularities. And also the users actually had a lot of fun doing this through this gamification model. We do this prediction market on our website and actually level up their user interactions. We put a lot of interesting DApps on the spotlight, the ones we trust, we know who they are, what kind of product they built, try to educate them, provide this and explore the product market fit for them. We had a very interesting Bitcoin culture community. Our NFT holders, we're one of the first Bitcoin L2 featured by OKX wallet, and we are one of the first start doing this seasonal-based kind of mining gala season. Season 2, we had a massive success. Over 500,000 participants participated from the OKX wallet Cryptopedia campaign as one of the first Bitcoin project ever in the OKX history. We are the only Web3 project sponsored this very interesting debate called Bitcoin versus gold debate, and we get a lot of attention from the mainstream audience as well. BitLayer has been everywhere in the world, literally everywhere. All kinds of Bitcoin industry events, all kinds of Web3 events, builders events, even the Ethereum events, Builders Night. We are the only Bitcoin brand actually has been featured many times. Even this week, Vitalik was speaking. Yeah, so that's kind of just in a nutshell what we've been doing. This week, we had a very successful Bitcoin Masquerade. Tomorrow, we have a very technical, probably the highest level technical event in the Bitcoin space called Bitcoin Next. We invited all the top Zk researchers in the space to talk about what we do, and also our main core devs in the team. This is kind of briefly about our nutshell. Over 260 projects. Every single keynote, I need to update, add more logos. This is actually not the entire picture anymore. And without further ado, this is our slogan. You can forget about everything I said. I will hope you can get a little bit orange-pilled after my speech. BitLayer trying to make Bitcoin verifiable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Charlie. So it's a very swift sharing introduction about BitLayer. It's been a long day, definitely. So, catch Charlie if you have any questions for him, all right? So once again, we're looking for our next speaker, Mr. Arturo. Oh, over here. All right, Mr. Arturo, you ready? Okay, let's have another swift one. So, a round of applause. We've been sitting quite a bit, warm up a bit, so let's get our blood circulating. And we have Mr. Arturo, the founder of Prime Number Labs, on the stage. Welcome.
Thank you so much for the introduction. So, hello, I'm Arturo Cantera, CEO and founder of Prime Numbers Labs. It's been almost 3 years with this company already. I want to say thank you so much to Coinstore and the sponsors and the attendees to listen me. So let's go ahead. I'm going to do a small presentation about the project, about what we are building and what we built in the last 3 years. So let's go ahead. I'm going to start with the milestones that we achieved already. We did an official partnership with XDC last year, and I'm also a core team member of the XDC blockchain. We did also last year. We started on the XDC blockchain building a type of staking, but then we created the first NFT marketplace on the XDC blockchain, and we are the highest and the biggest volume on the XDC blockchain. More milestones. We raised over $1 million between our NFT sales and our funding rounds. We made history on the XDC blockchains, selling 2,300 NFTs in our first round during the bear market, and then on the second round we sell more than 2,000 NFTs in less than 3 minutes, again during the bear market. Thanks to this staking system that we have more than 60% of our circulating supply locked inside our NFTs, and we have more than 1,000 holders between the XDC network and the Ethereum network. Thanks also to our staking system, we are hosting 5 XDC masternodes. Now, our story. So it's more about the founder story and the company story. I started doing microservices when I was 12 years old, so it's more than half of my life doing business. I also did a software degree in the university, and in 2016 I joined crypto as an investor, and I was administrator in few Telegram groups, and in 2021 I decided to found Prime Numbers Labs, this company, and thanks to all of this experience in 2023 I become also a core team member of XDC. Last year I decided to move to Dubai after they made me core team member, and I started to focus 100% on my career and on the company. And another important point was the partnership with XDC. Also, the company is self-funded because I'm an OG in crypto, so I put in all of my money inside my company. And it's really important that right now the company have more than 20 team members full-time, so we are growing every month. Our mission, the presentation is a bit rare, but our mission is to democratize decentralized finance, building a simple, secure, and easy-to-use platform. Doesn't matter if you have a background or no. Our core values are trustability and community. So we think successful in finance should be shared. So we built a platform that is profit-sharing with the two protocols that we have. So now we are going to explore our ecosystem. We have Prime Finance. Prime Finance is a lending and borrowing protocol built using layer 0 technology, so allows you to do omni-chain lending and borrowing. We also have some functionalities for the liquidity, like the flick that we call, that you are able to add 5% of your lending position as a liquidity. So we are going to be sure that the token liquidity is high on the protocol. And then PrimePort, that is our NFT marketplace. It's lives in 2 years already. And Prime Finance is right now on testnet and will be live on mainnet next month. I mentioned the word NFT a few times already. That's the two collections that we built during the bear market. It's a new type of staking where you stake tokens inside the NFTs. So now the NFT is like your vault. It's like a bank account. Well, these two collections with the PRNT NFTs, right now the price is more than 10x from the bear market. So that's the difference between the art NFTs and the utility NFTs. Meanwhile, all the other collections are down like 95%. We are up 10x. So here you have a diagram. I don't know why it's bad, but explains how the company works. You have Prime Numbers, that is the parent company, and you have PrimePort, that is the NFT marketplace, and Prime Finance. PrimePort for trading of NFTs, and then we generate fees. Prime Finance the same, and we share the fees that we made with our different community members. Now, our future. We did all the milestones in our roadmap, and now talking about our future and present. Prime Finance, that is the most important part about protocol, about Prime Numbers Labs, is now on testnet. We are going to have an incentive testnet with more than $100,000 in incentives. And after that, we will release the mainnet. There is more exciting news coming in the staking system and things like that. For example, yesterday we released the new website. I suggest you to go and check the new website because it's a new model. It's like a desktop, so you open the icons and you are able to see everything on the website. Things like that are coming in the following months. We have a community strategy to attract new users. We really think education is like one of the most important parts in Web3 because most of the users are not educated. So we will do marketing to attract new community, and with education, we will convert them to users. And now these users will refer to more people. So it's a cycle, how we are going to attract new users through education. We have a 10 million token supply. The tokenomics is fully integrated on the business model. And we have a healthy tokenomics right now, 4.5 million is circulating, so almost half of the supply. And that's more or less everything in our protocol. I don't know if you have some questions. I left 3 minutes for questions because it's a really complex protocol. Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arturo. Okay, very cozy, very lovely presentation there. Now, very fast, 3 more to go. Okay, I'd like to welcome our next presenter, Mr. Marcus Dukes. He is the president of Humanity Protocol and the head of Humanity International Investments. All right, so Mr. Marcus, the stage is yours. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me? I can hear me.
Very excited to be here. Very excited to be here, not only at this crypto conference with all the people here, but very excited to be here with Coinstore. I had the pleasure of Juno joining us from Coinstore, of joining us in Vietnam at a big conference in Vietnam, and so happy to be here as well. As Humanity Protocol. Humanity Protocol started about 6 years ago when I spent my career in finance, and after I retired, I wanted to find a way to bring technology transfer to Africa. So that was the beginning, technology transfer to Africa. And some of the things that we wanted to bring involve blockchain. So we started trying to figure out what to do, also trying to figure out mass adoption. What is mass adoption? And still today, blockchain, for the most part, doesn't have mass adoption. For example, everywhere I go, I ask people, how many apps on your phone use blockchain? Ask yourself, how many apps on your phone use blockchain? We still got a long way to go for mass adoption. So we started thinking about early mass adoption. Before everybody started saying community, when everybody was still speculating, we started thinking about community and how you build community. Well, you build community by building something that has value for community. You're not going to get community by selling them a story forever. You have to build something that has value, something that people actually use in their everyday lives. And as we looked at it, we looked at the developing world, both Africa, Asia, South America, and looked at what would bring value. So here's Humanity Protocol. There we go. This is where we're at today, the Coinstore event. Everybody give a round of applause for Coinstore. This has been a great event. I had a great time, and it's just beginning. Our roadmap, I'm going to go super quick through the roadmap. We initiated kind of 2017, 2018. Did a lot. We tested a lot of stuff. I actually went and lived in Nigeria for a year and a half. We tested a lot of stuff just to make sure that it made sense to people, not just to technology people, not just to investors, but it made sense to actual users. I think that's one of the things you'll find unique about our product is that hundreds of thousands of people have actually used unlimited number of variations of our product to us to get to the right variation of what makes sense to people. We added 100,000. We added our first 100,000 people in Nigeria in 2020. We did it in 95 days. 100,000 people in 95 days. Marketing, no marketing spend whatsoever. All word of mouth. All people telling people, "Hey, I just tried this. I like this. Could you do it? You should do it with me." And we still haven't done any paid marketing to date. By 2021, about 3,000 families were earning consistently from our platform, also mostly in Nigeria. And we have so many success stories, thousands and thousands of success stories of people who've been able to take this platform and build a life off of it. We initiated a palm scan with a company called BioKey, which is a NASDAQ-traded company. We initiated palm scan before anybody was talking about palm scan in crypto. We were one of the original palm scanners. We have 50,000 NFT holders who are verified individual NFT holders who want to come and do work, get paid, do things that are upwardly mobile. And we've expanded out of Nigeria to Asia. We spent just the last 6 months in Vietnam, and we've been to Philippines. We've been kind of all over Asia and Africa expanding our process. What's our process? We have a 3-phase process. 1, user onboarding. We're targeting and enrolling over 1 million users focused on the socially, economically underserved. We will go from where we're at now to over 1 million users by the end of the year, at the very latest, the first month or so of first quarter next year. We will have 1 million users on our platform. Digital identity. Again, we work with a company called BioKey, which is a NASDAQ company from the US, Vest Biometric Digital ID on blockchain. We're going to roll it. And then thirdly, we have a global job platform. It's more than a global job platform. It started off just as tasks, but it's a global task platform, a global job platform, but it's also a program to initiate the startup ideation phases. Because what we believe is that people, no matter where they're at, whether in Nigeria or whether in Malaysia, people who are closest to the problem have the best solutions. They just don't have platforms for those solutions. So if you can give the people who are closest to the problem a platform for their solutions, then you got something that's really magical. Instead of me from America trying to make solutions for them, I just give them platforms and tools, and these tools, blockchain tools for their solutions. The 6 pillars are 6 pillars of our ecosystem. We spent a lot of time thinking about what was needed and what was going to give adoption. We spent a lot of time thinking about infrastructure, but the decentralized infrastructure, what we like to call is the decentralized GDP of Africa. And now we've expanded to Asia. What do you need to have a truly decentralized GDP? What's the infrastructure needed? What pieces need to be in place? We spent a lot of time putting together the pieces for that. We operate across 6 fundamental pillars: labor, shaping the future of work in global decentralized labor markets; communication, revolutionizing data exchange and interaction channels on-chain; finance, redefining monetary transaction investments in a Web3 world; distribution, be your own distributor and network builder; cross-border and cross-chain payments for tasks upon validation by nodes; and digital identity, establishing secure, immutable identity solutions with our partners. DreamPlay taps into these pillars, providing opportunities for NFT holders in job allocation, all the way to creating your own startup, to getting funding, to launching your own tokens. Our vision and mission, to absolutely unleash this human capital. We always talked about, for a long time, we've talked about investment world, human capital, human capital, human capital. Now we're talking on blockchain, we're talking about tokenization, tokenization, tokenization. We're going to tokenize all the assets. Larry Flint, BlackRock say we're going to tokenize $500 trillion of assets, of financial assets. I want to say here, first time, I challenge you, how much would the market be to tokenize all the human assets? Think about it, the unused human energy. Let me give you one example. In Nigeria, there's over 200 million people. Over 100 million of those people are underutilized. They don't have enough things to do with their time to generate income, generate any money. This goes across Africa, goes across Asia. So anybody who decides to give them a platform that they can generate income and be upwardly mobile is going to own blockchain in the developing world. This is mass adoption. And we've been at this for 6 years. We know how to do it. And the things that we're going to launch, even some of the things we're going to launch next week with Coinstore, you're going to see what mass adoption looks like in crypto. DreamPlay, a global job platform. We focus on 6 general areas of coaching and training people how, even if they have no skill today, how they can convert their human energy. We call it personal natural resources, PNR. How can they convert their personal natural resources into money? And then we give them options of what to do with that money. That money is obviously in crypto. They can cash it, they can save it, they can invest it. So we teach them how to recruit, because why recruit? We know the biggest thing coming is onboarding in Web3. And if you ever onboarded somebody in Web3, for all the companies that are out there, we are your onboarding service. If you ever onboarded somebody in Web3, you know it's very difficult to get a Web2 person onto a Web3 platform. So right now, what people are really doing in Web3 as they need traction, they're just actually cannibalizing each other's members, each other's users. Because to get a new user on from Web2 to Web3 is time consuming. We're the experts at doing this. We take our manpower, we're the experts at onboarding people from Web2 to Web3. Coaching, you need that to onboard people. Content creating, every company that's going to Web3 needs content creation. ID verification, quality control, content sharing. These are the 6 things why. We know everybody, we know the whole world is going to Web3. Everybody here has said it, everybody here, this conference is talking about it. Shaping the future of Web3 conference. But somebody had to get those people on Web3 from Web2. And that takes time, it's complicated. We do that. We have an approach, I even train users from nothing to use AI. Go quickly over that. We'll skip that. Because I see this timer here, which looks like it's going really fast, guys. What is DreamPlay? DreamPlay has 2,000 community-based employers who are looking to employ these people to do tasks or to do long-term work. 45,000, that's over 50,000 now, plus NFTs in 100 countries. And now, next week, we're going to really launch the full program again here in partnership with Coinstore. Key features, the world is coming over to World 3, but the youth are coming fast. And they're going to build their entire lives off of Web 3, and someone has to show them how to get there. We have a lot of things going there. I see my time is out. If my lights are blinking red, 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 red. So I'm going to end this by talking about two things, the big concept here. Bigger than this $500 trillion, I believe, actually I know, it's the tokenization of human energy. It's to allow every person to take their energy and convert that to capital. Now, we've been talking about this in investing for a long time, but blockchain allows it to happen. So when the 1.5 billion people in Africa and another billion or 2 billion people at the bottom of the economic pyramid and the rest of the world can, by themselves, without talking to anyone, go to a platform and start tokenizing their energy, you're going to see the world change. You'll see the biggest platform in the world. This is what Humanity Protocol and DreamPlay have been doing. Thank you very much. I want to shout out to Nigeria, Tanzania, Kenya. I know you're all in the chat right now. I saw 1,000 people in the chat. Thank you so much for being in the chat. Guys, make sure one thing. Blockchain, the promise of blockchain was that it's going to help people. Every business model says it's going to be financially more inclusive, help people. We're not helping people yet, as in blockchain overall, but we got to make sure we do it because that was the promise of it. 79,000 people have gotten money from our platform who needed that $2 to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you so much. It's true. The advancement of technology, end of the day, means to help people. Oh, you have a question for Mr. Marcus? Yes, please. Mr. Marcus is over there. Sorry? Yeah, I think we can just mingle downstairs, below the stage. Okay, so second last keynotes of the day. It's been a long day. Thanks everyone for bearing with us, staying up till today. Now let us welcome Ms. Kavita. She's the founder and CEO from Salvers. So Ms. Kavita, please welcome. The stage is yours. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Good to see you all here, despite the late evening. And it's been very exciting and an inspiring day to hear all the great innovators, creators, founders, and developers speak about what they're building and how they're making or they're shaping the future of the Web3 conference. How many of you have a crypto wallet here and use it regularly or don't use it, just dormant? Most of you, right? How many of you have a credential wallet that holds your data or your certificates or anything like that? None. Because there is actually no wallet out there that caters to both of these things, which is both your crypto assets, your NFTs, and your credentials as well, right? I just borrowed a wallet from a friend of mine that I met today. In your wallet, you have your currency, you have your driver's licenses, all of your IDs and all of that. In the sense that we wanted to show you why it is important for us to have a secure digital identity that can ensure, that you can address both your requirements to hold your credentials and use them and pay for what you're using them for as well. For example, let me put this phone away as well. I don't need this anymore. For example, with the number of people in this world, which is 8+ billion, our vision is to give identity to 8+ billion people. And why is that? Today, when I walk through an airport, I can use my passport. I scan my passport, but there is somebody out there collecting. If you flew into Singapore for this events, you would know that you had to scan your passport, but then there was somebody taking your fingerprints. When you boarded the plane, there was somebody scanning your passport as well. We want to make this seamless, frictionless, and as easy as possible, reduce the resources that are used, and make sure that you're not probably dropping your passport, losing your passport, having difficulties and all of that. So when you build a decentralized interoperable identity, which means that no matter where your ID is, on which network it works across the globe. It doesn't matter whether you hold a Polygon ID, whether you hold our Sol ID, or any of those things. Who can benefit by using one of our Sol ID is 8+ billion people. But I wanted to make it a little bit more practical than just go through the slides. So, I'm going to skip through a lot of the issues and things like that, and I'll talk to you a little bit more in general. How many of you have, I would say, lost your passport when you traveled, or lost your wallet while you're, engaged in some other activity here? How difficult has it been to obtain, whether you lost your money, or how difficult is it to obtain the credentials again, right? So what if you could actually hold, Cardano just showed you a wallet that could hold your credentials, but how can you use them? I can today, if I hold credentials and assets in my wallet, what I can do is I can apply for my passport and I can pay for it from the same wallet. It's, if I apply for my visa, I can pay for my visa from the same wallet. It doesn't matter what kind of currency you want to use, you can use that from your same wallet. Today what happens is, we go to a website, let's say Amazon or any of those websites, we put things in the cart and we want to buy them. Now you have to go to another service, which is, pay through UPI or your phone pay, Google Pay, Paytm, or through a credit card or any of the services that, Amazon has onboarded. So it is not seamless, it's not frictionless. And if your card is, pretty much declined, half the times your card is empty again. Again, you have to go back and add them to the card. So we want to make all of these experiences across our daily lives through the products that we are developing, which is the interoperability problem that we have today, whether talking to different IDs that we have. Let's say Google Gmail could not talk to Yahoo Mail at one point of time. Gmail could only talk to Gmail users. Somebody went out there and developed a protocol for Gmail to send an email to somebody who holds a Yahoo Mail or a Hotmail or any of those emails. So what we have done is develop that, which is a Sol wrapper, which makes easy for you to talk to and send money to somebody who has a different ID. Why an ID? Why a self-sovereign identity? Which is built on DID protocols, which is based on the W3C principles. I don't want to use too many technical words. I want to keep it simple. So it ensures that your ID across the blockchains talk to each other. That is made possible by one of our products called Sol Wrapper. Your security and Sol Scan and Sol Wallet, your accessibility through Sol ID and Sologram. Sologram is built on ZKP principles, so you can share your data across the channels that you want to share. Let's say you want to log into your bank account. You can use the Sol Wallet, connect to the bank's website, and utilize all the other services of the bank just as you are today. We're trying to onboard the entities, industries, and all the enterprises onto the Web3 system in a very scaled manner. If they don't want to, because their governance rules and laws are not firm yet today across the globe, we want to make sure that they're onboarded to the Web3 systems and your daily life becomes easy. How is that possible? So today you require a customer ID, you require a password, and if you're traveling, half the times OTPs don't come to you in time. By the time the clock ticks, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, your SMS has not arrived yet for the OTP, right? Even if you have global roaming and all of that. So we want to make sure that all of that is taken care of by enabling wallets to connect to your websites and take care of your login systems. So versus the ecosystem's USP is that we have a wallet that holds both your credentials and also your cryptocurrencies to make your transactions seamless and frictionless and easy. And we have your Sol ID, which basically means today when I share my public address with somebody to send me, let's say, 100 Ethereum, I'm being hopeful, that somebody's sending me that. But if I want somebody to send me cryptocurrency, I have to share the big string of public address, right? I mean, if somebody can give me your name, can I ask for your name? Anyone? Anybody's name? Jerry, right? Fantastic. So your public address will be as simple as jerry.sol, right? Which encapsulates both your DID and your public and private address. And jerry.sol would know what to do when you receive cryptocurrency or your verifiable credentials. It knows what chain to interact with, but if you're receiving Bitcoin, Ethereum, or Solana, or Cardano, or any of those. And it will put in the right wallet. And if you're receiving an NFT, it interacts with our NFT side of NFT service of the wallet. If you're receiving a VC, it interacts with the VC side of the wallet and adds them to your wallet. So Sol ID is what you're going to be able to share, and you don't have to share a public address anymore. And with Sol Scan, your public address and your private key, along with your Sol ID, are regenerated every time you open your wallet, which basically means that you're not storing your public key or your biometrics or anything in your hardware, in your cell phone, or on the cloud. And this is one of our IPs that we bring to the table, and we will be launching them hopefully by October 15th, which is our deadline to launch the wallet in your app stores and in your Play stores. Sologram, let me go back. And Sologram is something that you can share whatever credentials you want. It's a dynamic digital avatar. So you could be anything that you want to be, a bear, a cat, a rat, whatever you want to be, or an elephant, and share, and your QR code would be embedded in that, and you can share that with, let's say I'm walking through an airport, I can share my passport, my visa, as whoever I want to be, and they can scan it, and I can walk through. And your Sol wallet carries all of that. And we can onboard any of the issuers, verifiers, the governments, and any of those for verification as you walk in. And technology behind this verification is security and interoperability and real-world applications, travel and border control, healthcare, finance, banking, retail commerce. Like I said, there are 8 billion people, 100 billion assets, and 40 billion IoTs, and everybody can use this. And we are out of time, and so as we walk through integration into the current ecosystem, as you can see, and the products, a little bit of our timelines. Token is about to be launched in October 2024 on Coinstore, and hence we are here today to talk to all of you about it. And big round of applause to Coinstore for a great day today. And I'm the last but one speaker, so there's one more person right after me, and they've done a great job and thoroughly enjoyed it today. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm out there to talk to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kavita. Thanks for making it simple and easy for everyone. So we have our last speaker of the day, Mr. Max Ribot. He's the managing partner at Harbor Industrial Capital. And today, he's going to share his insights on a VC fund's perspective on the future of Polkadot. Okay, a round of applause for Mr. Max.
Hello, good evening, everybody here. And thank you very much to Coinstore for welcoming me here to speak about Polkadot. Now, first question is, who am I and why am I talking about Polkadot? I'm not representing Polkadot itself. I'm representing Harbor Industrial Capital, which is a VC fund heavily invested in the Polkadot ecosystem. And I think over the 10 minutes that I have here on stage, I'm going to tell you our investment thesis and why we are very bullish on the Polkadot ecosystem. So this is me. We started Harbor Industrial Capital about 3 years ago. It's a private fund, private LPs, mostly from family offices, institutional investors, and obviously also our own money. We have two funds. Fund 1 is already fully raised, fully deployed. It's $10 million in it. We're currently in the process of raising a second fund, which has a target size of 100 million. And we're just getting started with the raise. And over the next couple of slides, I will lay out to you why we decided to, again, focus this fund exclusively on the Polkadot ecosystem. Polkadot is probably the most contrarian trade of this cycle. If you walk around here at Token 49 and I tell people I'm running a Polkadot fund, usually the first response I get is, oh, really? Why Polkadot? I thought Polkadot is totally dead. It was hyped in 21, but now nothing is happening. Let me reassure you, there are a lot of things happening on Polkadot underneath the hood. Everybody wants to be a contrarian trader or a contrarian investor, but when it really comes to it, then few people actually have the guts to do that. And I think from our perspective, there is a really unique opportunity to start this new fund now, focus on the Polkadot ecosystem, invest in all the interesting and exciting things that are undoubtedly happening in the Polkadot ecosystem, get in at really good valuations, and ride the next wave. It's a contrarian bet. It's something that few people believe in, but we very strongly believe in. And that is because there is a clear mismatch between the technology stack and the market cap. And yeah, now I kind of want to talk a little bit about this technology stack that I am so thrilled about. So Polkadot is first and foremost an interoperability protocol. So it enables different chains to connect securely and in a permissionless and non-custodial way with each other, right? It's in many ways like what the original Ethereum vision was. They then, with scaling issues, ended up doing roll-ups. Polkadot was initially designed for roll-ups. The parachains that we now know are, a different word for a roll-up, information from a third-party chain that gets rolled back onto the main chain, that gets secured by the main chain, and that enables interoperability between the different parachains. So this unique architecture allows for the ultimate control while sharing key security resources. I know there are a lot of developers in the room, so this is kind of the way you should think about the Polkadot ecosystem. So scalability is the one thing that is extremely important. We ran into, I've been in the crypto space for a long time. I remember all these scaling wars that were going on for many years. Now everything is getting pushed off onto Ethereum L2s, but Ethereum L2s are not very interoperable with each other, and most certainly not with other ecosystems like Solana, Cosmos. Polkadot is taking a different approach. The parachains within the Polkadot ecosystem are connected to each other through XCM, which is not a bridge, but a messaging network that allows for the transfer of value and information. And then you also have this new generation of bridges. The most notable ones are Snowbridge and Hyperbridge, which is connecting, again, in a fully decentralized, permissionless, and non-custodial fashion to the Ethereum L2s, routing liquidity without having to worry about any multi-sig bridge hacks. Okay, let's talk about a few numbers. So $7 billion is the current market cap of DOT. It used to be much higher. It came down quite a lot. That's why I'm saying we're now like in the contrarian trade phase. We are pretty confident that it is going to go up again very soon, back to where it used to be. A little bit of alpha for you guys here. Currently, there's a proposal on-chain that would reduce the inflation of Polkadot quite significantly. So you can all guess what that's going to do to the market cap. Not financial advice, obviously, but just read up on it on-chain. These are public discussions that are going on in the space at the moment. 800 plus apps that are built. For us, Harbor Industrial Capital, we're currently invested in 21 parachains that are on top of Polkadot. There are 81 parachains in total, and we're now transitioning to this new module called Core Time. I'll talk about that in a moment. 700 plus million DOT staked, providing security. There's also liquid staking. Stake DOT, liquid stake DOT can be used in DeFi. Lots of opportunities for everyone who is like interested in that. Check it out. Generally, returns are very attractive. And 36.8 million DOT sitting in the treasury under the control of the Polkadot DAO. And that's what I want to talk about now next, on the next slide, because the Polkadot DAO is really something truly fascinating, in my opinion. A lot of blockchains say, oh, we're a DAO, or we want to start a DAO, or we're doing this and that on a DAO. Polkadot is undoubtedly the world's largest DAO, and probably also the most active one, because every DOT holder is at the same time a token holder for one vote. It's one DOT, one vote. And the amazing thing about Polkadot, very different to other ecosystems, I have to say, is that literally anything you can vote on chain, right? So it's not like some secretive council that is like coming up with like some changes or treasury spending. Literally anything gets voted on chain. And I think this is really cool. So I give you a few examples. We recently launched a partnership between Polkadot and Inter Miami, the club where Messi is playing. Polkadot is one of the sponsors. Now, that in itself is pretty cool, but the even cooler part, in my opinion, is that it wasn't like the CEO of Polkadot deciding that we're gonna sponsor Inter Miami, but that literally every DOT holder had a vote, and the referendum passed, and now the treasury is paying for that, right? To have the Polkadot logo on the shirt of Messi. Really cool, right? This is like a DAO in action. I could give you 100 other examples of this OpenGov. Runtime upgrades are voted on-chain by every DOT holder. You have a nice idea about an app that you want to develop on Polkadot? Great, pitch the idea to the Polkadot DAO. You don't have to pitch it to a single person or a committee. You can literally pitch it to the DAO. Every DOT holder has a vote. It will be voted on. You will get a result, yes or no, and whether you're going to get the funding that you require to build on it. This is, again, more directed at developers, right? If you want to build, yes, look at the funding. These are all the things that Polkadot provides for you. In terms of resources, besides the funding from the Polkadot DAO itself, there are also the technical grants from the Web3 Foundation, and there are the ecosystem funds, notably ourselves, Harbor Industrial Capital. If you're planning to launch on Polkadot, then obviously do come and talk to us. We're pretty actively deploying for good projects that are launching in the Polkadot ecosystem. There are other funds as well, Scytale Digital, for example. Okay, quick timeline. I personally got involved in Polkadot already before that, during the initial private sale. 2020, launch 1.0 complete, and then Gavin presented last year the big vision of this whole new generation of Polkadot, which is called Jam, a new era for Polkadot. So this is a way of abstracting the current relay chain and making it more general. Now, this is a pretty complex technical idea that is at the same time very powerful, right? So rather than coming up with like a new feature and a new, funny way to do things, Jam is all about making a more generalized blockchain so that the relay chain that currently secures Polkadot can be one service, but not the only service, right? So think about it, it's running as a service on Jam. But Jam can do many more things as well. I think at the moment, a lot of people are completely missing the picture here and are not ready for what Jam is going to deliver in terms of new applications that can be built out of it. One example that I always like to share is, it's a bit like the iPhone moment, right? When the first iPhone came out, everyone was like, oh wow, that's really cool. But at that moment, you couldn't really know that combining GPS with payments is going to lead to something like Uber. All right, let me skip this slide. Do I have like 2 or 3 more minutes? Is that okay to go into one case study? Because I'm a bit out of time. I'll keep it short, okay? Mythical games. So this is one of the great success stories on Polkadot. Mythical games started by John Linden, who is one of the core developers of Call of Duty. So these are really like this is really like a AAA game studio that is now moving into the Web3 gaming. Recently decided to launch on Polkadot. They were on different Ethereum, L2s, and other blockchains in the past. They ran into issues with scalability. They could not adopt and customize their chain as much as they needed to. They recently moved over to Polkadot. They're live now. They're running their own parachain secured by Polkadot. Super, super exciting because there are literally millions of gamers on Mythical that are now users of Polkadot without even knowing it, right? That's kind of one of the interesting things. On Polkadot, you don't necessarily know that you're using the underlying infrastructure of Polkadot, but hey, that's okay, right? It is infrastructure. As long as it works, it's fast, it's cheap, it's secure, it's scalable. No need to know what actually you're running on. A little bit like if you're running a website, doesn't really matter if it's hosted on Google Cloud or AWS, as long as it works. Another great example that fits here is Peak Network. So Peak Network, very promising, very successful project in the DePIN space. They are also a parachain on Polkadot. And what they are doing is they're providing a network of decentralized physical infrastructure. Many different use cases from electricity production, sharing, to sensor data, to sharing information produced by a car, all kind of like physical infrastructure that is produced around the world, secured by Polkadot, and then distributed in a decentralized, permissionless way. Really cool project. I would have to spend much more time to properly explain this, but kind of the takeaway here, in my opinion, is DePIN is probably one of the most exciting narratives that we're going to see in this cycle, and Polkadot is predestined for DePIN. We'll see many more DePIN projects coming out. Peak is just one of the very successful examples at the moment. This is my last slide. I know I'm already over time, so I'm going to wrap it up here. This is the last slide. It should actually be the first slide. You cannot talk about Polkadot without mentioning Dr. Gavin Wood, the founder of Polkadot, and also, as most of you will know, the co-founder of Ethereum. He's the guy who wrote the initial EVM. He's the inventor of Solidity. He was with the Ethereum project from the beginning. At some point, he realized that in terms of scaling, Polkadot is not really going where Ethereum is not really going where he had envisioned it to go to. Left and started Polkadot. As I was saying before, this whole idea of roll-ups that at Ethereum came much later, right? Now, only over the last few years, we're talking about these L2 roll-ups. This is essentially the idea that Gavin had already way back when he started Polkadot. And it's implemented in a much more fundamental way than it is in Ethereum now at the moment, because these are really roll-ups that work. The relay chain is literally designed for those roll-ups, which we call parachains. And they're interoperable with each other, much more so than between different L2s on Ethereum. I'm going to end my presentation with this quote here. Gavin has a vision for Polkadot that will position it as a supercomputer upon which anything and everything can run. You might remember this supercomputer narrative is something that we heard about Ethereum many, many years ago. With Polkadot, we actually have an opportunity to make this a reality. And if Gavin is talking about it, then I think it's worth listening. So that's my presentation. Thank you all very much for listening, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Max. Thank you. So, before we wrap up, I'd like to welcome everyone to the stage for a grand group photo. Oh, pardon me. It's gone. Now it's back. So, can I have everyone to join me on stage to take a grand group photos together as a memory for today's conference. Together. Can we, how shall we make the arrangement? Can we fit everyone in? You're always the first class. Okay. So some at the back may need you, especially guys. I may need you to move to the front for squad because I can't see. Yeah. Ladies, it's fine. Oh my God. Okay. I think we can still fit in, pretty much. Oh yeah. Stella, you may move to the left a bit. Yep. Okay. Cool. Okay. Sweet. Jesse and Nicole, both of you are covered by the shades. You guys are in the shadow. Sean in the shadow. Okay. Girls, can you, ladies, can you stand, squeeze in between Carmen? Yeah, that's sweet. Okay. We're good. Let me come back in. Okay, say cheese. Nah, say Coinstore. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, as we've done the group photos, for whoever that's still with us, we'd like to play a recorded keynote that's by Penguin, PNGVN. Okay, so after this, like the video is presented by Miss Saima. Okay, she is the CEO of Penguin, and she'll be sharing some information and insights about Penguin. Okay, so do we have the video ready?
Hello everyone, I hope you're doing well. My name is Saima Chowdhury. I'm one of the founders and COO of the GNG business model. It's my job today to present to you the Penguin token. GNG community and GNG IM are proud to present Penguin, a token backed by a strong community. Let's start by setting the scene. GNG carried out extensive market studies of the crypto market in 2022. And this is what we found. The NFT market was set for exponential growth. This is tied in with the increasing use of digital asset users, coupled with Web 3.0 developments and real-world assets hitting the market. And this is set for exponential growth in the coming years to follow. Our research into the NFT space was hugely supported by a number of external reports. One of those such reports was that from Technavio that was predicting a rise in this market by 600% over the next 3 to 5 years. And this is what we are interested in, this rising market. The only major problem faced in the crypto space is that of volatility. Constant volatility in the market makes it very difficult for everyday people to get the maximum benefits from the crypto space. So how do you secure investments in a volatile market? Well, a model that's been used for decades, in fact, hundreds of years, is that of the index fund. And that's exactly what we have created here with the GNG opportunity and the Penguin token. If we look at the market in 2022, the stock market was at $98.56 trillion. The crypto market had a market cap of $1.01 trillion. Funds and index funds were at $61 trillion, yet there were no index funds within the crypto space at that time. Of course, the situation is now changing. Since 2022, the stock market has seen an increase by around 3%, and the crypto market, as a result, has seen an increase of well over 100%, which makes this an absolutely exciting space to be in. We've also seen through ETFs now that there are big institutional investors coming into the crypto space, namely companies like MicroStrategy, Fidelity, BlackRock, to name a few. And this is now starting to expand within the crypto space. Yet there are no funds or index funds within this space. And that's the gap that the GNG opportunity and the Penguin token is going to fill. The other surprising thing in this space, within the crypto space, are the communities of huge followers, but with little to no capital gain. And we see that it's the communities that make all the difference. If we look at Immutable in 2022, it had over 500 million followers. The Bored Ape Yacht Club boasted 1 million followers, and the Ethereum community was growing well beyond 2 million followers. In 2024, Pi Network set a precedence with the fastest growing community of over 3 million followers in a very short space of time. So that we see that for projects, communities are the key to success. But how much the communities actually gain for this is a very little. And that's another niche in the market that the GNG opportunity and the Penguin token has filled. The Penguin token is the world's first tokenized fund. It's a perfect synergy concept of two companies working together to create an explosive opportunity for all. GNG Community is a unique financial instrument. Through the sale of its brand building NFTs, it offers 95% of the revenue back to the community that helps to support to grow it. 25% of our revenue is invested in our index fund. 20% of the revenue is set aside for dividend payouts. 50% is paid to the community as community rewards to build the community, and the company takes 5% to keep the whole model running. Global NFT Group Investment Management is contracted by G&G Community to manage the funds on behalf of the community. And we do this all on blockchain. So it's an open and transparent opportunity for everyone to see how we're growing over time. Penguin holds real value from day one. It's the combined value of 130 companies in one token, which we call our Penguin Index. Our index comprises of the top 100 NFT projects, the top 15 cryptocurrencies, and the top 15 AI projects in this space. This is what makes the Penguin Index, and this is the value in one token, the value of 130 companies. And what a bright future it is. If we look at what's expected to happen in this market by 2030, then the Penguin Index is set for fantastic growth over the coming years. The crypto users are set to grow by 1 billion users by 2030. Digital asset holders by 2030 will cross 5 billion users, and the real-world assets market is set to reach $17 trillion by 2030. And this is what makes this space so exciting. All assets that have real value will be authenticated by smart contracts through NFTs, and that's why we're so interested in this market. Our diversified investments cover the whole of the market, and that's why an index fund is so important in this space, because it looks at the market as a whole. So if we can see from this graph, you can see that we are covering the whole of the NFT, AI, and crypto landscape through one token, the Penguin token. Our edge is what we call the triple effect. It's an exceptional product in a rising market. We have a fixed supply of 250 million Penguin tokens set to grow through massive exponential growth over the next coming years. That, coupled with capital injection monthly through the sale of our brand building NFTs, is what brings continuous value to the Penguin token. And we pay out quarterly dividends to our token holders who hold the token for the long run. This is the first time in this space that a project actually pays out dividends in cash to the community members that hold the token. Penguin token has it all. It's more than a tokenized fund. It's the value of 130 companies in one token. The Penguin token has a fixed supply of 250 million tokens. It has real value from day one as we invest in this rising market of 130 companies through one token. It has continuous capital injection through monthly capital raised from the sale of our brand building NFTs through our G&G community. This, coupled with the growth or expected market growth, plus the dividend quarterly payouts based on turnover in the G&G community, is what gives us our market value. A constant supply of 250 million tokens with the value of 130 companies, with capital monthly injection, the predicted growth in the rising NFT and crypto space, coupled with dividend payouts every quarter, is what gives us real market value and strength moving forward. G&G community has many unique selling points, and I'll go through the main ones with you here. Our systems are now all Web 3.0 compliant with full back office functionality. We're the first company to provide a smart wallet solution for onboarding members, where you can create a digital wallet using your email. We have an amazing hyper compression compensation plan that pays out our community members fairly. That's 50% in commissions paid out to the community for building the business moving forward. You always hold your money and tokens in your own wallet. We have a multiple six-figure reoccurring earners, and we've only been in business for 18 months. We have an instant payout in real money, 100% payable on a weekly basis, and we've just paid 77 consecutive weekly payments in commissions, with over 3 million paid out to our community members that have helped us to grow the business to where it is today. We've also paid out $1.2 million in dividends through a revenue share program through our own Penguin app, all visible on the blockchain. We are live on the Ethereum blockchain with our ERC20 token. We're fully security audited within the token space, and will continue our auditing within the normal business spaces as well. And our token holds real value assets, and that's a world first before listing, that the token will hold real value and then we list. We have the first blockchain asset management system in the world where you can see our investments in real time. And we list the Penguin token on Coinstore, which is what we're really excited about, on the 14th of October, 2024. In order for us to build a real value, we have many, many business tools. We have the gng.community website where you can see everything about the growth of the community. We have the gngim.com investment website where you can see everything about our investments in real time. We have the penguintoken.com website. That's everything to do with the Penguin token, with our white paper that has been recognized as a fantastic piece of work in this space. We also have the BAM, which is our blockchain asset management. Again, a world first in this space where you see our investments in real time on the blockchain. These are the tools that give us amazing value in this space and our unique selling points to keep this business growing for many, many years to come. And now we have just become the first company to have a Web 3.0 back office that gives more value back to community members on this amazing journey with us. Our Penguin listing will be on the 14th of October 2024, and we're really excited to be working with Coinstore for this. Coinstore has proved to be a fantastic listing partner for us. We will have a very short period of an initial exchange offering from the 7th of October 2024, and then our full listing on Coinstore. That will be the listing of the Penguin token on the 14th of October 2024. And we hope that you will all join us to be a part of this amazing and thriving token well into the future. I'd just like to say thank you very much for your time and listening to our presentation. We're really excited about the future. We hope you've had an amazing time in Singapore. Sorry that we couldn't be with you on this occasion, but we'll see you again very soon. And again, I'd just like to say thank you to Coinstore, especially to Abhijit, Alvin, Ramesh, and of course, James, who have been absolutely phenomenal to support us with our marketing efforts and to help us to bring the Penguin token to all of you today. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
And with that, it marks the end of Shaping the Future of Web3 conference, proudly brought to you by Coinstore. So I hope everyone brought home with new knowledge, new connections, and new inspiration after today's conference. Once again, I'm Clement, and I hope you enjoy your stay in Singapore and hope to see you soon. Thank you and have a good night. Bye-bye.